Two ladies were seated in the library at Milverley Park. The younger, whose cap and superabundance of crape proclaimed the widow, beside a table upon which reposed a prayer book. The elder, a Titian-haired beauty of some 25 summers, in one of the deep window embrasures that overlooked the park. The funeral service had been read aloud in a pretty, reverent voice by the widow, but the prayer book had been closed and laid aside for some time, the silence being broken only by desultory remarks uttered by one or other of the ladies and the ticking of the clock upon the mantelpiece. The library, whose curiously carved bookshelves and gilded and painted ceiling had earned it honourable mention in every guidebook to Gloucestershire, was a handsome apartment situated upon the ground floor of the mansion and furnished with sombre elegance. It had been used until so short a time previously almost exclusively by the late Earl of Spenborough. A faint aroma of cigars hung about it, and every now and then the widow's blue eyes rested on the big mahogany desk, as though she expected to see the Earl seated behind it. An air of gentle sorrow clung about her, and there was a bewildered expression on her charming countenance, as though she could scarcely realize her loss. It had indeed been as sudden as it was unexpected. No one, least of all himself, could have supposed that the Earl, a fine, robust man in his 50th year, would owe his death to so paltry a cause as a chill contracted when salmon fishing on the Wye. Not all the solicitations of his host and hostess had prevailed upon him to cosset this trifling ailment. He had enjoyed another day's fishing, and had returned to Milverley testily making light of his condition, but so very far from well that his daughter had had no hesitation in overriding his prohibition and had sent immediately for a physician. A severe inflammation of both lungs was diagnosed, and within a week he was dead, leaving a wife and a daughter to mourn him, and a cousin, some 15 years his junior, to succeed to his dignities. He had no other child, a circumstance generally held to account for his startling marriage 3 years earlier to the pretty girl who had not then attained the dignity of her 20th year. Only the most forbearing of his friends could think the match allowable. Neither his splendid physique nor his handsome face could disguise the fact that he was older than his bride's father, for his birth date could be read in any peerage, and his daughter had been the mistress of his establishment for 4 years. When no heir to the earldom resulted from the unequal match, those who most deprecated the Earl's many eccentricities pronounced it to be a judgment upon him. His sister, Lady Teresa Eaglesham, adding obscurely but with conviction that it would teach Serena a lesson. Any girl who dismissed her chaperone at the age of 21, refused 2 flattering offers of marriage, and cried off from an engagement to the most brilliant prize in the marriage mart, was well served when her father brought home a young bride to supplant her, said Lady Teresa, and all to no purpose, as she, for one, had foretold from the outset. Some such reflection seemed to be in the widow's mind. She said mournfully, "If I could have been more dutiful. I have been so very conscious of it, and now the thought quite oppresses me." Her stepdaughter, who had been leaning her chin on her hand and gazing out at the trees in the park, just touched with autumn gold, turned her head at this and said bracingly, "Nonsense! Your Aunt Teresa—" "Let us be thankful that my Aunt Teresa's dislike of me has kept her away from us at this moment," interrupted Serena. "Oh, don't say so. If she had not been indisposed—" "She was never so in her life. Wretched work my Uncle Eaglesham made of her excuses. He's a poor creature." "Perhaps she has stayed away, then, because she does not like me," said the widow unhappily. "No such thing. Now, Fanny, don't be absurd. As though anyone could help liking you. For my part, I'm excessively obliged to her for remaining in Sussex. We can never meet without rubbing one another, and although I think her the most Gothic woman alive, I own she had something to bear when I spent my first season under her roof. Poor woman! She brought 2 eligible suitors up to scratch, and I liked neither. My character was retrieved only when I was stupid enough to become engaged to Ivo Rotherham, and lost beyond recovery when I put an end to that most abominable episode in my life. How dreadful it must have been for you, within a month of the wedding. Not in the least. We quarrelled more royally than ever before, and I positively enjoyed crying off. You will allow, too, that there is a distinction in having given the odious Marquess a set-down. I should never have dared to do so. His manners are so very unconciliating, and he looks at one as though he held one in contempt, which throws me into confusion, try as I will to overcome such folly. Detestable man. Oh, Serena, hush. You cannot always have thought so. Her stepdaughter threw her a quizzing glance. Are you in one of your romantical flights? Goose. I became engaged to Ivo because I thought it would suit me to be a marchioness, because Papa made the match, because I have known him forever, because we have some tastes in common, because, for a number of excellent reasons, or so they seemed, until I discovered him to be unendurable. Indeed, I don't wonder at it that you could not love him, but have you never met anyone for whom you felt a decided partiality, Serena? Asked Fanny with a wondering look. Yes, indeed. Does that set me up in your esteem? Serena replied, laughing. I fancied myself very much in love when I was just 19 years old. The most handsome creature, and with such engaging manners. You would have been in raptures. Alas, he had no fortune, and Papa would not countenance the match. I believe I cried for a week, but at this length of time I cannot be sure. Oh, you're funning, Fanny said reproachfully. No, upon my honour. I did like him very much, but I've not laid eyes on him in 6 years, my dear, and the melancholy truth is that Papa was quite right when he assured me that I should recover from the disappointment. The widow looked as if she thought this melancholy indeed. Who was he, Serena, if you don't dislike telling me? Not in the least. His name was Hector Kirkby. And you have never met him again? Never. But he was a soldier, and his regiment had just been ordered to Portugal, so that cannot be considered wonderful. But now that the war is over... Fanny, you are incorrigible, exclaimed Serena, a good deal of affectionate amusement in her face. Now that the war is over, I am no longer a green girl, and Hector, if he is alive, which I am sure I hope he may be, is in all likelihood married, and the father of a hopeful family, and would be hard put to it to recall my name. Oh, no. You have not forgotten. Well, no, acknowledged Serena. But to own the truth, until you put me in mind of him, I had not thought of him for years. I'm afraid I am a cold-hearted sort of female after all. Fanny, who had seen her flirt with and rebuff several eligible suitors, was almost inclined to believe that it must be so. But no one could look upon that beautiful face with its lovely wilful mouth, its lustrous eyes, brilliant under rather heavy, smiling lids, and think its owner cold-hearted. In fact, it was quite the last epithet anyone could have found to bestow upon such a vital, passionate creature as Serena, thought Fanny. She was headstrong and obstinate, sometimes quite dreadfully mannish, as eccentric as her father, quick-tempered, impulsive, impatient of restraint, and careless of appearances. But with all these faults, and a great many more, she had a wealth of kindness and of generosity, and a chivalry which made her beloved amongst her father's dependents. You're putting me out of countenance. Why do you stare so? Recalled by the sound of that low-pitched musical voice, Fanny gave a little start, coloured up, and said, as though anything could, I beg your pardon. My wits were wandering. Oh, Serena, How very kind you've been to me." "Good gracious." The brows, which Serena did not scruple to darken, shot up, the eyes gleaming more green than hazel, mocked but gently. "My poor dear, this dismal occasion has put the most sickly thoughts into your head. Or is it rather my cousin Hartley? I'm sure I do not blame you if that is the case." Diverted, the widow exclaimed involuntarily, "How much you must blame me for having disappointed all your hopes of keeping him out of the succession." "Fudge! I never had any. No, indeed. I am much in your debt for not having given me a half-brother young enough to have been my son. How ridiculous I must then have appeared. It does not bear thinking of." "Oh, too generous," Fanny said into the folds of a black-bordered handkerchief. "And your papa... Never one word of reproach to me, but I know how much he disliked the thought of Hartley succeeding him. Dear Fanny, pray don't cry. We shall have my uncles and your father and Mr. Perrott upon us at any moment, to say nothing of Hartley himself. To be sure, one would not have wished him to have stepped into papa's shoes, but it is no such great matter after all. If you know any harm of him, it is more than I do." "Your papa said that he would have liked him better if he had known any harm of him," said Fanny dolefully. This made Serena laugh, but she said, "Very true. He is virtuous and a dead bore. I'm sure the first Carlo to be so. However, my father had known it any time these dozen years, and might, had the matter seriously troubled him, have married again long before you were out of the schoolroom. To suppose that he married you only for the sake of an heir shows you to be a great simpleton. Heavens, will they never bring this carouse to an end? It is a full hour since the carriages returned." "Serena, not a carouse," Fanny protested. "How can you talk so?" "To hold a feast over the remains of the departed is a custom that can only disgust any person of sensibility." "But, indeed, it is only a cold collation," Fanny said anxiously. The doors at one end of the room opened softly, and the butler came in, with the intelligence that the funeral party was breaking up, carriages being called for, and Mr. Perrott, his late lordship's attorney, desiring him to carry his respects to my lady, and to ask if it would be convenient to her to receive him presently. Addressing himself to Serena, he volunteered the information that the funeral had been so well attended that several of the humbler mourners had found it impossible to force their way into the church, a circumstance which appeared to afford him consolation. Receiving from Fanny an assurance that she was ready to see Mr. Perrott, he withdrew again. The minutes lagged past. Fanny said faintly, "I don't know why it should affect one so. The will must be read, I know, but, I wish it were over." "For my part, I think it a great piece of work to make," said Serena. "Such a parade, such stupid formality, which there is not the least occasion for. The only persons who might wish to hear it read are those to whom my father has left private bequests, and they are not invited to be present. It can contain no surprises for you, or for me, or indeed for my cousin. Oh, no, it is all my folly, and fearing to vex papa. From what he said to me, I collect that he and mamma expect me to return home. To Hartland, I mean. He spoke as though it was certain. I said nothing, for there was no time. Or perhaps I had not the courage," she added with a pitiful little smile. "Tell me what you wish to do." "If it were my duty to return, I would do so," the widow faltered. "That does not answer my question. At Hartland, your wishes are of no account. Here, surely it has been otherwise." "Yes, indeed it has," Fanny said, her eyes filling with tears. "It is that which makes me wonder whether it is perhaps naughtiness and self-will which prompts me to think that my first duty now is to you. and not to Papa. If you can't be comfortable without the assurance that you are doing your duty, let me tell you that my whole dependence is upon you, Mamma," Serena said, her voice prim, but irrepressible humour gleaming in her eyes. "If you are not to take me in charge, what is to become of me? I give you fair warning. I won't live with my Aunt Teresa or with my Aunt Susan, and even I should hesitate to set up my own establishment without a respectable female to bear me company. Depend upon it, that would mean Cousin Florence. The Carlos and the Dorringtons would be as one in agreeing that the poor creature must be sacrificed." Fanny smiled, but said in a serious tone, "I can't take you in charge, but I can be your chaperone. And although I am very silly, I do think it would answer better than for you to be obliged to live with Lady Teresa, or even with Lady Dorrington. And if it is what you would like, dearest Serena, I cannot doubt that it is what your papa would desire me to do, for he was fonder of you than of anyone." "Fanny, no," Serena said, stretching out her hand impulsively. "But it is not at all to be wondered at. You are so very like him. So I have quite made up my mind what I ought to do. Only I do hope that Papa will not order me, for it would be so very shocking to be obliged to disobey him." "He won't do so. He must realize, though you do not, that you are Lady Spenborough, not Miss Claypole. Moreover—" She stopped, but upon receiving a look of inquiry, continued bluntly, "Forgive me, but I am persuaded neither he nor Lady Claypole will press you to return to them. With such a numerous family and your elder sister still unwed— Oh, no, they cannot wish for your return." "No! Oh, how very right you are," exclaimed Fanny, her brow clearing. "Agnes, too, would particularly dislike it, I dare say." There was no time for more. The doors were again opened, and a number of funereally clad gentlemen were ushered into the room. The procession was led by the eldest, and certainly the most impressive of these. Lord Dorrington, whose girth had upon more than one occasion caused him to be mistaken for the Duke of York, was brother to the first Lady Spenborough, and from having a great notion of his own importance and a strong disposition to meddle in other people's affairs, had appointed himself to the position of doyen to the party. He came ponderously into the room, his corset slightly creaking, his massive jowls supported by swathe upon swathe of neckcloth, and having bowed to the widow, uttering a few words of condolence in a wheezing voice, at once assumed the task of directing the company to various chairs. "I shall desire our good Mr. Perrott to seat himself at the desk. Serena, my love, I fancy you and Lady Spenborough will be comfortable upon the sofa. Spenborough, will you take this place? That Eaglesham, my dear fellow, if you and Sir William will sit here, and I shall invite Rotherham to take the wing chair." Since only Mr. Eaglesham attended to this speech, only he was irritated by it. Precedency having been cast overboard, he had entered the library in Lord Dorrington's ample wake. He was as spare as his lordship was corpulent, and wore the harassed expression which the unkind asserted was natural to Lady Teresa Carlo's consort. Having married the late Earl's sister, he considered that he had a better right than Dorrington to assume the direction of affairs, but he knew no way of asserting it, and was obliged to content himself with moving towards a chair as far distant as possible to that one indicated by Dorrington, and by muttering animadversions against pretentious and encroaching old popinjays, which were as soothing to himself as they were inaudible to everyone else. The first in consequence was the last to enter the room, the Marquess of Rotherham, saying, "Oh, go on, man, go on," thrusting the attorney before him and strolling into the library behind him. His entrance might have been said to have banished constraint. The Lady Serena, never remarkable for propriety, stared incredulously and exclaimed, "What in the world brings you here, I should like to know?" "So should I," retorted his lordship. "How well we should have suited Serena, so many ideas as we have in common." Fanny, well accustomed to such exchanges, merely cast an imploring look at Serena. Mr. Eaglesham uttered a short laugh. Sir William Claypole was plainly startled. Mr. Perrott, who had drawn up the original marriage settlements, seemed to be suddenly afflicted with deafness. And Lord Dorrington, perceiving an opportunity for further meddling, said in what was meant to be an authoritative tone, Now, we must not forget upon what a sad occasion we are gathered together. No doubt there is a little awkwardness attached to Rotherham's unavoidable presence here. Indeed, when I learned from our good Perrott—" "Awkwardness!" cried Serena, her colour heightened and her eyes flashing. "I promise you I feel none, my dear sir. If Rotherham is conscious of it, I can only say that I am astonished he should choose to intrude upon a matter which can only concern the family." "No, I am not conscious of it," responded the Marquis, "only of intolerable boredom." Several pairs of eyes turned apprehensively towards Serena, but she was never a fighter who resented a knock in exchange. This one seemed rather to assuage than to exacerbate her wrath. She smiled reluctantly and said in a milder tone, "Well, but what made you come, then?" Mr. Perrott, who had been engaged in spreading some document over the desk, gave a little dry cough and said, "Your ladyship must know that the late Earl appointed my Lord Rotherham to be one of the executors of his will." That this intelligence was as unexpected as it was unwelcome was made plain by the widening of Serena's eyes as she turned them in a look compound of doubt and disgust from Rotherham to the attorney. "I might have guessed that was how it would be," she said, turning aside in mortification and walking back to her seat in the window embrasure. "Then it is a great pity you did not guess," said Rotherham acidly. "I might then have been warned in time to have declined the office, for which I dare say there could be no one more unsuited." She deigned no reply, but averted her face, fixing her gaze once more upon the prospect outside. Her cousin, wearing his new dignities uneasily, was inspired by his evil genius to assume an air of authority, saying in a tone of reproof, "Such conduct as this is quite unbecoming, Serena. Now that the late unhappy event has made me head of the family, I do not scruple to say so. I am sure I do not know what Lord Rotherham must be thinking of such manners." He brought himself under the fire of two pairs of eyes, the one filled with wrathful astonishment, the other with cruel mockery. "Well, you can certainly be sure of that," said Rotherham. "For my part," said Dorrington in a peevish voice, "I consider it very odd in my poor brother, very odd indeed. One would have supposed, however, so it has always been. Eccentric. I can find no other word for it." This provoked Mr. Eaglesham, swelling with annoyance, to point out to his lordship the very remote nature of his connection with the late Earl. There were others, he took leave to tell him, whose claims to have been appointed executor of the will were very much nearer than his. Lord Dorrington's empurpled cheeks then became so alarmingly suffused that Spenborough said hastily that the appointment of Lord Rotherham was perfectly agreeable to him, whatever it might be to others. "Obliging of you," said Rotherham over his shoulder as he crossed the room to where Fanny was still standing nervously beside her chair. "Come, why do you not sit down? he said in his abrupt, rather rough way. "You must be as anxious as any of us, I dare say, to be done with this business." "Oh, yes, thank you," she murmured. She glanced fleetingly up at him as she seated herself, faltering, "I'm very sorry if you dislike it. Indeed, I'm afraid it may be troublesome to you." "Unlikely. Perrott will no doubt attend to everything." He hesitated, and then added in a still brusquer manner, "I should be making you speeches of condolence. Excuse me on that head, if you please. I'm no great hand at polite insincerities, and give you credit for believing that you cannot wish to figure as inconsolable." She was left feeling crushed. He walked away to a chair near the window in which Serena sat, and she, taking advantage of Sir William Claypole's claiming his daughter's attention at that moment, said, "You might give her credit for some natural sorrow. Dutiful. She was most sincerely attached to my father." "Very well. I give her credit for it. She will soon recover from such sentiments, and must be less than honest if she does not feel herself to have been released from a most unnatural tie." He looked at her from under the heavy bar of his black brows, a satirical gleam in his eyes. "Yes, you find yourself in agreement with me, and don't mean to admit it. If sympathizing speeches are expected of me, I will address mine to you. I'm sorry for you, Serena. This bears hard on you." There was no softening either in voice or expression, but she knew him well enough to believe that he meant what he said. "Thank you. I expect I shall go along very tolerably when I have become a little more accustomed." "Yes, if you don't commit some folly. On that chance, however, I would not wager a groat. Don't shoot dagger looks at me. I'm impervious to 'em." "On this occasion, at least, you might spare me your taunts," she said in a low, indignant voice. "Not at all. To spar with me will save you from falling into a green melancholy." She disdained to answer this, but turned again to look out of the window, and he, as indifferent to the snub as to her anger, took up a lounging position in his chair and sardonically surveyed the rest of the company. Of the 6 men present, he gave the least impression of being a mourner at a funeral. His black coat, which he wore buttoned high across his chest, was at odd variance with a neckcloth tied in a sporting fashion peculiarly his own, and his demeanour lacked the solemnity which characterized the elder members of the party. From his appearance, he might have been almost any age, and was, in fact, in the late 30s. Of medium height only, he was very powerfully built, with big shoulders, a deep chest, and thighs by far too muscular to appear to advantage in the prevailing fashion of skin-tight pantaloons. He was seldom seen in such attire, but generally wore top boots and breeches. His coats were well cut, but made so that he could shrug himself into them without assistance, and he wore no other jewellery than his heavy gold signet ring. He had few graces, his manners being blunt to a fault, made as many enemies as friends, and had he not been endowed with birth, rank, and fortune, would possibly have been ostracized from polite circles. But these magical attributes were his, and they acted like a talisman upon his world. His Belcher neckties and his unconventional manners might be deplored, but must be accepted. He was Rotherham. He was not a handsome man, but his countenance was a striking one. His eyes, which were of a curiously light grey, having a great deal of hard brilliance, and being set under straight brows which almost met. His hair was as black as a crow's wing, his complexion swarthy, and the lines of his face were harsh, the brow a little craggy, the chin deeply cleft, and the masterful nose jutting between lean cheeks. His hands were his only beauty, for they combined strength with shapeliness. Any of the dandy set would have used all manner of arts to show them off. My Lord Rotherham dug them into his pockets. Since Lord Dorrington and Mr. Eaglesham showed no disposition to bring their acrimonious dialogue to an end, and Lord Spenborough's polite attempts to recall them to a sense of their surroundings were not attended to, Rotherham intervened, saying impatiently, "Do you mean to continue arguing all day, or are we to hear the will read?" Both gentlemen glared at him, and Mr. Perrott, taking advantage of the sudden silence, spread open a crackling document, and in severe accents announced it to be the last will and testament of George Henry Vernon Carlo, 5th Earl of Spenborough. As Serena had foretold, it contained little of interest to its auditors. Neither Rotherham nor Dorrington had expectations. Sir William Claypole knew his daughter's jointure to be secure, and once Mr. Eaglesham was satisfied that the various keepsakes promised to his wife had been duly bequeathed to her, he, too, lost interest in the reading, and occupied himself in thinking of some pretty cutting things to say to Lord Dorrington. Serena herself sat still with her face turned away, and her eyes on the prospect outside. Shock had at first left no room for any other emotion than grief for the loss of her father. But with the arrival of his successor, the evils of her present situation were more thoroughly brought to her mind. Milverley, which had been her home for the 25 years of her life, was hers no longer. She who had been its mistress would henceforth visit it only as a guest. She was not much given to sentimental reflection, nor during her father's lifetime had she been conscious of any deep attachment to the place. She had taken it for granted, serving it as a matter of duty and tradition. Only now, when it was passing from her, did she realize her double loss. Her spirit sank. It was an effort to keep her countenance, and impossible to chain her attention to the attorney, reciting in a toneless voice and with a wealth of incomprehensible legalities a long list of small personal bequests. All were known to her. Many had been discussed with her. She knew the sources of Fanny's jointure, and which of the estates would furnish her own portion. There could be no surprises, nothing to divert her mind from its melancholy reflections. She was mistaken. Mr. Perrott paused and cleared his throat. After a moment he resumed his reading, his dry voice more expressionless than before. The words, "all my estates at Hernsley and at Ibshaw," intruded upon Serena's wandering thoughts, and informed her that her share of the bequests had been reached at last. The next words brought her head round with a jerk. "To the use of Ivo Spencer Beresford, the most noble, the Marquess of Rotherham." "What?" gasped Serena. "In trust for my daughter Serena Mary," continued Mr. Perrott, slightly raising his voice, "to the intent that he shall allow her during her spinsterhood such sums of money by way of pin money as she has heretofore enjoyed, and upon her marriage, conditional upon such marriage being with his consent and approval, to her use absolutely." An astonished silence succeeded these words. Fanny was looking bewildered, and Serena stunned. Suddenly, the silence was shattered. The most noble, the Marquess of Rotherham, had succumbed to uncontrollable laughter. Chapter 2. Serena was on her feet. "Was my father out of his senses?" she cried. "Rotherham to allow me... Rotherham to consent to my marriage! Oh, infamous! Abominable!" Her feelings choked her. She began to stride about the room, panting for breath, striking her clenched fist into the palm of her other hand, fiercely thrusting her Uncle Dorrington aside when he attempted ponderously to check her. "Pray, Serena, pray, my dear child, be calm.
Abominable indeed, but try to compose yourself, he besought her. Upon my word, to appoint a trustee outside the family, it passes the bounds of belief. I suppose I am not nobody. Your uncle, what more proper person could have been found to appoint? God bless my soul, I was never more provoked.
Certainly, one may say that eccentricity has been carried pretty far, observed Mr. Eaglesham. Very improper. I venture to say that Teresa will most strongly disapprove of it. It must be shocking to any person of sensibility, declared Spenborough. My dear cousin, everyone must enter into your feelings upon this occasion. No one can wonder at your very just displeasure, but depend upon it, there can be found a remedy. Such a whimsical clause might, I dare say, be upset. Perrott will advise us. He paused, looking towards the attorney, who, however, preserved an unencouraging silence. Well, we shall see. At all events, the will cannot be binding to Rotherham. It must be within his power to refuse such a trusteeship, surely. He! The word burst from Serena's lips. She swept round and bore down upon the Marquis as lithe as a wildcat and as dangerous. Was it your doing? Was it? Good God, no, he said contemptuously. A pretty charge to saddle myself with. How could he do such a thing? How could he? She demanded. And without your knowledge and consent? No, no, I don't believe it. When you have come to the end of all this fretting and fuming, perhaps you may. Your father desired nothing so much as our marriage, and this is his way of bringing it about. It's a cock that won't fight, however. No, she said, cheeks and eyes flaming. I will never be so enforced. Nor I, he said brutally. Why, you feather-headed termagant, do you imagine I wish for a wife upon such terms? You mistake the matter, my girl, believe me. Then release me from so intolerable a situation. To be obliged to beg your consent. Something must be done. It must be possible. My whole fortune tied up. Pin money. Good God, how could Papa treat me so? Will you assign the trust to my cousin? Will you do that? Poor devil, no. If I could, I would not. You would bully him into giving his consent to your marriage to the first wastrel that offered, only to break the trust. Well, you won't bully me, so make up your mind to that, Serena. She flung away from him and resumed her restless pacing, tears of rage running down her face. Fanny went to her, laying a hand on her arm, saying in a beseeching tone, Serena, dearest Serena. She stood rigidly, her throat working. Fanny, don't touch me. I am not safe. Fanny found herself being pushed unceremoniously aside. Rotherham, who had come up behind her, seized Serena's wrists and held them in a hard grasp. You have edified us enough, he said harshly. A little more conduct would be becoming in you. No, you will neither hit me nor claw my eyes out. Be still, Serena, and think what a figure you make of yourself. There was a pause. Fanny trembled for the issue, herself a good deal distressed. The stormy eyes, shifting from Rotherham's dark face, found hers. The glare went out of them. A shuddering sigh broke from Serena. She said, Oh, Fanny, I beg your pardon. I didn't hurt you, did I? No, no, never, Fanny cried. Serena began unconsciously to rub the wrists which Rotherham had released. She glanced round the room and gave a rather hysterical little laugh. Indeed, I'm very sorry. I am behaving so badly, and have thrown you all into embarrassment. Pray excuse me. Rotherham, I must see you before you leave Milverley. Will you come to me, if you please, in the little drawing-room? At once, if you wish it. Oh, no. My senses are quite disordered still. You must give me time to mend my temper if I'm not to be betrayed again into unbecoming warmth. She hurried out of the room, repulsing Fanny, who would have accompanied her, with a gesture and a quick shake of her head. Her departure unleashed the tongues of her relations. Mr. Eaglesham, deploring so passionate a disposition, and recalling his wife's various pronouncements on the subject, Fanny firing up in defence, Dorrington ascribing the outbreak to Rotherham's provoking manners, and Spenborough reiterating his determination to overset the clause. This at once led to further disputation, for Dorrington, while agreeing that the clause should be overset, resented Spenborough's assumption of authority, and Mr. Eaglesham, on general grounds, was opposed to any scheme of Dorrington's. Even Claypole was drawn, though reluctantly, into expressing an opinion, but Mr. Perrott, waiting with jellied calm for the discussion to end, met all appeals with non-committal repressiveness. And Rotherham, his shoulders to the door, his arms folded across his chest, and one leg crossed negligently over the other, appeared to consider himself the audience to a farce which at once bored and slightly diverted him. It lasted too long for his patience, however, and he put a ruthless end to it, interrupting Dorrington to say, "You will none of you overset it, and you are none of you concerned in it, so you may as well stop making gudgeons of yourselves." "Sir, you are offensive," declared Mr. Eaglesham, glaring at him. "I do not hesitate to tell you so." "Why should you? I don't hesitate to tell you you're a mutton head. I collect that you think her aunt the properest person to control Serena's hand and fortune. You'd look mighty blue if you could succeed in foisting that charge onto Lady Teresa. What a trimming she would give you, by God." Lord Dorrington burst into a rumbling laugh, which immediately set him coughing and wheezing. Mr. Eaglesham, much incensed, opened his mouth to retaliate, and then, as the appalling truth of Rotherham's words came home to him, shut it again, and seethed in silence. After regarding him sardonically for a moment or two, Rotherham nodded at the attorney and said, "You may now read us the rest of this original document." Mr. Perrott bowed and replaced the spectacles on his nose. The will contained no further surprises and was listened to without comment. Only at the end of the reading did Rotherham unfold his arms and stroll over to the desk, holding out an imperative hand. Mr. Perrott put the will into it. The stiff sheets were flicked over. In frowning silence the Marquis studied the fatal clause. He then tossed the document onto the desk, saying, "Ramshackle," and walked out of the room. His departure was the signal for the break-up of the party. Mr. Perrott, declining Fanny's civil offer of hospitality, was the first to take leave. He was accompanied out of the library by the new Earl, who desired information on several points, and followed almost immediately by Mr. Eaglesham, who was engaged to spend the night with friends in Gloucester, and by Lord Dorrington, who had had the forethought to bespeak dinner at one of his favourite posting-houses, and was anxious lest it should spoil. Fanny soon found herself alone with her father, who, with Spenborough, was remaining at Milverley until the morrow. She awaited his first words with a fast-beating heart. But these, not surprisingly, were devoted not to her affairs, but to Serena's. "An awkward business," Sir William said. "Quite unaccountable. A strange man, Spenborough." She agreed to it, but faintly. "One cannot wonder at your daughter-in-law's vexation, but I should be sorry to see any daughter of mine in such a passion." "Oh, pray do not regard it, Papa. In general she's so good, but this coming as it does at such a moment when she is in so much affliction and behaving so beautifully. The distressing circumstances, too, her previous connection with Rotherham, the most ungentlemanly language he used. She must be pardoned. She is so good." "You astonish me. Your mamma was much inclined to think her not at all the thing. She has some odd ways. But there, these great ladies think they may behave as they please. I dare say she would tie her garter in public, as the saying goes.
Oh, indeed, you misjudge her, Papa. If she is an unusual girl, recollect that to dear Lord Spenborough she was more a son than a daughter. Ah, it is an unhappy thing for a girl to lose her mother. No more than 12 years of age, was she? Well, well, you're very right, my dear. Allowances must be made for her. I am very sensible to it, particularly now, when I should have wished above all things that I could have brought your mother to you. Fanny was too much astonished at having her opinion deferred to by him to do more than murmur a confused assent. It is an unfortunate circumstance that she should be lying in when her presence must have been a comfort to you. Oh, yes, I mean, that is, it was so kind of her to have spared you to me. No question of that. I never knew your mamma to give way to crotchets of that kind. Besides, you know, a 10th lying in is by no means the same thing as a first. One does not make a piece of work over it. She will be sadly disappointed, however, not to receive better news of you than I can carry to her. Not that my hopes were high. After 3 years it was scarcely to be expected. A sad pity upon all counts. She hung her head, blushing deeply, and he made haste to add, I don't mean to reproach you, my dear, however much I must wish it had been otherwise. I dare say Spenborough felt it. She replied in so suffocated a voice that only the words, always so considerate, could be distinguished. I am glad to hear you say so. It is no very pleasant thing to know that one's possessions must pass into the hands of some trumpery cousin. No great thing, the new Earl, is he? But I hold him to be as much to blame as you. What a freak to contract inflammation of the lungs while the succession was still unsure. I never knew such improvidence. He sounded indignant, but recollected immediately to whom he spoke, and begged pardon. There is no sense in dwelling upon the matter, to be sure. For your sake it is a great deal to be regretted. Your rank must always command respect, but had you been the mother of a son, your consequence would have been enhanced beyond anything, and your future decided. As things have fallen out, it is otherwise. I don't know, Fanny, if you have any thoughts on this head. She gathered her forces together, and replied with tolerable firmness, Yes, Papa. I have the intention of removing to the dower house with dear Serena. He was taken aback. With Lady Serena? I am persuaded it is what Lord Spenborough would have desired me to do. She must not be deserted. I imagine there can be no question of that. She has her uncle, and that aunt who brought her out after all. Spenborough, too, was saying to me this morning that he and my lady hoped she would continue to make this her home. I own I thought it handsome of him. To be taking a firebrand into one's family is not what I should choose. Hartley and Jane, Lord and Lady Spenborough, I mean, have been everything that is kind. Serena is fully conscious of it, but she knows it would not do. If you please, Papa, I believe it to be my duty to take care of Serena. You take care of her? He ejaculated, laughing. I wish I may see it. She coloured, but said, Indeed, it is she who has taken care of me, but I am her mother-in-law, and the most proper person to act as her chaperone, sir. He considered this, and yielded a reluctant assent. It might be thought so indeed, but at your age, I don't know what your mamma will say to it. Besides, the young lady with that fortune at her back will very soon be snapped up, temper and all. She has too strong a mind to be taken in. I don't fancy she will be married for a little while yet, Papa. Very true. Nothing of that nature can be contemplated for a year at least. You will keep strict mourning, of course. Your mamma was inclined to think that you should return to Hartland for that period, for however much you may be known as the Dowager Countess, my dear, it cannot be denied that you are by far too young to live alone. We had some notion that when you put off your mourning, and will no doubt be thinking of setting up an establishment of your own, you might take one of your sisters to live with you. But that is to look some way ahead, and I don't mean to dictate to you. There is something to be said for this scheme of yours after all. You have been used to be the mistress of a great house, my dear, and you would not like to be living at Hartland again in the old way. No, I am much disposed to think that you have hit upon the very thing to make all straight. That is, if you believe that you can be comfortable with Lady Serena. Oh, yes, so very comfortable. Well, I should never have thought it. I only hope she may not get into a scrape. You will be blamed for it if she does. Her character is unsteady. That was plain, when she made herself the talk of the town by jilting Rotherham. You were still in the schoolroom, but I well remember what an uproar it caused. I believe the wedding cards had actually been sent out. It was very bad, but indeed, Papa, I honour her for her resolution in drawing back before it was too late. Dear Lord Spenborough wished the match to take place, but nothing, I am persuaded, could have been more ineligible. He liked Rotherham because he's such a great sportsman and such a splendid rider to hounds, and he could never be brought to see that he would be a dreadfully harsh and disagreeable husband. He would have made Serena so unhappy. He's the most hateful man, and takes a delight in vexing her. You must have heard the way he speaks to her, the things he doesn't scruple to say. Aye, and I heard her, too. A very improper style she uses towards him. Let me tell you, Fanny, that there is something very displeasing in that bold manner of hers. She expresses herself with a freedom I would not tolerate in one of my daughters. She has known him since she was a child, has never stood upon ceremony with him. If she is sometimes betrayed into unbecoming warmth, it is his fault for so unkindly provoking her. And as for temper, I'm sure he has a worse one than hers could ever be. Well, it's plain you have a fondness for her, my dear, he said indulgently. For my part, I would not be in Rotherham's shoes at this moment for something. He may think himself fortunate if he comes off without a scratched face, I dare say. But when he joined her in the little drawing-room, Rotherham found Serena quite composed. He said as he closed the door, "What now? Am I here to be entreated or abused?" She bit her lip, but said, "You would not be moved by either, I suppose?" "Not in the least. Then I'm quite at your disposal if you wish to continue quarrelling with me." "I am determined not to do so." He smiled. "That resolution will be broken soon enough. What do you want, Serena?" "I wish you will sit down." "Ivo, what is to be done?" "Nothing." "You cannot mean to accept the trust." "Why not?" "Good God! One moment's reflection must be enough to make you see how intolerable it would be for both of us." "Well, I can see why you should think it intolerable. Why should I find it so?" "You don't want for sense, so I suppose you are trying to provoke me. Can you doubt that the story will be one of the on dits of the town within a week? My Uncle Dorrington will take care of that. Everyone will be talking about it and laughing at it." "This is a new come-out for you, Serena," he said admiringly. "You were never used to give a straw for what anyone might say of you." She flushed and looked away. "You are mistaken. In any event, to have everyone watching us would be detestable." Oh, let 'em watch. They'll be tired of it by the time you're out of black gloves, and in the meanwhile, won't worry me. To have everyone conjecturing. Lord, Serena, I've been food for conjecture any time these dozen years. There have been some very good stories made up about me, too.
She looked despairingly at him. I know this humour too well to suppose it is of the least use to continue talking. You mean to fob me off by pretending not to understand me?
No, I don't. I understand you very well, but you're refining too much upon it. There's nothing remarkable in my being appointed to be your trustee. Everyone knows I was one of your father's closest friends, and no one would be surprised he chose to name me rather than that old fool Dorrington, or that rasher of Winge your aunt married.
No. If it had not been for that wretched engagement, she said frankly, that is what makes it so intolerable. Papa's intention is blatant.
You can console yourself with the reflection that it is I and not you who will be a laughing-stock for the vulgar, he said grimly. How can you talk so? I promise you I don't wish you to be put into such a position.
Don't waste a thought upon it.
I'm inured. Oh, how odious you are, she exclaimed with suppressed violence. That sounds more like you, he said cordially. I thought it would not be long.
She controlled herself with a strong effort not lost on him, tightly gripping her hands together in her lap and clenching her teeth on her lower lip.
Take care, Serena. You will go into strong convulsions if you bottle up so much spleen. She was always quick to perceive the ridiculous, and gave a gasp. Her eyes did indeed flash a challenge, but her sense of humour got the better of her temper, and she burst out laughing. Oh, at least own that you would provoke a saint. I never tried to. You are no saint. No, alas, she sighed. Come, don't tease me, Ivo, pray. Is there no way of upsetting that infamous will? I should imagine not. I'm no lawyer, however. Consult your father's attorney. I warn you, he returned no very encouraging answers to your uncles when they appealed to him. I dare say it might be upset if I were to contravene the trust, but I shan't. If you were to refuse to act, I shan't do that either. You wouldn't get control of your fortune if I did. And that's what you chiefly want, isn't it? Of course it is. My father gave me £250 a year for pin money, and that was very well while he lived. But how the deuce am I to support myself on such a sum? Don't try to bamboozle me, my girl. Your mother's fortune was settled on you. £10,000 invested in the funds. The whole of my income will be less than £700. Good God, Ivo! I dare say Papa must have spent as much on my hunters alone. Oh, more. Gave 1,000 guineas for that flea-bitten grey which carried you so well last season. But you'll hardly hunt this year. This year? No. But am I to be reduced to penury all the days of my life? She demanded. What if I should remain a spinster? Has any provision been made for that contingency? No, none. I looked particularly at the will to be sure of it, he replied. A damned ill-managed business. But I suppose he thought there was no fear the point would arise.
He has certainly done his best to thrust me into marriage with the first man who is so obliging as to offer for me, she said bitterly. You're forgetting something, my love. She looked mistrustfully at him. No, your consent must be obtained. Just so. But make yourself easy. I shan't withhold it unreasonably. You would do anything to spite me. Well, if I do, you will have a very good case against me and will no doubt be able to break the trust. Meanwhile, let me give you a piece of advice. If you don't wish to afford the world matter for gossip, assume the appearance, at least, of complaisance. How you came to make such a ninny-hammer of yourselves for all those fools to gape at, I know not. Rail at me in private, if you choose, but in public, behave so that the interested may believe you to be very well satisfied with the arrangement, and see nothing in it but what is natural and comfortable. She was obliged to acknowledge the good sense of this advice. But for the rest, how shall I do? Can I support myself on so little, Ivo? You might do so on much less, but from what I know of you, you would not. But what is all this talk of supporting yourself? You don't mean to set up your establishment, do you? That your father never intended. No, I don't. But if I did, you could not prevent me. At least I don't have to win your odious consent for anything but marriage. You don't. But if you indulged in any such folly, your debts would very soon teach you the unwisdom of flouting my advice, he retorted. Her bosom swelled, but she said nothing. Well, what do you mean to do? He asked. I shall remain with Lady Spenborough, she answered coldly. She discovered that he was frowning and raised her brows. Pray, have you any objection? No, I've no objection. You won't feel yourself straitened at all events while you live under her roof, and she has been so handsomely provided for that she may well support you. But here? At the Dower House. I perceive that displeases you. You must be ingenious indeed if you can hit upon a plausible reason to account for your disapproval. I am not displeased. I don't disapprove. And if you show hackle again without cause, you may expect to have your ears boxed as they have never been yet, more's the pity, he said savagely. Live where you choose, it's all one to me. Have you anything more to say? No, I have not. And I should be very happy to think I need never say another word to you for as long as I live. And of all things in the world there is nothing so abominable and contemptible and cowardly and ungentlemanly as persons who walk out of the room when one is addressing them. He had opened the door, but at that he burst out laughing and shut it again. Very well, but I warn you, I shall give as good as I get. You need not tell me that. If you don't disapprove, why did you scowl so? My habitual expression, possibly. It was unintentional, I assure you. The thought in my mind was merely that it would be better for you to remove from this vicinity. To be situated at the Dower House cannot be anything but painful to you, Serena. Believe me. She said impulsively, Oh, I beg your pardon, but how could I guess you meant nothing but kindness? A home thrust, he interjected. No, I didn't mean it so. Only in general, but never mind that. I know it must be painful to remain here, but I think that is the kind of sensibility I ought to overcome. And you know, Ivo, my cousin is not quite up to the trick. So I should imagine. He is a very good sort of man in his way, and he wishes to do just as he ought. But although he has been the heir at law, he was not bred to succeed Papa, and I fancy he never expected that it would come to that. So what with that, and Papa's not liking him above half, he has never been put in the way of things here, and the truth is that he's not fit to go. What is that to the purpose? Why, don't you see? I shall be able to help him in 1,000 ways, and to school him a little, and to see that all goes on as it should. Good God! Serena, take my word for it. You would be very ill-advised to undertake anything of the sort. No, you mistake, Ivo. It was my cousin's own suggestion. He told me that he hoped I would remain at Milverley and put him in the way of things. Of course, I would never do that. But I was a good deal touched, and I don't doubt I can be just as useful to him if I live with Fanny at the Dower House. Nor do I, he said, with the flash of a wry grin. If your cousin wants information, let him seek it of your father's agent. I dare say he will. But although Mr. Morley is an excellent person, he was not bred here as I was. It is not a part of him. Oh,
I express myself so clumsily, but you must surely know what I mean." "I do," he said. "It is precisely what I meant when I counselled you to remove from this neighbourhood."
Chapter 3. It had been the wish of both Fanny and Serena to have removed themselves from the great house as soon as possible after the funeral, but in the event several weeks elapsed before they at last found themselves installed at the Dower House. This house, which stood on the fringe of the park and at no great distance from the little town of Quenbury, was a pretty, old-fashioned building which had been inhabited until some 15 months earlier by Serena's elder, widowed aunt. Upon the death of this lady, it had been lived in by an old servant only, the various schemes for its occupation by this or that distant relative having all of them, from one cause or another, fallen through. It was discovered that some repairs and renovations were needed to make it properly habitable. Serena ordered these to be set in hand immediately, forgetting her altered status at Milverley. Her cousin found her in conference with the estate carpenter in the dismantled drawing-room at the Dower House, and when they rode back to Milverley together, startled her by saying, "I am glad that you have given your orders to Staines. If I had not been so much occupied yesterday, I should have desired him to come up to see you, and to do whatever you may require of him." She felt as though she had received a slap in the face, and gasped, "I beg your pardon." He assured her, very kindly, that there was not the least need of apology. But she was deeply mortified, knowing herself to have erred in a way that was most likely to cause resentment. She tried to make further amends. He said that he perfectly understood, reiterated his wish that she would always look upon Milverley as her home, and left her with a strong desire to hasten the preparations for her departure. But even had the Dower House been ready for instant occupation, it would scarcely have been possible for her to have left Milverley. The task of assembling all her own and Fanny's personal belongings proved to be a far more difficult and protracted one than she had anticipated. 1,000 unforeseen difficulties arose, and she was constantly being applied to by her cousin for information and advice. She could not but pity him. He was a shy, unassuming man, more painstaking than able, who plainly found the unexpected change in his circumstances overwhelming. That he might succeed his cousin he had never regarded as more than a remote possibility, and since the Earl had shared this view, he had never been granted the opportunity to become familiar with all the details of the great estate. He came to it from a far more modest establishment, where he had been living in quiet content with his wife and his youthful family, and for many weeks felt crushed by the appalling weight of fortune, lands, and title. In Serena's presence he had the uncomfortable sensation of being a nonentity, but he was really very grateful to her, and knew that he would have found himself in a worse case without her, since she could always explain the meaning of the mysteries uttered by such persons as agents and bailiffs. With these he had not learned to be at ease. He knew himself to be under close observation. They assumed that he had knowledge which he lacked. He was afraid to appear contemptible by confessing ignorance, and relied on Serena to make all plain. She thought he would do better when he had his wife beside him, for it appeared from the many references to Jane's capabilities that hers was the stronger character. But the new Countess was not coming to Milverley until their London house had been disposed of. She seemed to be very busy, and scarcely a day passed without her writing to know whether she should sell some piece of furniture or send it to Milverley, what he wished her to do about the new barouche, whether she should employ Pickfords to convey all their heavy cases to Milverley, and a dozen other problems of the same nature. Serena found that she was obliged to spend several days in London. The preparation of the house in Grosvenor Square for its new owner could not be wholly entrusted to servants. Fanny, whom travel always made unwell, shrank from the journey, so Serena, undertaking to execute all her commissions, set out with no other escort than her maid in a hired post-chaise. It was a novel experience, all her previous journeys having been made either in her father's company or under the direction of a courier, but she was in no way daunted, finding it rather amusing to be paying her own shot at the posting-house in which she spent the night, contracting for the hire of horses and postilions, and ordering her own dinner. But Lady Teresa, whose guest she was shocked beyond measure, dared not guess what her father would have said, ascribed it all to her having cried off from her engagement to Rotherham, and recalled with approval her own girlhood, when she had never done so much as walk in the park at Milverley without having her footman in attendance. It was painful to visit the house in Grosvenor Square under such altered circumstances, and disagreeable to discover that Lady Spenborough had already inspected it from cellars to attics. Serena was thunderstruck when this news was divulged to her by the housekeeper. She had not believed such conduct to be possible. There could be no denying that her ladyship had every right to go to the house, but there was a want of delicacy about the proceeding which gave a disagreeable impression hard to shake off. It was excused by the Countess herself, who paid a morning visit at Lady Teresa's house in Park Street for the express purpose of explaining to Serena the peculiar exigency which had made it necessary for her to go to Grosvenor Square. All was glossed over in a speech beginning with the words, "I dare say you must have wondered a little." But although Serena forgave, she was unable to forget, and had never been in such sympathy with her aunt as when that lady later described the Countess's behaviour as encroaching, and such as sank her below reproach. But Lady Teresa was not astonished, for she had never liked Jane. From the outset, she had detected beneath the insipid formality of her manners a sort of shabby gentility which had quite given her a disgust of the young woman. She dressed badly, too, had no countenance, and grossly indulged her children. It was not until November that Fanny and Serena were at last installed at the Dower House. So much preparation and bustle had been attached to the arrival at Milverley of Lady Spenborough and her hopeful family, and so many pinpricks had to be endured, that Serena was able to agree wholeheartedly with Fanny when she exclaimed, as they sat down to their first dinner in their new home, "Oh, how comfortable this is!" Wearied out by all the exertions of the past weeks, she believed that she could be happy in her new surroundings, and looked forward with confidence to the future. The sensation of being uncomfortably cooped up would pass when she grew more accustomed to living in small rooms. It would be amusing to mingle freely with such neighbours as she had previously received only on public days. She was sure she would find plenty to do and to be interested in. Alas, for such sanguine hopes. There were more trials to be endured than she had suspected. She had foreseen that the loss of her father's companionship would be hard to bear, but not that she would find herself pining for things she would have voted a year earlier a great bore. In her world, winters were enlivened by visits. One expected to spend a week at Badminton, another at Woburn. One presided over shooting parties, rode to hounds, and entertained a succession of guests. All this was at an end. She had never dreamed that she could miss it so intolerably. She recalled the many occasions on which she had inveighed against the necessity of inviting this or that person to stay at Milverley, but it would not do. That was the life to which she had been bred, and she could not easily relinquish it. Nor could she cross the threshold of Milverley without suffering a pang. Its occupation by her cousins seemed scarcely less deplorable than the invasion of Rome by the Goths. She knew herself to be unreasonable, and for a long time never confided even to Fanny the burning resentment that consumed her every time the new owners departed from some trivial but time-honored custom. "We think," and "we prefer," were words too often heard on Jane's tongue, uttered with a calm complacency which was in itself an offence. As for Hartley, it required a real effort for her to maintain friendly relations with anyone so unworthy to succeed her father. She acknowledged his wish to do right. She was aware of the difficulties that confronted him, but when he confessed himself to be no racing man, and divulged that he meant to dispose of his predecessor's string, she could not have been more shocked if he had declared himself to have become a follower of Mahomet. She was not mollified by his considering it to be his duty to hunt a little. His horsemanship, judged by her standards, did him little credit. Fanny saw how much she was chafed, and grieved over it, but could not enter into her sentiments. Her changed circumstances exactly suited Fanny. She had never felt herself at home at Milverley. The dower house was just what she liked, a dining room suitable for the entertainment of no more than 6 persons. A pretty drawing-room and a cosy breakfast parlour were infinitely preferable to her than 6 huge saloons, leading one out of the other, and the exchange of endless echoing galleries for 2 neat halls, one over the other, was to her a gain. To consult with her housekeeper on such questions as how mutton should be dressed for dinner, or pippins best preserved in jelly, to spend the mornings in the still-room, or in overlooking her linen, was exactly what she liked, and what Serena was no hand at all. Indeed, Serena knew nothing of such matters. It was natural to her to command. She had reigned over her father's household to admiration, triumphantly confuting the older ladies who had considered her too young to succeed in such a charge. But her notion of housekeeping was to summon the steward, or the groom of the chambers, and to give him a general direction. Had an ill-chosen dinner ever been sent to table, she would have taken instant steps to ensure that such an accident should not be repeated. But had she been required to compose a menu, she would have been as hard put to it to do so as to boil an egg, or make up her own bed. As Fanny had been thankful to leave the reins of government at Milverley in her hands, so was she now content to let Fanny manage all the domestic affairs at the dower house. She could only marvel that she should enjoy the task, and find so much to interest her in such restricted surroundings. But the more brilliant the parties at Milverley had been, the more Fanny had dreaded them. Her disposition was retiring, her understanding not powerful, and her marriage had followed so swiftly on her emergence from the schoolroom that she had come to it with little knowledge of her husband's world, and none at all of its personalities. Her grace and gentle dignity had supported her through many ordeals, and only she knew what nerve-racking work it had been during the first months of marriage to take part in conversations which bristled with elliptical references to events of which she was ignorant, or to persons whom she had never met. To receive a visit from Mrs. Aylsham from the Grange, or to listen to Jane's anecdotes about her children, suited her very well. Serena could imagine nothing more insipid, and hardly knew how to sit through such sessions without yawning. The Milverley ladies, though acquainted with most of the neighbouring gentry, had never been intimate with any. The gulf that lay between Milverley and more modest establishments was too great to allow of anything approaching a free exchange of hospitality, and although the 5th Earl had been affable to his neighbours, and Serena meticulous in the observances of civility, it was generally felt that a dinner or an evening party at Milverley called for no reciprocal invitation. On hunting days, if the last point had carried him far from Milverley, it was not unusual for his lordship to take his pot-luck in the house of some hunting acquaintance. As often as not he would have his daughter with him, the pair of them muddied to the eyebrows, and no guests, it was agreed, could have been less haughty or easier to entertain. But after being passed from footman to footman on the way up the grand stairway at Milverley, traversing several saloons, being received in the long drawing-room by the Lady Serena, and sitting down to his lordship's notion, genially expressed, of just a neat, plain dinner, there were few ladies with minds of so lofty an order that they could contemplate without an inward shudder any formal return of such hospitality. When the stepmother and daughter took up their residence at the dower house, a great deal of diffidence was felt by the well-bred, and all but pushing persons of no sensibility waited to see what attitude they would assume towards their neighbours before thrusting upon them civilities which might be unwelcome. With the result, said Serena, fully alive to the scruples operating on the minds of the delicate, that we are left to the mercy of the Ibsleys and that odious Laleham woman, my dear Fanny. Oh, I must tell you that I came smash up against Mrs. Orrell in Quenbury this morning and taxed her openly with neglect. You know that unaffected way she has. She told me with such a twinkle that old Lady Orrell had said to her that she hoped she would not be in a hurry to leave cards on us, for that would be lowering herself to Lady Laleham's level. You may imagine how I roared. Oh, did you tell her how happy we should be to receive her? To be sure I did. But you would have been shocked, Fanny. We enjoyed a delightful gossip, and made out between us that Lady Laleham's beginnings must have been wholly vulgar. Don't eat me. I know how much you affect her society. Oh, now, Serena, you know very well that... But what is one to do? Sir Walter Laleham's having been a friend of your dear papa's makes it so impossible for us to snub her. I can't conceive how he came to marry her. Oh, he was all to pieces, and she had a great fortune, or was a great heiress, or some such thing. I pity her daughters. She has them in complete subjection, and depend upon it, she means them all to contract brilliant marriages. She may succeed with Emily, but I defy her to foist the freckled one onto anything better than a baronet. How can you, Serena? Protested Fanny. I'm sure I could not. No, pray, be serious. I dare say Anne will be quite as pretty as Emily in a year or two, and I do think Emily quite delightfully pretty, don't you? Only I do hope she may not be persuaded into doing anything she doesn't quite like. I tell you what, Fanny, I shouldn't wonder at it if all this toad-eating is directed to that end. Lady Laleham hopes to jockey you into sponsoring Emily. Oh, no, surely she could not. Besides, there's no need. She seems to know everyone and to go everywhere. Franked by the Lalehams, yes, but she's as shrewd as she can hold together and knows very well she is only tolerated. She's the kind of person one's obliged to invite to a rout party, but never to a dinner for one's friends. Fanny admitted the truth of this, but said, yes, her manners are not at all vulgar, and she doesn't precisely toad-eat one. Her manners have all the tiresome formality of those who dare not unbend for fear of appearing not quite the thing, and her toad-eating is of the most unendurable order of that ancient art. I swear I prefer the truckler to that ridiculous parade of grandeur. You and I, dear Lady Spenborough, a woman of quality's laugh, as we know, Lady Serena. Oof. Oh, yes, very bad. Quite absurd. But I like Emily, do not you? She's such a lively girl, with such natural, confiding manners. Too easily quelled. It is a study to see her guilt-stricken countenance when Mamma's basilisk eyes admonish her. I will allow her to be both natural and beautiful, but if you have discovered more wit in her than may be stowed in your thimble and leave room to spare, you have remarkable powers of discernment, my dear. Oh, but you are so clever, Serena, Fanny said simply. I? Exclaimed Serena incredulously. Oh, yes. Everyone says so, and indeed, it is true. My dear Fanny, what in the world are you at? I've not the smallest pretensions to anything more than common sense. But you have. You have a well-informed mind, and you always know what to say to people. Why, when the Castlereaghs were staying with us last year, I was quite lost in admiration at the way you contrived to talk to him, when I could think of nothing to say but the merest commonplace. Good gracious, what nonsense! That style of thing, I promise you, is nothing but a trick. You forget how long I've been knocking about the world. When you're as old as I am, you'll be doing the same. Oh, no, I shall never be able to, Fanny said, shaking her head. I am quite as stupid as Emily Laleham, and I'm sure you must often be quite provoked by me. Never till this moment, Serena declared with a slightly heightened colour, but in a rallying tone. Good God! If ever I have another suitor, I'll take good care to keep him out of your way. You would make him believe me a blue-stocking, and after that, farewell to my chance of contracting even a respectable marriage. That made Fanny laugh, and no more was said. But Serena was shocked to realize how truly she had spoken. Much as she loved the gentle creature, she was sometimes provoked by her simplicity, and often longed for the companionship of someone with wits to match her own. It was hard to accustom herself to what she thought a dawdling way of living, and harder still to abandon her hunting. That, while she was in deep mourning, she must always have done, but she might, had either Fanny or her cousin shared her passion, have enjoyed some gallops. But Fanny was a very nervous horsewoman, willing to amble with her along the lanes, but cast into an agony of apprehension at the merest suggestion of jumping the smallest obstacle, and Hartley regarded horses as nothing more than a means of getting from one place to another. She had felt herself obliged to send her hunters to Tattersall's, retaining only one little spurting thoroughbred mare, which could be stabled at the Dower House. The stables there had not been built to accommodate more than 6 horses, and although Hartley had politely begged her to consider the Milverley stables as much her own as they had ever been, her pride would not allow her to be so much beholden to him. Fanny, knowing what a grief it must be to her, was aghast, but Serena, who could not bear to have a wound touched or even noticed, said lightly, "Oh, fiddle! What's the use of keeping hunters one can't ride? I can't afford to have them eating their heads off, and I know of no reason why my cousin should." Shortly before Christmas, they received a visit from Lord Rotherham. One of his estates, not his principal seat, which was situated in quite another part of the country, but a smaller and more favoured residence, was Clay Cross Abbey, which lay some 10 miles beyond Quenbury. He rode over on a damp, cheerless day and was ushered into the drawing-room to find Serena alone there, engaged not very expertly in knotting a fringe. "Good God, Serena!" he ejaculated, checking on the threshold. She had never been more glad to see him. Every grudge was forgotten in delight at this visit from one who represented at that moment a lost world. "Rotherham!" she cried, jumping up and going to him with her hand held out. "Of all the charming surprises!" "My poor girl, you must be bored," he said. She laughed. "Witness my occupation. To tears, I assure you. I was so extravagant as to send to London for a parcel of new books, thinking to be kept well entertained for at least a month. But having been so improvident as to swallow Guy Mannering almost at one gulp, has it come in your way? I like it better, I think, than Waverley. I am left with The Pastor's Fireside, which seems sadly flat, A History of New England, for which I am not in the correct humour, a most tedious Life of Napoleon, written in verse, if you please, and of all imaginable things, an inquiry into rent. Fanny has failed miserably to teach me to do tambour work that doesn't shame the pair of us, so in desperation I am knotting a fringe. But sit down and tell me what has been going on in the world all this time." "Nothing that I know of. You must have seen that Wellington and Castlereagh carried it against old Blucher. For the rest, the only on-dits which have come in my way are that Sir Hudson Lowe has his eye on a handsome widow, and that the Princess of Wales is now taken to driving about the Italian countryside in a resplendent carriage drawn by cream-coloured ponies, rehearsing an appearance at Astley's, no doubt. Tell me how you go on. Oh, tolerably well. What has brought you into Gloucestershire? Do you mean to spend your Christmas at Claycross? Yes, an unwilling sacrifice on the altar of duty. My sister comes tomorrow, bringing with her I know not how many of her offspring. And my cousin Cordelia, labouring apparently under the mistaken belief that I must be pining for a sight of my wards, brings the whole pack down upon me on Thursday. Good heavens, what a houseful! I wonder you would not rather invite them to Delford. I invited them nowhere. Augusta informed me that I should be delighted to receive them all. And as for taking Cordelia's eldest cub into Leicestershire at this season, no, I thank you. I have more regard for my horses, and should certainly prefer Gerard not to break his neck while under my aegis. She frowned and said, with a touch of asperity, "It is a pity you cannot be kinder to that boy." "I might be, if his mother were less so," he responded coolly. "I think it is not in your nature. You have neither patience nor compunction, Ivo." "On your tongue the stricture sits oddly, my dear Serena." She flushed. "I hope that at least I have compunction." "So do I, but I have not seen it." Her eyes flashed, but she choked back a retort, saying after a moment's struggle, "I beg your pardon. You remind me, very properly, that your conduct towards your wards is no concern of mine." "Good science, Serena," he said approvingly. "I am now thrown in the close, and shall make no attempt to come up to time. You are at liberty to censure my conduct towards my wards as much as you please. But why waste these remarks on me? Cordelia will certainly drive over to pay you a visit, and will be delighted to learn your opinion of me. It is identical with her own." Fanny entered the room as Serena exclaimed, "Oh, can we never be for 10 minutes together without quarrelling? I believe it has been rather longer than that, so we may plume ourselves upon the improvement," he replied, rising and shaking hands with Fanny. "How do you do? You have no occasion to look dismayed. I came only to pay my respects, and have already stayed too long. I hope you're well." She had never known how to reply to such speeches as this, and coloured hotly, stammering that she was so glad, hoping he would stay to dine. They had not expected that. "No, thank you, no. I have business with Spenborough, and paused here only on my way to Milverley." "You need not vent your anger on poor Fanny," Serena said indignantly. "I have no compunction," he flung at her. "My sister spends Christmas at Claycross, Lady Spenborough, and has charged me to discover from you whether you are yet receiving visitors." "Oh, yes. We shall be very happy to see Lady Silchester. Pray assure her it is most kind." He bowed and took his leave of them. Fanny gave a sigh of relief and said, "I am so thankful. Mrs. Stowe tells me that the turbot had to be thrown away, and to have been obliged to have set an indifferent dinner before Lord Rotherham would have made me feel ready to sink. How he would have looked! What has put him out of temper?" "Must you ask? I did, of course." "Dearest Serena, indeed you should not." "No, I did mean not to quarrel. Only I said something severe. Well, it was true enough, but I never thought it would touch him on the raw. I'm sorry for it, but I dare say if we'd not quarrelled over that, we should have done so over something else." "Oh, dear. But perhaps he won't visit us again," said Fanny hopefully. Chapter 4. Fanny's hope was soon proved to be ill-founded. 2 days later, Serena, who had been walking in the park, returned to the Dower House to find a strange carriage standing in the stable-yard. Even as she recognized the crest on the panel, Rotherham came out of the stable, and after the curtest of greetings said abruptly,
That mare of yours is too short in the back." "Nonsense," she replied. "I never talk nonsense about horseflesh." She laughed, putting back the hood from her bright hair. "I have a wager with myself that I will once meet you without quarrelling, so let us agree that the mare is by far too short in the back, has weak hocks as well, and very likely a spavin forming." A smile glimmered. He said in a milder voice, "Where have you been walking? I should have thought it too dirty a day to lure you out for any other exercise than hunting." She stifled a sigh. "Don't speak of hunting. I believe they met today at Normanstow, and I've been thinking that the scent must be running breast high. How comes it that you are not out?" "Augusta commanded me to escort her here instead." "I pity you. Is she with Fanny? I must go in." He began to walk with her towards the house, the long skirt of his driving coat of white drab brushing his ankles. "Do you continue to stable your other horses at Milverley?" he demanded. She hesitated. "I might have done so, but no." "Where, then?" "Why, the truth is, I've sold them," she said lightly. He looked thunderstruck. "Sold them? Good God! Am I to understand that your cousin would not house them for you?" "By no means. He was perfectly willing to do so, but it would be a great piece of nonsense for me to be keeping half a dozen hunters I can't use, eating their heads off in the stable, and since Jane doesn't ride, I thought it best to be rid of them. Besides, were we not agreed, such an event you cannot have forgotten, that I cannot in my present circumstances afford to maintain a string of hunters." He was very much vexed, and said roughly, "Don't talk that stuff to me. Why the devil didn't you apply to me? If you need money for such a reason as that, you may have it." "Out of your pocket, Ivo?" "Nonsense, you're a rich woman." She was surprised and a good deal touched. "My dear Ivo, I know as well as you do that it is not in your power to contravene the trust. I'm not so bird-witted as you must think me. I had all that out of Mr. Perrott long since. Let me tell you, Serena, that these independent ways of yours are not at all becoming," he said angrily. "Consulting Perrott. There was not the least need." She smiled. "You have convinced me that there was every need. Thank you, Ivo, but I am persuaded you must perceive how improper it would be for you to be franking me." "No such thing. If I lend you money, be sure I shall keep strict account of it and expect to be repaid in due course." "Ah, but Papa warned me never to get into the hands of money-lenders," she retorted, laughing at him. "No, no, say no more. Indeed, I'm not ungrateful, but I don't care to be behindhand with the world. As for my horses, why, yes, it cost me a pang to part with them, but that is all done with now, and I promise you I don't repine any more. Now pray go in and tell Lady Silchester that I shall be with her directly. I must not appear in all my dirt." She vanished into the house as she spoke. After a scowling moment he followed her, cast his driving coat and hat onto a chair, and joined his sister and Fanny in the drawing-room. When Serena presently entered the room, she had changed her walking dress for a robe of clinging black crepe, made high to the throat, and relieved only by a little ruff of gophered lawn. The sombre hue seemed to enhance the whiteness of her skin. If Fanny in her weeds was ethereally fair, she, with her flaming locks and creamy complexion, appeared magnificent. Lady Silchester, already, though only 2 years older than her brother, a formidable matron, stared and exclaimed, "Upon my word, Serena, I never saw you looking better." "Do we take that for praise or censure?" demanded Rotherham. "Oh, you need not try to frown me down. Serena knows I always speak my mind. How do you do, Serena? I'm glad to find you and Lady Spenborough so comfortable, though I dare say you are a trifle cramped. How do your cousins go on at Milverley? I suppose I shall be obliged to call. I fancy I never met Hartley's wife. Lady Teresa warns me I shall find her to be no great thing. However, I should not wish to be uncivil." My dear Lady Silchester, if you do not know enough of my aunt at this date, Jane is perfectly amiable, I assure you. Well, I'm happy to hear you say so. Would be excessively disagreeable for you to be living so close if she were not. Not that I mean to say it is not the horridest thing, whatever she may be like. I shan't enlarge on that head, but I feel for you most sincerely, Serena. Thank you. The stupid way things have been left, too, pursued the lady. Most thoughtless and awkward. I can't think what Spenborough could have been about. If I have been asked once, I've been asked 12 times if you and Rotherham mean to make it up. You need not fear. I've told everyone there is no question of that. People are so impertinent. As you say, Rotherham struck in. Oh, you mean I am, I suppose, she said, quite unmoved. You need not glare at me in that murdering way. I hope I know Serena well enough not to stand on ceremony with her. Certainly you do, replied Serena, amused. Do scotch the rumour. There's not a word of truth in it. So Rotherham's been telling me. I'm very glad to know it. Not that I'm not fond of you, my dear, but he would never have done. You have a great deal too much spirit for Rotherham. Lady Spenborough and I were saying only a few minutes ago that nothing but a meek little mouse will do for him. I'm obliged to you both, said Rotherham. Scarlet with confusion, Fanny said, Oh, no, I didn't. It was Lady Silchester who... She was mercifully interrupted by the entrance of a servant and got up, saying, to be sure. Lady Silchester, you take a luncheon? Shall we remove into the breakfast parlour? Serena, who was shaking with laughter, said as the embarrassing guest was shepherded out of the room, I should be sorry for the mouse. He grinned ruefully. So should I, indeed. Augusta is abominable. They joined the other two in the breakfast parlour, where a noonday repast of cold meat and fruit had been set on the table, but they had hardly taken their seats when the sound of carriage wheels was heard, and in another few minutes the butler came in to inform Fanny that Lady Laleham and Miss Laleham were in the drawing-room. Fanny was obliged to excuse herself to her guests. She was surprised that Lipster, in general fully to be relied on, should not have denied her, and when he had closed the parlour door behind her, administered a gentle reproof. But it seemed that he had done his best to exclude the unwanted visitors, saying that he believed my lady to be engaged. He had been overborne. Lady Laleham had begged that a message be carried to my lady. She would not detain her above a minute. With a sinking heart, Fanny entered the drawing-room. It was as she had foreseen it would be. Lady Laleham, a handsome, fashionably dressed woman with very correct manners and an air of great assurance, had plainly no intention of making her visit a brief one. She came forward full of apologies and protestations. There was a recipe for pickling pears, which she had promised quite a fortnight ago to give to dear Lady Spenborough's housekeeper. She dared not guess what Lady Spenborough must have been thinking of her. Only from one cause and another it went out of my head. I believe you desired to have it immediately, too, which quite covers me with shame. I have it with me here, but felt a word of explanation was due to you. Fanny had no recollection of having expressed a desire to be given the recipe, but she accepted it with a civil thank you. I do so much dislike persons who make promises only to break them. But I must not keep you. I collect you have friends with you. Did I not see the Rotherham carriage in your yard? There was nothing for it but to admit it, and to invite the two ladies to join the party in the breakfast parlour. With only a little show of reluctance, Lady Laleham allowed herself to be persuaded. Fanny believed she had come for no other purpose. Nothing could have exceeded the lady's aplomb when she reached the parlour. It was quite unnecessary for Fanny to introduce her. Yes, indeed, I am acquainted with Lady Silchester. How do you do? I believe the last time we met was at the Ormsby's ball. Such a crush, was it not? Ah, Lord Rotherham, don't disturb yourself, I beg. It is quite shocking to be invading your party in this unconscionable way, but Lady Spenborough would have it so. To own the truth, it falls out very fortunately that I should find you here, for I have been wanting to see you. Indeed, he said, a strong inflection of surprise in his voice. Yes, for my eldest son informs me that Gerard Monksley is quite a particular friend of his, and will be staying with you for Christmas. Nothing will do but that I must get up a little party for these flighty young people. I should like so much to ask Mrs. Monksley if she will not bring her daughters to it. But how this may be done, when I have not the pleasure of her acquaintance, I know not, unless you will come to my aid, Lord Rotherham. He returned a civil answer, but could not take it upon himself to commit his cousin. Lady Silchester said, "The girls want to go to the assembly at Quenbury. I don't know how Cordelia Monksley likes it for Susan and Margaret, but I'm by no means sure I care to let Caroline go. Serena, what do you think of the scheme? Would you advise it?" Serena, who had placed Emily Laleham in a chair between her own and Rotherham's, saw the sparkle in the girl's big, pansy-soft eyes as they were turned anxiously towards her, and smiled, saying, "I never attended the Quenbury assemblies myself, but I should think there could be no harm in them." "A dead bore," said Rotherham. "You'll meet no one there whom you know, and unless you have a taste for being toad-eaten, will do better to remain at home." "You are too severe," interposed Serena, with a good deal of meaning in her voice. "Well, so I would," said his sister. "But now the girls have taken the notion into their heads, it's very hard to know what to do. It's a great pity they can't dance at Claycross, but with only Elphin and Gerard between the three of them, that won't answer. As long as there are no waltzes or quadrilles, I dare say Silchester would not object to Caroline's going. Elphin will be there after all, and if the company should be too mixed, he must dance with his sister." "An evening of rare pleasure for both," commented Rotherham. A stifled giggle made him glance down at the enchanting face beside him. A look, half of mischief, half of consternation, was cast up at him. "Oh, I beg your pardon," gasped Emily in a frightened undervoice. "Not at all. When I choose to be witty, I like to receive just acknowledgment. Do you mean to go to this assembly?" "Oh, I don't know. I do hope that, but I'm not precisely out yet, and perhaps Mamma won't permit me." "What is the significance of being precisely out?" "Don't quiz her," said Serena, perceiving that she was at a loss to know how to answer. "She will be precisely out when she has been presented." "When is it to be, Emily?" "In the spring. Mamma will give a ball," she said in an awed tone. "At least," she added naively, "it is Grandmamma, really, only she won't come to it, which I think is a great shame." Rotherham looked amused, but before he could probe into the mystery of this speech, which Serena feared was his intention, his notice was claimed by Lady Laleham, seated on his left hand. "What do you say, Lord Rotherham? Your sister and I find that we share the same scruples, but I fancy I have hit on a scheme to make it unobjectionable for our giddy young people to attend the assembly. Do you not agree that if we make up our own party between us, it will solve the problem?" "Certainly," he replied. With this unenthusiastic assent, she was satisfied, and began at once to engage Lady Silchester's cooperation. Rotherham turned again to Emily, and found her face upturned, quite pink with excitement, her eyes sparkling. "Oh, thank you," she breathed. "Are you so fond of assemblies?" "Yes, indeed. Or that is to say, I don't know, for I was never at one before." "Not being precisely out. Do you live in Quenbury?" "Oh, no, at Cherryfield Place. Don't you know it? You came by it this morning." Did I? Yes, and Mamma knew it must be you because of the crest. We were at the gate, meaning only to walk into the village, but Mamma said we would come here instead because there was a recipe she wished to give Lady Spinborough. Providential. She was puzzled, and, scared by the satirical note in his voice, was stricken to silence. Serena, a trifle unsteadily, said, "Well, I hope you will enjoy the assembly and have a great many partners." "Within the limits of exclusiveness," interpolated Rotherham, meeting her eye. She frowned at him, knowing him to be quite capable of saying something outrageous enough to be understood by his innocent neighbour. Fortunately, since he met the frown with a bland look she knew well, Lady Laleham, having achieved her object, now judged it to be good tactics to take her leave. Her carriage was called for, and she bore her daughter off, well pleased with the success of her morning's campaign. "I never meet that woman but I smell the shop," observed Lady Silchester calmly. "I wish I may not be her dear Augusta Silchester hereafter." "You are well served for having been fool enough to mention the assembly," said her brother. "Very true. I shall have the headache and send Caroline with Cordelia." "I believe she knew you were here, and that is why she came," declared Fanny, very much ruffled. "She did," Serena said, her eyes dancing. "That absurd child let the secret out in the most innocent fashion imaginable. How I contrived to keep my face, I don't know. Well for her, Mamma was not attending." "A pretty little dab of a girl," said Lady Silchester. "Not enough countenance, but she'll take very well, I dare say. Dark girls are being much admired just now. Depend upon it, her mother means her to go to the highest bidder. They say Laleham is pretty well at a standstill." "What I want to know," said Rotherham, "is why Grandmamma won't be at the ball which she is to give." "I was in dread that you would ask her," Serena said. "I shall discover it at the assembly, when you are not there to spoil sport." "You will not go to the assembly?" she exclaimed incredulously. "Certainly I shall." "Having a taste for being toad-eaten?" she quizzed him. "No, for Miss Laleham's artless conversation." "Ah, she won't gratify you. You have frightened her away." "She must be lured back to hand." No, it would be too bad of you. You might wake expectations in Mamma's bosom, moreover." "Irresistible. I shall come out on the side of my niece and my wards, and you will hear next that I am not by half as disagreeable as they had supposed." She laughed, but could not believe him to be serious. However, the next visitor to the Dower House was Mrs. Monksley, who drove over from Clay Cross on Christmas Eve and disclosed that the assembly scheme was now a settled thing. "I own I thought it would come to nothing, and so I warned the girls. I'm sure I was never more astonished than when Rotherham said he saw no harm in it, and as for Susan, she was ready to drop. I expect he would have given her one of his set-downs, but he was perfectly amiable." Mrs. Monksley was the relict of a military man who had left her with 6 children and a competence judged by his family to be respectable and by her inadequate. She was a very good-natured woman, but having unfortunately less than common sense, she had never been able to teach herself habits of economy. There was a want of management in her house which led to a succession of financial crises, driving her quite distracted, and never failing to exasperate Rotherham. He was not her cousin, but her husband's, and in addition to being her trustee, was joined with her in the guardianship of her children. She could neither understand why her poor husband had made such a choice, nor cease to bewail it. No one could have been more unacceptable to her. He was a man of no sensibility and impatient temper, and had so little affection for his cousin's children that it was a question whether he knew them apart. His decrees were imperious, and issued without the smallest regard for her wishes. Himself A man of huge fortune, he had no comprehension of the difficulties confronting those left to maintain the elegancies of life upon a mere pittance. He always thought she should have been able to manage better. It was he who had insisted on Gerard's being sent to school, though her own dear Dr. Ryde had pronounced the poor little fellow's constitution to be too delicate for the rigours of Eton. She could not believe that he would have cared if Gerard had died of it. Miraculously, Gerard had survived, and Charlie, of course, had always been very stout, so that she had no fears for him. But now Rotherham was saying that it was time poor little Tom was sent to join his brother. Do as she would, she could not make him understand the shocking expense of having 2 sons at Eton. There was no end to the calls on her purse. She was sure the fees were the least part of the whole. As for the girls, beyond saying that he saw no reason why Susan should be presented at a drawing-room, and annihilating Margaret by telling her that when she could address him without prefixing her remarks with a giggle, he might attend to her, he never noticed them. Very likely he had forgotten that little Lizzie even existed. He could certainly never remember her name.
The Carlow ladies listened and sympathized, and agreed that it was a hard case. Fanny rather more sincerely than Serena. Serena could perceive that there might be something to be said in Rotherham's defence. He made too little allowance, she believed, for the difficulties besetting a woman left with 6 children on her hands, but she, like him, was intolerant of folly, and Mrs. Monksley was so very foolish. But she thought him less than kind to Gerard, of whom he was contemptuous, and quite indifferent to the younger members of the family. This opinion was shared by Lady Silchester, who excused it, however, by saying that gentlemen always disliked to be plagued by children, and that no one could expect such a thorough sportsman as Rotherham to take to Gerard, who had no taste for sport, a very bad seat, and far too little spirit. But even she could not pretend that her brother had shown the smallest sign of approval when the more robust Charlie, upon the occasion of his only visit to Delford, had given evidence of such spirited behaviour as led him into the performance of every kind of prank, from trying to bestride his guardian's more unmanageable horses to falling off the stable roof and breaking his collarbone. All he had said was that Charlie might think himself fortunate that he had broken his collarbone, and that he would be damned if ever he saddled himself with a whelp again. So Augusta quite mistakes the matter when she says he would like poor Gerard better if he were bolder, and didn't stand so much in awe of him, complained Mrs. Monksley. I'm sure no boy could be bolder than Charlie, for he is for ever in a scrape, and he never minds a word anyone says to him. But that doesn't please Rotherham either. I assure you, Lady Serena, I live in dread of his making Rotherham angry while we are at Clay Cross, for I know he wouldn't hesitate to use the poor boy with dreadful harshness, which I have told him I utterly forbid. Indeed, I thought all was lost yesterday when that most disagreeable keeper made such a commotion about Charlie's putting a charge of shot into his leg, just as though it had not been an accident. Of course, it was wrong of Charlie to take the gun without leave, but the man was only a very little hurt after all. Rotherham said in the most menacing way that he would teach Charlie a lesson, and I could feel one of my spasms coming on, only Augusta told Rotherham he was a great fool not to have locked up the gun-room when he had an imp like Charlie to stay, and said surely he could not wish me to fall into strong hysterics, and so it passed off, and I was truly grateful to Augusta. Even Fanny could not help laughing at this ingenuous history, although she did not appreciate, as Serena instantly did, the masterly nature of Lady Silchester's strategy. She wondered at Mrs. Monksley's having dared to leave Charlie to his own devices while she came to the Dower House, but it appeared that Mrs. Monksley had not dared. She had brought him with her, but she had not wished Fanny to be troubled with him, and had prevailed upon Gerard to take charge of him. The carriage had set them both down at Cherryfield Place,
Gerard Monksley and Edgar Laleham were up at Cambridge together in the same year and at the same college. Mrs. Monksley hoped that Lady Laleham would not object to her having sent Charlie with his brother. Serena did not think that she would object to anything that strengthened the connection with Clay Cross. They saw no more of the Clay Cross party until the night of the assembly, when, to their surprise, Rotherham walked in on them midway through the evening. His satin knee-breeches and silk stockings made Serena exclaim, "Then you did go to the assembly?" "I did, and am there now, in the card-room, or so I hope Cordelia may believe." She raised her brows. The bird would not come to hand? On the contrary, but a driven bird, scared into the model of insipid propriety. I stood up for the 2 first dances with her, and all the conversation I could get out of her was, "Oh, Lord Rotherham," and "Oh, yes, Lord Rotherham," and once, by way of change, "Exactly so, Lord Rotherham." So I tried the effect of telling her she was taking the shine out of all the local beauties. But as that elicited nothing more encouraging than, "How can you, Lord Rotherham?" I drew no more coverts, but came instead to take formal leave of you and Lady Spenborough. My party breaks up tomorrow, and I must be in London by the end of the week. Good God, Ivo! Do you mean to tell me that Emily is the only girl you've honoured with an invitation to dance? Not even your niece, or Susan, or Margaret?" cried Serena, scandalised. "They would thank you for that suggestion as little as I do." "But it was most improper, quite abominable," she said hotly. "Just what sets people's backs up. It would have been bad enough to have danced only with the ladies of your own party. That would have made everyone say merely that you were disagreeably haughty. But to single out one girl, and she not of your own party... Ivo, it is the height of insolence, and a great piece of unkindness to Emily besides." "Not at all," he retorted with a curling lip. "Her mother did not think so, I promise you." "That is worse than all the rest. You know very well what she is. There are no bounds to her ambition. Depend upon it. You have now raised the most absurd expectations in her breast, turned that unfortunate child into an object of envy and speculation, all for sport. No, Fanny, I will not be hushed. There is something so particularly displeasing in the whole business. You may argue it as you will, Rotherham, but it was very ill done. I could name you a dozen girls, all, I dare say, at the assembly tonight as worthy of your notice as Emily Laleham, but no, you've been playing the great man, condescending to grace a country assembly. For anything I can tell, though I should be sorry to think it of you, amused to see what a flutter was caused by your mere presence. You need not think it." He struck in, his cheeks whitened, and a pulse throbbing beside his thinned mouth. "Indeed, I believe it to be a kind of unthinking arrogance, but it does you no credit, Rotherham. If you went to a public assembly, you had no choice but to behave with civility towards all. You might have danced with no one, since your excuse for going there was only to indulge your young guests with a ball, but for a whim to single out one girl, and she by far the loveliest, and then to stroll away as though you thought yourself above the rest of the company. Oh, no, Ivo, how could you? Every feeling is offended." "I thank you. You have quite a turn for the high dramatic. No doubt you expect me now to return for the express purpose of conferring upon 2 or 3 other damsels the singular honour, if such you do indeed consider it, of standing up with me." "It is what my father would have done in such a situation, for he was most truly the gentleman," she said, a sob rising in her throat. "I should think the better of you." "I care nothing for your opinion of me," he snapped. "Lady Spenborough, have you any commissions for me to execute in London? I shall be most happy." "Oh, none, thank you," she said faintly. "Then I will take my leave. Your most obedient servant, ma'am." A formal bow, One scorching glance thrown at Serena, and he was gone.
"Oh, dear," said Fanny, pressing her hands to her temples. "I feel quite sick. And, oh, Serena, we never thought to offer him so much as a glass of ratafia."
Chapter 5. It was hardly to be expected, Serena thought, that the several ladies of their acquaintance in the neighbouring district would spare her a description of the Boxing Day assembly, and greatly did she dread being obliged to listen either to animadversions on Rotherham's manners or to bitter criticisms of Lady Laylam's encroaching ways. But the weather saved her. A week of incessant rain made quagmires of all the roads and rendered the paying of morning calls ineligible. They were undisturbed by visitors at the Dower House until Spenborough himself had driven there one afternoon to announce to the ladies Jane's safe delivery of a son. He was a fond and an excellent father, and could scarcely have been more delighted if the child had been his first son instead of his fourth. Fanny and Serena tried to say all that was expected of them, and succeeded so well that he found himself very much in charity with them both, and confided to them that the happy event had relieved his mind of considerable anxiety. For, you know, with the shock of my cousin's sad death, and all the exertion of disposing of the house and the bringing of the children to Milverley, there is no saying what might have happened. But Jane is equal to anything. They reiterated their congratulations. He beamed and thanked and said, "Extremely obliging. I knew you would be glad, and determined you should be the first to be informed of the event. We mean the child to be given the name of Francis, and we hope, Lady Spenborough, that you will consent to be one of his sponsors." Fanny, quite pink with pleasure, said that she would be most happy, and Serena, seeing that she was really gratified, determined to forgive Jane for cutting up the south lawn into a formal flower garden, and even suggested that Hartley should stay to dine at the Dower House. He needed no persuasion. A message was sent to the stables, another to the kitchen, and he sat down in a wing chair beside the fire to discuss, over several glasses of sherry, the doctor's opinion of Jane's constitution, the midwife's admiration of her fortitude, and the very diverting things the elder children had said upon being informed that God had sent them a new brother. It was some time before these topics had been talked out, but at last he could think of no more to say on them. He said he must not go boring on, complimented Fanny on her cook's way of dressing a haunch of venison, and suddenly remarked, "So, Rotherham took his guests to the assembly on Boxing Day. I wouldn't believe it when Dr. Cliff told me so, but it seems to be true enough. I saw Orrell the other day, and he vouched for it. Queer start, wasn't it?" "It was a scheme got up for the entertainment of the young people," said Fanny calmly. "Aye, so I understand. No harm, of course, but I shouldn't have thought Rotherham the man to condescend so far. I'm not particularly acquainted with him, but he's always seemed to me pretty high in the instep, one of your haughty, care-for-nobodies. However, Orrell assures me he was very civil and amiable. That Laylam woman was mightily set up by his standing up with her daughter, and not seeming to care for anyone else, but walking off to the card-room immediately. Orrell says it was a study to look at the faces of the other mammas. But he came back at tea-time, took in his cousin, and afterwards solicited some girl that had no partner to stand up with him, which was thought to be very good-natured in him, and lowered the Laylam crest a trifle. This Rhenish cream is most excellent, Lady Spenborough, a capital dinner. I shall tell Jane I get nothing so good at Milverley." Fanny could not help glancing across the table to see whether Serena partook of her own astonishment. She could detect nothing in her face but a look of approval, and when, after Spenborough had left them, she ventured to ask her if she had not been very much surprised, she received a decided negative. "Well, you were not?
I own I could hardly credit my ears. I had no notion that he cared so much for your opinion."
"No, indeed, and nor does he," Serena answered. "The outcome would have been the same whoever had taken him to task. When he does such things as that, it is not from any conscious idea of his own consequence or a contempt for persons of inferior rank, but from a sort of heedless arrogance, as I told him. He had the misfortune to lose his father when he was still a schoolboy, a most estimable man, I believe. Papa was used to say that everyone stood in great awe of him because he was such a grand seigneur, but that pride in him didn't lead him to offend people by any careless manners, but to treat everyone with the same punctilious courtesy. We would have thought him very stiff, I dare say, for he was held to be old-fashioned even when Papa was a young man. But Lady Rotherham was insufferably proud. You never knew her. I assure you, she was so puffed up with conceit and consequence that there was no bearing it. She brought up all three of her children, and in particular, of course, Ivo, to believe themselves so superior that they might behave as they chose, since a Beresford must be beyond the reach of censure. As for considering the feelings of others, such a notion can never have entered her head. Her selfishness was beyond anything, too. Everything she thought must give way to her whims. One cannot wonder at Ivo's arrogance. The only wonder is that it should be unconscious, not rooted, as it was with her, in conceit. He was never taught to think of anything but his own pleasure, but his disposition is not bad. Nor does he mean to offend the sensibilities of others. It is all heedlessness. If he can but be made to see that he has behaved badly, he is sorry for it at once." "Oh, Serena! Well, I am sure that he was ready to murder you for having presumed to tell him his conduct was not gentlemanly." No, you're mistaken, Fanny," Serena said, laughing a little. "He didn't wish to murder me, but himself. Oh, well, perhaps me, but much more himself. He knew what I said to be true, and that is what wounded his pride and made him smart so." "Do you think so?" Fanny said doubtfully. "I know it. Don't imagine that he instantly set about mending the matter because his conduct had given me an ill opinion of him. He did it because it gave him that ill opinion. He has the faults of his mother's temper, but at the bottom he is more his father's son than hers. Papa always held to it that with that upbringing and all the toad-eating and nonsense that surrounded him when he was by far too young to perceive the folly of it, it said a great deal for his character that he grew up to care so little for pomp and dignity, and, of all creatures, to dislike most those that flatter him. You will never see Ivo in company with any of the odious hangers-on who fawn on great men, administering all the time to their vanity, you know. He holds such stuff in utter contempt. Which was otherwise with his brother. If you had but seen Captain Lord Talbot Beresford in all the magnificence of silver lace, for he was a hussar, plainly thinking how much his regiment was honoured by his having joined it. I used to wonder how he contrived to maintain his precious dignity when compelled to quarter himself in some Spanish hovel. Oh, I should not be saying so now, I know. He fell in action very gallantly, I believe, and if he was not much mourned, at least he must be respected. People say that Augusta was very like him as a girl, but she had the good fortune to marry Silchester, who is a sensible man. And by the time I was old enough to become acquainted with her, she was much as you see her today, with a good deal of Ivo's unconcern with what people may be thinking, and quite unaffected. I don't mean to say she does not know her own worth, but it is something she takes for granted, and scarcely thinks about. Oh, yes, she quite frightened me at first with her odd, blunt way of talking, but I have always found her perfectly kind, and have never doubted that she has a heart." Serena smiled.
None of the Beresfords has what is generally meant when people speak of warm-heartedness. If you mean, as I collect you do, that Rotherham's nature is cold, I think I had rather say that it is fiery. He is a hard man, certainly. I shouldn't turn to him for sympathy, but I have known him to be kind. I suppose when you were betrothed he must have been, but oh, no, not when he fancied himself to be in love with me. Far from it, Serena interrupted, laughing. He would like to be much kinder in the execution of his duty as my trustee than I could permit. Why, what can you mean? You yourself suspected that the arrangement was made at his instigation. Well, yes, while I was in a rage, I did, admitted Serena. Only, of course, I soon saw that it could not have been. I'm afraid it was poor Papa's notion of a clever stroke. The match was so much of his making that he could not bear to abandon it. I know it was a splendid one, but did he care for that? It was not like him. Well, I suppose he must have cared a little, but the thing was that he liked Rotherham and believed we should suit, because he was an honest man and there was no flummery about either of us. You know what Papa was when he had taken a notion firmly into his head. I don't think anything could have brought him to believe that Ivo was as thankful to be out of a scrape as I was. I never supposed that the pair of them concerted this infamous scheme because Ivo wished to win me back, and as soon as I was cooler, I knew, of course, that Papa would not have done it to give Ivo an opportunity to be revenged on me. Revenged? Well, said Serena, reflectively wrinkling her nose, he has not a forgiving nature, and there's no denying I did deal his pride the most wounding blow when I cried off. So when I heard Papa's will read, I thought, oh, I don't know what I thought. I was too angry to think at all. And then I believed that he wouldn't refuse to act because he meant to punish me for that old slight by using the power he'd been given in a malicious way. To own the truth, I thought he would be pleased when he discovered I had been obliged to sell my horses, but I was quite out. He was very much vexed, and tried to make me believe that he could increase my allowance. But I had gone into that with Perrott, and I knew better, which vexed him more than ever. He would certainly have given me a larger allowance, and never told me it was his own money, and you'll agree that however improper that may have been, it was very kind. Fanny said in a wondering tone, "Perhaps he is fond of you, Serena." "Yes, when he's not disliking me excessively. I never doubted it," said Serena coolly. "It is the sort of fondness one has for an old acquaintance who shares many of one's ideas and tastes. At the moment, however, I expect dislike has the upper hand. He will come about." Nothing was heard of Rotherham until the end of January. The weather continued to be dull and wet, one leaden day succeeding the last, and exercising a depressive influence on the spirits. Fanny contracted a severe chill, and seemed unable wholly to shake off its effects. She continued very languid, complained of rheumatic pains, and found the days intolerably long. The novelty, for such she had felt it to be, of being mistress of her own house had worn off, and the monotony of the life she was leading made her fretful. The only variations that offered were the occasional visits of neighbours with whom she had nothing in common, and her only amusements were playing cribbage or backgammon with Serena, or going up to the great house to play with Jane's children. The Countess always had a kind welcome for her, and she could be merry with the children. But a fatal flaw attached to her visits, and caused them to become less and less frequent. She could never be in Jane's company without being obliged to listen to her complaints of Serena. She knew no way of silencing Jane. "I wish that you would drop Serena a hint, were words which always made her heart sink. It was not that Jane undervalued Serena, or was not sincerely attached to her, or was unsympathetic. No one, Jane was careful to assure her, in the calm voice of infallibility which so much exasperated Serena, had a greater regard for her. No one could be more certain of her wish to be of use to her cousin, or could more thoroughly appreciate the painful nature of her feelings. But, gentle though she was, Fanny would have leapt to Serena's defence had she not felt too often that Jane had right on her side. As Hartley grew in self-confidence, he naturally depended on his cousin less and less. He inaugurated new customs without consulting her, and since he was inclined to be consequential, he contrived, unwittingly Fanny believed, to convey the impression that he thought his innovations a vast improvement on anything that had been done by his predecessor. Fanny tried to convince Serena that he did not mean to seem to slight her father, but her attempts at peacemaking only drew down the vials of Serena's wrath upon her own head. Serena, fretting quite as much as Fanny at the boredom of her days, found an outlet for her curbed energy in riding about Milverley, detecting changes, none of them acceptable to her, discovering omissions, and chatting with tenants or discussing improvements with the bailiff, just as she had always done, and so rubbing up against her cousin half a dozen times in a week. To make matters worse, she was far more often right than he, and whereas he, lacking the late Earl's geniality, was not much liked, she, inheriting it, was loved. Serena, having more strength of character than Fanny, did not wilt under the trials that beset her, but tried to overcome boredom by throwing herself even more energetically and much to her cousin's dismay into the Milverley affairs. Could she but have found a congenial companion with whom to exchange ideas, she might have refrained, but no such person seemed to exist in the immediate neighbourhood. She became increasingly impatient with Fanny, and the very fact that she seldom allowed her exasperation to appear exacerbated it. There were even days when she felt that she and Fanny conversed in different languages, and that she might almost have preferred to have been cooped up with her aunt. She would have found herself opposed to nearly every one of Lady Teresa's opinions, but Fanny had no opinions. When Lady Teresa, an accomplished and conscientious correspondent, wrote that Lady Waldegrave was dying of water on the chest, Fanny could be interested, and would discuss the sad news at far greater length than Serena thought necessary. But when Lady Teresa informed her niece that retrenchment was all the cry now, and that it was an open secret the opposition meant to launch an attack on the tax on income which the nation had endured for 10 years, some saying that it would be proposed that the 2 shillings in the pound now exacted should be reduced by as much as half, Fanny had nothing to say beyond a vague, "Oh." As for Lavalette's rescue by 3 British subjects, which Lady Teresa asserted was at the moment the only topic to be hotly discussed, she thought an escape very exciting, but never reached the smallest understanding of the wider aspects of the case. Serena was beginning to think that she could even welcome Rotherham in his most quarrelsome mood, when the post brought her a letter from him. It informed her in the curtest terms that probate having at last been obtained, he should call at the Dower House sometime during the following week, when he expected to be at Claycross, to explain to her the arrangements which had been made to enable her to draw her allowance as and when she should require it. He was hers, etc., Rotherham. "Oh, good God, still in the sullens," exclaimed Serena disgustedly, tossing the single sheet onto the fire. "And what does he mean by saying coolly that he will call here some time next week? If he comes without having the civility first to discover when it will be convenient for us to receive him, Lipster shall say that we are neither of us at home. I will not endure his high-handed ways." Fanny looked alarmed, but fortunately for her peace of mind, circumstances made it impossible for this amiable plan to be put into execution. Rotherham drove himself over from Claycross in his curricle, reaching the entrance to the grounds of the Dower House just as Serena, mounted on her mare, approached it from the opposite direction. Rotherham reined in and waited for her to come up. She was looking extremely handsome, in a severe black beaver hat of masculine style, with a high crown and a stiffly curled brim. But the expression on her face was decidedly stormy. Perceiving it, Rotherham instantly said, "Good morning, Serena. Who is the latest unfortunate to have incurred your displeasure?" "My cousin," she replied curtly. "It is apparently enough for him to discover that some practice has been the custom at Milverley for years for him to overset it." "I pity him," he said. Her smouldering eyes, which had been running over the points of the two well-matched bays harnessed to his curricle, lifted to his face and narrowed. "Is Lady Spenborough expecting you?" she demanded. "She has not told me so, and I have had no letter from you since the one you wrote to inform me that you were coming to Claycross." "Well, you could hardly have done so, since I have not written another to you." "It would have been more civil in you to have discovered when it would be convenient for us to receive you." "Accept my apologies. It had not occurred to me that you would so soon be filling your days with engagements." "Of course I am not, but—" "Have no fear. I do not expect to take up many minutes of your time." "I hope not, indeed. But I am afraid you will be detained for longer than you may have bargained for. I must change out of my habit before I can attend to you. No doubt Lady Spenborough will be found in the drawing-room." She wheeled the mare and rode through the gateway. He followed her at his leisure, and within a few minutes was shaking hands with Fanny. She said something about sending to find Serena, and he interrupted her, saying, "I met her outside the gate, and the fiend's own temper she was in. I don't envy you." She replied with dignity, "I am very much attached to Serena, Lord Rotherham." "And resent my sympathy?" "I cannot think that you know, or have ever known, how to value her," she said, almost trembling at her own boldness. "Oh, I know her virtues," he responded. "She would have been well enough had she ever been broke to bridle." She could not trust herself to answer him. A slight pause ensued. He then said, with the abruptness which always disconcerted her, "Is she at loggerheads with Spenborough?" She hesitated. He had picked up a book that lay on the table and was idly flicking over the pages, but he raised his eyes from it, directing a piercing look at her. "Well?" She was a little flustered by this compelling glance and the imperative note in his voice. "It is often very painful to her. Lord Spenborough means to do right, but he is not always... does not always know how to tell her what he means to do in a way that won't offend her." "I can guess. Spenborough's a fool, and has the misfortune to succeed an excellent landlord." "Indeed, he is fully conscious of that, and also, I fear, that his people do not like him as they like her." "Inevitable. I told her at the outset to remove from this neighbourhood." "Perhaps she should have done so," Fanny said sadly. "She is made to feel sometimes that he holds her papa's notions cheap, but I am sure he does not mean any such thing." "Pretty well for a man who never came to Milverley but as a guest on sufferance. But it won't do to bolster Serena up in such ideas as that." "Oh, no, no, nor would she ever say such a thing to him, or to anyone, except perhaps me. She's most loyal to him, even when she disapproves of something he's done, and is told of it by one of our people, or one of his people, I should say. Ah, there's the rub, eh? You need not tell me she gives them no encouragement. I know Serena. Perhaps, said Fanny wistfully, she will grow more accustomed to it in time. She will never do so, he replied bluntly. How do you go on with Hartley and his wife, Lady Spenborough? They are always very kind and civil, I assure you. It falls to your lot to keep the peace, does it? You will not succeed, and I repeat, I don't envy you. She said nothing, wishing that Serena would come in and wondering how to entertain this uncomfortable guest. No topic of conversation occurred to her. After another pause, she said, Perhaps I should send someone to find Serena. I'm afraid something has detained her, or... He laughed suddenly. No, don't do that, I beg. Having fallen into her black books for not having craved her permission to call here today, I plunged rather deeper by assuring her that my business would not take up more than a few minutes of her time. This, I fancy, led her to suppose that I was in haste, and so she warned me that I should be kept waiting while she changed out of her habit. Do you care to wager any sum on the length of time she'll take over that operation? I will lay handsome odds against the chance of her appearing under half an hour. Oh, dear, she exclaimed, looking more dismayed than amused. Oh, pray, do not quarrel again. Against that chance I lay no odds at all. Are you moped to death here? She jumped nervously, startled by the sudden question. Oh, no. Sometimes, perhaps. The weather has been so inclement. When the spring comes, we mean to do great things with the garden. It has been sadly neglected, you know. He complimented her upon her show of snowdrops, saying they were more forward than those at Clay Cross. She was encouraged to pursue the topic, and in the safe discussion of horticulture 20 minutes were successfully spent. The butler then came in to announce that a nuncheon awaited my lady's pleasure, and Fanny, desiring him to have a message carried to Lady Serena, conducted Rotherham to the breakfast-parlour. He continued to converse amiably with her. She thought she had seldom seen him so affably inclined, and was considerably astonished, since nothing, she felt, could have been more calculated to put him out of temper than Serena's continued absence. When Serena did at last sweep into the room, she waited with a fast-thudding heart for the expected explosion. But Rotherham, rising and setting a chair for Serena, said in the voice of a man agreeably surprised, "Why, Serena, already? I'd thought it would have taken you longer. You need not have hurried. There was not the least need." One look at Serena's face had been enough to tell Fanny that she was in a dangerous mood. She quaked, but after a moment, while the issue trembled in the balance, Serena burst out laughing and exclaimed, "Detestable man! Very well. If you're not in a quarrelling humour, so be it. What's the news in town?" The rest of the visit passed without untoward incident, even, Fanny thought, pleasantly. Serena was lively, Rotherham conversable, and neither said anything to provoke the other. They parted on good terms, and Fanny, perceiving how much good the visit had done to Serena's spirits, was even sorry that it would not soon be repeated. Rotherham was returning immediately to London for the opening of Parliament, and was unlikely to be in Gloucestershire again for some time. The ladies settled down again to the uneventful existence which was their lot, almost the only alleviation to the monotony being the frequent visits of Emily Laleham. Little though she had known it, Serena had for long been the object of Miss Laleham's awed admiration. As a schoolroom miss, she had had glimpses of her riding with her father, and had thought that surely no one had ever been more beautiful or more dashing. She worshipped from afar, wove wonderful stories around her, in which she rescued the goddess from extremely unlikely perils, but never in her wildest flights had she imagined herself on terms of quite ordinary friendship with her.
But Serena, amused by her ingenuousness, had encouraged her to repeat her visit to the Dower House. She needed no pressing, but thereafter was always finding excuses to call there. But by the end of February, even the mild diversion provided by Emily's visits came to an end, for the Leylams removed to London, Lady Leylam being quite unable to endure more than 3 months in the country. Only the schoolroom party remained in Gloucestershire, a house in the best part of town having been hired by Sir Walter for the season. "For my coming out," said Emily proudly. "Very kind of Papa," smiled Serena. "Oh, yes, at least it is Grandmamma's, of course. I wish she could be there to see me in my court dress." "Your Grandmamma doesn't live in London, I collect?" "Oh, no. She lives in Bath, and I love her dearly," said Emily in an oddly defiant voice. March, coming in like a lion, saw Fanny the victim of neuralgia. Jane came to visit her, but this attention was marred by an air of graciousness which conveyed a strong impression of a great lady condescending to her humbler relations. Jane was beginning to assume consequential manners, and was unwise enough to tell Serena that she did not think it quite the thing for her to ride all over the country with only a groom for companion. Spenborough could not like it. "I told him I would certainly drop a hint in your ear." "Drop one from me in his," flashed Serena, "that I am not an attorney's daughter on my preferment." The encounter was one of many. Uneasy tensions lay between the two houses. There were frequent quarrels. Serena's temper grew brittle, and several times she snapped at Fanny. Then, one wet afternoon, she found Fanny weeping softly beside the fire in her bedroom, and was aghast. "Fanny! Dearest Fanny, what is it?" Oh, nothing. Nothing," Fanny sobbed, trying to hide her face. "Pray do not. Oh, I didn't mean that. It is just that I am a little low." Serena was on her knees before her, holding her hands comfortingly. "It is not like you. I'm sure there must be some reason. Oh, Fanny, it is not because I was cross." "Oh, no. I never meant to vex you, only I am so stupid." Filled with remorse, Serena soothed and petted her back to tranquillity. "I am the most hateful wretch alive. To turn on you merely because Hartley had enraged me, I don't know what I deserve." Fanny dried her eyes. "It was silly of me. I know how hard it is for you to endure Hartley, and Jane is growing so conceited. Even I feel it, and it is much worse for you to have her behaving as though she had lived at Milverley all her life. Rotherham told me you ought not to live here, and he's quite right." "Much he knows," said Serena scornfully. "But he does know, Serena. I have seen how much it rubs you, and it's no wonder. I wish it were possible for both of us to go away." "But—" Serena stopped suddenly. "Good God! What a pair of goosecaps we are!" she exclaimed. "Why, oh, why the devil don't we go away? It's been intolerable here ever since Christmas. You have been unwell, I have been cross, and the plain truth is we are finding life a dead bore. We will go away." "But we could not," gasped Fanny. "Not to London while we are in mourning. I know Mamma would say I ought not." "Not to London, no. We could very well go to Bath, however." Fanny's eyes widened. "Bath?" "Yes, and not even your Mamma will think it improper, because you will go there on the advice of Dr. Cliff to drink the waters. We will hire a house for 6 months or so, and if we cannot go to the assemblies, at least there will be the libraries and the pump room and—" "Serena!" breathed Fanny, awed. Serena laughed at her. "Well, shall we do it?" "Oh, Serena, yes! Milsom Street, the shops, the London coach coming in, the Sydney gardens, and some faces other than our own to look at. Yes, indeed. Oh, what a delightful scheme! Now, where," said Fanny, her woes forgotten, "should you like to hire a house? And how must we set about it?"
Chapter 6. The removal to Bath having been decided upon, nothing remained but to choose between lodgings there or a furnished house. Fanny, unaccustomed to arranging such matters, would have wasted weeks in indecision, but it was otherwise with Serena. It was she who entered into all the negotiations, she who knew what would best suit them. Fanny had nothing to do but agree, and if asked what were her own inclinations, she could only say that she would like to do whatever Serena thought most proper. So Serena, remarking that to keep 5 indoor servants in idleness for several months would be a false economy, discarded all ideas of rented lodgings, and dispatched Libster to Bath to inspect the various houses recommended by the agent. This resulted in Fanny signing a contract to hire for 6 months a house in Laura Place, which Libster pronounced to be the most eligible of all he had seen. By the middle of March, all the furniture at the Dower House was shrouded in holland covers, and Spenborough, who had spared no pains to assist the ladies in all the troublesome details of removal, even lending the late Earl's enormous and antiquated travelling coach for the transport of servants and baggage, was able to heave a sigh of rather guilty relief. Since Melverley lay only some 25 miles from Bath, the ladies accomplished the journey in the barouche. Fanny, fortified on the road by smelling salts, declared she had never made a journey more comfortably, and instead of retiring instantly to bed to nurse a sick headache, was able, on their arrival in Laura Place, not only to inspect the house, but to change her dress for dinner, and to discuss with Serena the exciting news contained in a letter from Lady Teresa which was found awaiting her. The Princess Charlotte was engaged to Leopold of Saxe-Coburg. This was just the kind of news which Fanny enjoyed. Nothing could be more interesting than the approaching nuptials of the heiress presumptive to the throne, and when the heiress had already made a considerable stir by breaking her engagement to the Prince of Orange, the new contract could not but provide food for a good deal of speculation. Fanny was not acquainted with the princess, who had been kept very close, but she had met Prince Leopold during the rather premature peace celebrations in 1814. Indeed, she was sure he had been present at the great rout party they had given at Spenborough House for so many of the foreign notables. Did not Serena recall a handsome young man in that alarming Grand Duchess's train? She was persuaded he must be all that was most amiable. It was no wonder that the princess should have preferred him to the Prince of Orange. Did not Serena agree that it must be a love match? "So my aunt informs us," said Serena. "It seems not to be a match of the Prince Regent's seeking, at all events. Indeed, it would be wonderful if it were. It may be very romantic, though I thought the young man a trifle dull myself, but a Saxe-Coburg can't be considered any great thing for such an heiress. A younger son, too." But Fanny insisted that this was even an advantage, since a prince without a principality would be content to live in England, instead, like the Prince of Orange, of insisting on taking the Princess Charlotte to live for some part of the year in his own domains. As for his being dull, she thought Serena judged too harshly. For her part, she liked his dignified manners, his air of grave reflection, and had felt on the only occasion when she had met him that the young Prince of Orange was nothing more than a rattle, and with such an undistinguished face and figure.
to read all the information about Prince Leopold's career and his manifold perfections, which was printed in the various newspapers and journals, became one of each day's first objects for Fanny. However little she might have to say on the subject of Brougham's extraordinary attack on the Prince Regent, with its disastrous consequences to his party, she had plenty to say on the shabby nature of the dukedom conferred on Prince Leopold, and perused with painstaking thoroughness all 7 articles of the proposed marriage settlement. Bath was well provided with libraries, and these were considered to be amongst its most agreeable lounges. Most of them provided their subscribers with all the new English and French publications, monthly reviews, and other magazines, all the London papers, and some of the French ones. Fanny divided her patronage between Duffield's in Milsom Street and Myler and Sons, which conveniently adjoined the great pump room. Here every morning she dutifully drank the waters, declaring that she derived immense benefit from them. Serena agreed to this with suitable gravity, but thought privately that the orchestra, which discoursed music there, the shops in the more modish streets, and the constant procession of new faces were of even greater benefit to her spirits. Apart from one or two elderly persons who had been acquainted either with the First Lady Spenborough or with Lady Claypole, they had no acquaintance in the town. It was no longer a resort of high fashion, though still a very prosperous and genteel watering place, and the most notable person to be encountered was Madame D'Arblay, who had been residing there all the winter. Fanny once found herself standing beside her at the ribbon counter in a shop on Gay Street, and was very much awed. The celebrated authoress had bought nothing more uncommon than an ell of black sarcenet ribbon, and nobody, Fanny assured Serena, could have supposed from her manners or her appearance that she had ever done anything out of the common way. Fanny had longed for the courage to introduce herself, for Evelina, you know, was quite my favourite book, and I'm sure I was persuaded I could never love any gentleman 1/10 as much as I loved Lord Orville. What a pity you did not tell her so. I dare say she would have been very much pleased, Serena said. Yes, but I thought she might have wished me rather to have spoken about her last book, said Fanny naively. Do you recall that author who dined with us once, and was affronted because your dear papa praised his first book, and never said a word about his others? And I couldn't have talked to Miss Burney about The Wanderer, because it was so tedious. I gave it up after the first volume. Upon their first coming to Bath, Serena had written both their names in the subscription books at the lower and the new assembly rooms. Fanny was doubtful of the propriety of this, but the worldly wise Serena said, "Depend upon it, my dear, it would be foolish to do otherwise. In such a place as this, it never does to offend the susceptibilities of the masters of ceremonies. We shan't, of course, go to the balls or even to the card assemblies, but after we've been in mourning for 6 months, we might, I think, go to the concerts if we wished." Fanny submitted, and soon found that her comfort was increased by the goodwill of Mr. Gwinnett of the lower rooms and Mr. King of the upper. Neither of these gentlemen delayed to pay a call of ceremony upon the distinguished ladies in Laura Place, and each rivalled the other in civility. Had the Dowager Countess been as old as Mrs. Piozzi, Bath's latest resident, the visits would have been made, but the zealous gentlemen might not have felt it to be so incumbent upon them to render her so many little attentions, or to keep her so meticulously informed of any item of Bath news. Any Dowager Countess must command respect. One so touchingly youthful, so angelically fair, and with such gentle, unassuming manners, might command devotion. "Fanny," said Serena, much amused by the frequent visits of the rival masters, "if there should be a Mrs. King or a Mrs. Gwinnett, which I'm sure I hope they may not be, I shudder to think of the evil passions you must be arousing in their bosoms." "I?"
exclaimed Fanny, startled. "Good God! What can you mean?" Serena laughed at her. "Well, how many times have these assiduous gentlemen found it necessary to call in Laura Place? I swear I've lost count. There was Mr. King coming to promise you a secluded place, if only you could be brought to attend some lecture or other at the upper rooms. There was Mr. Gwinnett bethinking himself that you might not know which are the best stables for your carriage horses. There was the occasion when— Serena! Oh, hush! Fanny cried, blushing and aghast. "I'm sure they have both been very kind, but— excessively kind, and so attentive. When Mr. Gwinnett ran out of the pump-room to summon a chair for you on Tuesday, only because 3 drops of rain had fallen, I began to think that it is you who need a chaperone, not I." "Oh, I know you are funning, but indeed I wish you will not," Fanny said, distressed. "It would be so very unbecoming in me, and in them too. And it is all nonsense. They feel it to be their duty to do everything in their power to make any visitor's stay in Bath agreeable." A dreadful thought occurred to her. She fixed her innocent blue eyes on Serena's face and gasped, "Serena, I have not appeared fast." No, no," Serena said soothingly. "Just pathetic." She perceived that Fanny was seriously discomposed and added, "Goose, I was only quizzing you." "If I thought that I had seemed to be encouraging any gentleman to pay me undue attentions, it would be the most shocking thing and would destroy all my pleasure in being in Bath." Serena reassured her, reflecting not for the first time that it was seldom wise to employ a rallying tone with her. The tone of her mind was serious, and she was more prone to be shocked than amused by encounters with more lively spirits. There could be no doubt that her air of youthful helplessness, coupled as it was with an ethereal beauty, had awakened chivalry in 2 middle-aged gentlemen, but Serena refrained from telling her so. Not the most severe critic could suspect her of flirtatiousness, and not for worlds would Serena have destroyed her pleasure in being in Bath. This was very real. Looking at the shop windows, listening to the orchestra in the pump-room, walking on fine days in Sydney Gardens, noting each new face that appeared, speculating on the relationships and identities of the various habitués of the pump-room, seemed to be just what she liked. She was sure the man who always wore a pink flower in his buttonhole must be the brother and not the husband of the fat woman with the yellow wig. There was a pronounced likeness, did not Serena agree? And had Serena noticed the bonnet with the green feathers which that odd-looking woman who dressed in such an antiquated style was wearing? She had seen it displayed in the window of that milliner's in Milson Street only last week, and with the most shocking price attached. Serena always returned satisfactory answers, but had she told the truth, she would have said that she had never noticed the fat woman in the yellow wig, or the odd-looking woman either. The fact was that the dawdling life in Bath suited Serena no better than life at the Dower House. Mingled with the ache in her heart for the loss of one who had been more a companion than a father, was a restlessness, a yearning for she scarcely knew what, which found its only relief in gallops over the surrounding countryside. Owing to the steepness of its streets, carriages were not much used in Bath, chairmen supplanting coachmen in the task of conveying ladies to balls and concerts. Fanny had entertained serious thoughts of sending home her barouche, but could not understand the impulse which prompted Serena morning after morning to escape from Bath, attended only by her devoted but critical groom, Fobbing, to the surrounding hills. She knew that Serena had a great deal of uncomfortable energy, but she never realized that her more protracted expeditions coincided with the arrival in Laura Place of one of Lady Teresa Eaglesham's punctual letters, and certainly never suspected that these letters, which seemed to her to be tiresomely full of dull political news, made Serena feel that she had slipped out of the world. To Fanny, the loss of London dinner parties, where little was talked of but a government crisis or a victory over the opposition, was a gain, and she could not conceive what there was to excite interest in the news that the Grenvilles and the Foxites were splitting in consequence of Brougham's speech. The fortunes of Whig and Tory were of far less moment to Fanny than the fear that her mamma might send her sister Agnes to Bath to bear her company. This dread seriously impaired Fanny's peace of mind, until it became apparent that Lady Claypole's anxiety for the well-being of her married daughter was not of so urgent a nature as to prompt her either to go to Bath herself at the beginning of the London season, or to send thither a second daughter of rather more than marriageable age. Lady Claypole, with a third daughter straining at the schoolroom leash, would let no consideration interfere with her determination to achieve a respectable alliance for Agnes. She seemed to have abandoned all thought of a brilliant one, but hinted in a crossed and double-crossed letter that she cherished hopes of bringing a very worthy man of tolerable substance up to scratch. Fanny sighed over the letter, but was thankful to be spared Agnes's companionship. An elder and jealous sister, who made up in learning what she lacked in beauty, and might be trusted to keep a censorious eye on her junior, could not add to her comfort. She infinitely preferred the society of her daughter-in-law, however little dependence mamma might place on dear Serena's discretion. Mamma could not approve of Serena. She said that she conducted herself as though the protection of a wedding ring were hers, and had at once too great and too little a notion of her own consequence. Mamma had seen her hobnobbing with quite unworthy persons, as though she thought her rank absolved her from the necessity, indispensable to every unmarried female, of behaving with reserve. Mamma sincerely trusted she might not draw Fanny into some scrape, and ended her letter with an earnest adjuration to her daughter not to forget what her own situation now was, or what respect was due to the relict of an earl. Fanny replied dutifully to this missive, but even as her pen assured Lady Claypole that she had misjudged dearest Serena, a feeling of guilt made it tremble into a blot. Something told her that mamma would deeply disapprove of Serena's latest friendship. Indeed, it could not be denied that Serena was hobnobbing with a very ungenteel person.
The acquaintance had been struck up in the pump-room, and in the oddest way. Upon several occasions, both she and Fanny had been diverted by the startling appearance presented by an elderly female of little height but astonishing girth, who, while she adhered perhaps wisely to the fashions of her youth, was not wise enough to resist the lure of bright colours. She had a jolly, masterful countenance, with 3 chins beneath it, and a profusion of improbable black ringlets above it, imperfectly confined by caps of various designs, worn under hats of amazing opulence. Serena drew giggling protest from Fanny by asserting that she had counted 5 ostrich plumes, 1 bunch of grapes, 2 of cherries, 3 large roses, and 2 rosettes on one of these creations. An inquiry elicited from Mr. King the information that the lady was the widow of a rich merchant of Bristol, or he might have been a ship-owner. Mr. King could not take it upon himself to say. No doubt a very good sort of a woman in her way, but her ladyship would agree, sadly out of place in such a select place as Bath. She was a resident, he was sorry to say, but he had never been more than distantly civil to her. Fabulously wealthy, he believed. For his part, he deeply deplored the degeneracy of the times, and was happy to think he could remember the days when mere vulgar wealth would not have made it possible for a Mrs. Flor to rub shoulders with my Lady Spenborough. It might have been this speech, which she listened to with a contemptuous shrug, that inclined Serena to look with an indulgent eye upon Mrs. Flor. The widow was a regular visitor to the pump-room, and often, when not engaged in hailing her acquaintance and laughing and chatting with them in cheerful but unrefined accents, would sit staring at Serena in an approving but slightly embarrassing way. Serena, conscious of the fixed regard, at last returned it, her brows a little lifted, and was surprised to see the old lady nodding and smiling at her encouragingly. Considerably amused, she moved gracefully towards her. "I beg your pardon, ma'am, but I think you wish to speak to me?" "That's a fact, for so I did," said Mrs. Flor, "though whether your ladyship would condescend to speak to me was more than I could tell. Not but what I've been watching you close, for all you're so tall and high-stepping, my lady, you've a friendly way with you, and you don't look to me to be so haughty you hold up your nose at ordinary folk." "Indeed, I hope not," said Serena, laughing. Mrs. Flor poked a finger into the ribs of a mild-looking man seated in a chair beside her, and said, "I don't know where your wits have gone a-begging, Tom Bramford. Get up and offer your place to Lady Serena, man." In great confusion, Mr. Ramford hastily obeyed this sharp command. His apologies and protestations were cut short, Mrs. Flor saying kindly but with decision, "There, that'll do. You take yourself off now." "Poor man," said Serena as she seated herself. "You're very severe, ma'am. Pray, how'd you come to know my name?" "Lord, my dear, everyone knows who you are. I wager you don't know who I am, though." "You would lose, ma'am. You are Mrs. Flor, a resident, I believe, of Bath," Serena retorted. The old lady chuckled richly, all her chins quivering. "Aye, so I am. And I'll be bound you know it, because you asked someone who the deuce that old fright could be, dressed in a gown with panniers." "I did ask who you might be, but I did not so describe you," instantly responded Serena. "Lord, I wouldn't blame you. I'd look a worse fright if I was to stuff myself into one of these newfangled gowns you all wear nowadays, with a waist under my armpits and a skirt as straight as a candle. All very well for you, my lady, with the lovely slim figure you have, but I'll tell you what I'd look like, and that's a sack of meal with a string tied round it. That makes you laugh, and I see it's quite true about your eyelids, though I thought it a piece of girls' nonsense when I was told about it. They do smile." "Good God! Who could have told you anything so ridiculous, ma'am?" demanded Serena, colouring faintly. "Aye, that's just it," said Mrs. Flor. "I dare say you've been wondering what made me wishful to become acquainted with you. Well, I've got a granddaughter that thinks the world of your ladyship, and by all accounts you've been mighty kind to her." "A granddaughter?" Serena repeated, stiffening suddenly in her chair. "You cannot mean that you are... But no... Surely, the person who springs to my mind was a Miss Sebden." "So she was," agreed Mrs. Flor affably. "Sebden was my first, and Suki's papa. I've had 2 good husbands, and buried them both, which is more than Suki can boast of for all the airs she gives herself." "Good gracious!" Serena exclaimed, wishing with all her heart that Rotherham could have been present to share, as he certainly would, her own enjoyment. "Well, then, I am very happy to know you, Mrs. Flor, for I have a sincere regard for little Emily Laleham. She has often taken pity on our dullness this winter, you know. We, Lady Spenborough and I, missed her sadly when she went to London." Mrs. Flor looked gratified, but said, "That's just your kindness, my lady, that makes you say so. I don't deny I'm uncommonly partial to Emma, but I ain't a fool, and I can see who it was that took pity. Even if Emma hadn't talked so much about you, I was in a fair way to hating the sound of your name. Suki, for Suki, she's always been to me, and always will be, let her say what she likes, sent her to spend the new year with me, and it was Lady Serena this and Lady Serena that, till I'd very likely to have had a fit of the vapours if I'd been a fine lady, which, thank God, I'm not nor ever could be." "What an inflection," Serena said, smiling. "I am astonished you should have wished to become acquainted with me, ma'am. I think, you know, that when she was only a child, Emily thought me a very dashing female, because I was used to hunt with my father and do all manner of things which seemed very romantical to her. I hope she may be wiser now that she knows me better. I fear I'm no model for a young female to copy." "Well, that, begging your pardon, is where you're out, my dear," said Mrs. Flor shrewdly. "You've done Emma a great deal of good, and I don't scruple to tell you so. She's a good little soul, and as pretty as she can stare. She hasn't a heap of the common sense, and between the pair of them, Sukey and that piece of walking gentility which calls herself a governess and looks to me more like a dried herring in petticoats, we're in a fair way to ruining the poor child. But Emma, admiring your ladyship like she did, had the wit to see the difference between your manners and the ones her ma and that Miss Prawl was trying to teach her. Prawl! I prawl her. 'Grandma,' Emma said to me, 'Lady Serena is always quite unaffected, and she as civil to her servants as to dukes and marquises and all, and I mean to behave exactly like her, because she came over with the Conqueror and is a great lady, which,' concluded Mrs. Flor, 'I can see for myself, though what this Conqueror has to say to anything, I'm sure I don't know.'" "Oh, no, nor anyone else," uttered Serena, quite convulsed. "I promise you I took no account of him," said Mrs. Flor. "The quality have their ways, and we have ours, and what may be all very well for high-born ladies don't do for the parson's daughter, as you may say. All I know is that Emma would do better to copy the manners of an earl's daughter than her ma's, and so I told her." Serena could only say, "Indeed, she need copy no one's manners, ma'am. Her own are very pleasing and unaffected." "Well, to be sure, I think so," said Mrs. Flor, beaming upon her, "but I'm no judge, though I did marry a gentleman. Oh, yes, Mr. Sebden was quite above my touch, and married me in the teeth of his grand relations, as you may say. You might not think it to look at me now, but I was very much admired when I was a girl. Oh, dear me, yes, such suitors as I had. Only I took a fancy to poor George, and though my pa didn't like the match above half, George being too idle and gentlemanly for his taste, he never could deny me anything I'd set my heart on, and so we were married, and very happily, too. Of course, his family pretty well cast him off, but he didn't care a button for that, nor for turning me into a grand lady. Mind you, when Pa died and left his old fortune to me, the Sebdens began to pay me a lot of civilities, which was only to be expected, and which I was glad of on account of Sukey. Yes, I thought nothing was too good for my Sukey, so pretty as she was, and with her pa's genteel ways and all. Oh, well, I often think now that her brother wouldn't have grown up to despise his ma, however much money had been spent on sending him to a fashionable school." A gusty sigh prompted Serena to say, "Indeed, I didn't know you had had a son that died. I'm so sorry." "Well, I didn't, not exactly," said Mrs. Flor. "Not but what I sometimes feel it just as much as if he had died, for I'm sure he'd have been a good, affectionate boy. Thing was, I'd always longed for a son, but the Lord never blessed us with more than the one child. No, there was only Sukey, and everything that money could buy she had. She went to a grand school in London and made all manner of fine friends there, I warrant you, so when poor George died and the Sebdens offered to bring Sukey out, I let them do it, and the next thing I knew was she was engaged to marry Sir Walter Laleham. Between you and me, my lady, he never seemed to me any great thing, though I'm bound to say I didn't know then what he was going to cost me first and last. Not that I grudge it, because this I will say, he may be a gamester, and he may drink a deal too much, but he ain't ashamed of his ma-in-law, and if it weren't for Sukey, I might go to his house and welcome." Staggered by these extremely frank confidences, Serena could think of nothing better to say than, "I believe Sir Walter is generally very well liked. My father and he were at Eton together, and afterwards at Oxford." "Ah, were they so? Oh, well, it's a fine thing for a man to be of the first rank, but it's a better thing to have a bit of sense, if you'll pardon my saying so.
And what with offering for Sukey, who he might have known would rule the roost even if he'd been a duke, and never having the wit to back the right horse, he's my notion of a silly noddy. But there, I shouldn't be saying so, and no more I would have, only that there's something about your ladyship I like, besides knowing you as kind to Emma. What's more, says I to myself, if you've been living in the same place as Sukey, it's not likely I could tell you anything you didn't know about her, because it's my belief those airs of hers wouldn't deceive a newborn baby. Now, would they? I assure you, ma'am, Lady Laleham is everywhere received. I know that well enough, my dear, and many's the time I've enjoyed a laugh over it, although I don't deny it was marrying Sir Walter that took her into the first circles. It's me that keeps her there. Meeting frankness with frankness, Serena said, I don't doubt it, ma'am. Even had I not guessed as much from things Emily has said, it is common knowledge that Sir Walter, as the saying goes, married money. Mrs. Flor chuckled. I'll go bail it is. Oh, well, if it weren't for the silly fellow getting knocked into horse nails so often, and him and Sukey not daring to provoke me for fear I might leave my fortune away from them, let alone providing for Emma's coming out, I dare say I shall never see anything of either of them, nor my grandchildren neither, so maybe it's all for the best. It suited Sukey very well when I married Ned Flor, because who's to know I'm her ma unless I tell 'em, which in the general way I don't. What's more, Flor was a very warm man, with never a chick nor child of his own, and every penny he had he left to me, and no strings tied to him. So whenever I feel low, I tell Sukey I've taken a fancy to pay her a visit in her fine London house. It's as good as a play to see how many excuses she'll make up to put me off, never dreaming that I only do it to tease her. I never had any taste for grand company myself, but Sukey has, and you can say that's my doing for having sent her to a smart school. So she needn't be afraid. I can't help laughing at her, but I've got no notion of embarrassing her. No, nor Emma either. I'm very sure, ma'am, that Emma, at least, you could not embarrass. She speaks of you with so much affection. Bless her heart, said Mrs. Flor. All the same, my lady, it wouldn't do her a bit of good if I was to go around telling everyone I'm her grandma, so I beg you won't mention it. I've been letting my tongue run away with me, like I shouldn't, but you're one of those that can be trusted. That's certain. Thank you. If you wish it, I will not mention the relationship to anyone but Lady Spenborough, and her you may also trust. Poor young thing, remarked Mrs. Flor. Such a sweet face as she has. It quite goes to my heart to see her in her weeds, and she no more than a baby. Up there, the General has taken his leave of her, and she'll be looking to see what's become of you. You'd best go, my lady, for I dare say she wouldn't think it a proper thing for you to be sitting chatting to me. Not at all, said Serena calmly, making a sign to Fanny. If you will allow me, I should like to make you known to her, ma'am. She smiled at Fanny as she came up and said, Fanny, I wish to introduce Mrs. Flor to you, who is Emily's grandmamma. Fanny, however astonished she might be, was far too well bred to betray any other emotions than civil complaisance. She bowed and held out her hand, which, after heaving herself onto her feet, Mrs. Flor shook with great heartiness, saying that she was honoured and only wished Sukey could see her, which, however, is just as well she can't. And if ever you should find yourselves in Beaufort Square, that's where I live, and a warm welcome you'd have from me, and no offence taken if you don't choose to come. Thank you. We should like very much to visit you, replied Serena. So kind, murmured Fanny. Mrs. Flor beamed all over her face. Then, I tell you what you should do, my dears. Just you send your footman round to tell me you mean to pay me a call, and if it should happen that there's company with me, I'll send them packing, because, for one thing, it wouldn't be seemly for you to be going to parties, and for another, my friends ain't just in your style any more than I am myself. The only difference between us being that I shan't holler at you across the street or go prating about you all over Bath, which one or two I know might." With these reassuring words, she shook hands again, blessed Serena's lovely face, and waddled away. "Serena," breathed Fanny, "what an extraordinary creature!" "Yes, but quite delightful, I promise you. But, Serena, she's dreadfully vulgar. You cannot really mean to visit her." "Certainly I mean to, and I shall think very poorly of you if you don't accompany me. But, dearest, do you think your papa would have permitted it?" Fanny ventured to say. That made Serena laugh. "My dear Fanny, you know very well Papa never interfered with me or thought himself too grand to rub shoulders with the rest of the world." "Oh, no, I never meant... Only, I can't help feeling that everyone would say I ought not to let you become acquainted with vulgar persons, and in particular your Aunt Teresa, though how she thinks I can prevent you from doing exactly as you choose when she could not, I'm sure I don't know," said Fanny despairingly. Chapter 7. The call was paid, though without the suggested prelude, and the welcome accorded to the ladies was so good-natured and unaffected that Fanny was brought to acknowledge that however vulgar Mrs. Flor might be, she had a great deal of drollery, and was certainly no toad-eater. She declined a civil invitation to return the visit, saying with paralyzing candour that it was one thing for their ladyships to visit in Beaufort Square whenever they felt so inclined, and quite another for them to be entertaining her in Laura Place, and very likely making all their acquaintance wonder what kind of company they had got into. Since this was very much what Fanny had been thinking, she instantly turned scarlet and stammered an inarticulate protest, which made her hostess tell her very kindly that there was no need for her to flush up, because facts were facts and no getting round them, and in any event she was grown so stout that it was as much as she cared to do to walk to the pump-room and back. And as for calling a chair, I give you my word I never do so without I expect the poor fellows carrying me to drop down dead between the shafts, which would be a very disconcerting thing to happen," she added. Serena laughed. "Very well, ma'am. It shall be as you wish. But pray, believe me, we should be happy to see you in Laura Place." This won her a glance of decided approval from their fellow guest, a gentlemanly-looking young man of some 30 years of age, who had been sitting with Mrs. Flor when they were announced. It was to be inferred, since he had not been sent packing, that Mrs. Flor considered him worthy to meet her distinguished visitors. She introduced him as Ned Goring, the son of her late husband's business partner, who had ridden over from Bristol to pay his respects to her, and it soon transpired that the redoubtable old lady had inherited, besides 2 fortunes, considerable interest in her father's soap factory and her husband's shipyard. Young Mr. Goring, a junior partner in the latter, evidently regarded her with respect and affection, and when, in the course of conversation with him, Serena said something about her liking Mrs. Flor so much, he replied in his blunt way, "Everyone must who knows her, I think. I never knew anyone with a kinder heart or a sounder understanding." She warmed to him, knowing the world well enough to realize how many men in his position, having achieved through education a greater gentility than was aspired to by their fathers, would have found it necessary to have excused a friendship with one so frankly vulgar as Mrs. Flor. That lady being fully occupied with Fanny, Serena took pains to draw Mr. Goring out. She very soon discovered that he had been educated at Rugby and at Cambridge, and liked him the better when he replied in answer to an inquiry, "Yes, I am pretty well acquainted with George Alplington, but since I entered my father's business our ways have lain apart. How does he go on? He's an excellent fellow." "Very expensively." He laughed. I was used to tell him he would end up a Bond Street beau. Then, of course, he would make some opprobrious mention of tar, that being the only commodity to be used in my trade which he knew of, and it was a chance if either of us emerged from the argument without a black eye. At this point Fanny rose to leave, and the party broke up.
Serena shaking hands with her new acquaintance, and expressing the friendly hope that they might meet again. As she walked back to Laura Place beside Fanny, she observed, "I liked that young man, did not you? There was something particularly pleasing about his manners, which I thought very easy and frank. He has an air of honest manliness, too, which in these days of fribbles and counter-coxcombs, I own, I find refreshing." A new terror reared itself in Fanny's head. The weekly letter to Mamma was painstakingly inscribed and contained no reference to Beaufort Square. However, nothing more was heard of Mr. Goring. Serena's friendship with Mrs. Flor prospered, but in a mild way that resolved itself into an occasional call and frequent meetings in the pump-room, when sometimes conversation was exchanged, and sometimes no more than cordial greetings. The next occurrence to enliven the routine of Bath life was an unexpected visit from Rotherham. Fanny and Serena, coming in one sunny afternoon in April after walking for an hour in the Sydney Gardens, were greeted with the intelligence that his lordship had been awaiting them in the drawing-room for some 20 minutes or more. Fanny went to take off her bonnet and pelisse, but Serena chose to go immediately to the drawing-room and entered it, saying, "Well, this is a surprise. What brings you to Bath, Rotherham?" He was standing before the small wood fire, glancing through a newspaper, but he cast this aside and came forward to shake hands. His expression was forbidding, and the tone in which he answered her was decidedly acid. "I shall be grateful to you, Serena, if you will in future be so good as to inform me of it when you intend to change your habitation. I learned of this start by the merest chance." "Good gracious, why should I?" she exclaimed. "I suppose I need not apply to you for permission to come to Bath?" "You need not. Responsibility for your movements was spared me. You're free to do as you please. But since I am your trustee, you would save me annoyance and yourself inconvenience if you will advertise me when you wish new arrangements made for the payment of your allowance. I imagine it would not suit you to be obliged to send all the way to Gloucester for any moneys you might need." "No, to be sure it would not," she agreed. "It was stupid of me not to have recollected that." "Quite feather-headed." "Yes, but the thing is that I have a considerable sum by me, and that is how I came to forget the matter. What a fortunate circumstance that you should have put me in mind of it. I must write to ask Mr. Perrott to make a new arrangement too, or who knows, when I may find myself in the basket." "As it is he who collects the larger part of your income, it would certainly be as well." "Could you find no one in town with whom to pick a quarrel?" she asked solicitously. "Poor Ivo, it is too bad." "I am not picking a quarrel. It would surprise you, I dare say, if I told you that I rarely quarrel with anyone but yourself." "Ah, that's because very few people have the courage to pick up your gauntlet," she said, smiling. "An amiable portrait you draw." "But a speaking likeness," she countered, a laughing challenge in her eye. He shook his head. "No, I choose rather to prove you wrong. We won't quarrel this time, Serena." "As you wish. Will you alter the arrangement for my tiresome allowance, if you please?" "I have already done so. There is the direction," he replied, handing her a piece of paper. "Thank you. That was kind of you. I am sorry to have been so troublesome. Did you come all the way from town just for that?" "I had business at Clay Cross," he said curtly. "You seem to be comfortably established here. How'd you go on?" "Very prosperously. It was a relief to escape from Milverley." He nodded, but made no comment, merely saying after a brief, keen scrutiny of her face, "Are you well? You look a trifle peaked." "If I do, it is because black doesn't become me. I mean to lighten my mourning, and have ordered a charming grey gown." "You're mistaken." "What? In going into half-mourning?" "No, in thinking black does not become you. Are you sure that Bath agrees with your constitution?" "Yes, indeed. Now, don't, I beg of you, Rotherham, put it into Fanny's head that I am looking hagged.
I think I did become a little out of sorts, but Bath will soon set me to rights." She glanced at him and added with difficulty, "I have not learned yet not to miss Papa." "Don't let's speak of that. You know how it is with me. I don't care to talk of what so much affects me, and making a parade of grief is of all things the most repugnant to me." "Yes, I know," he replied. "You need not be afraid. I have nothing to say on that subject, for there is nothing to be said. Your aunt, by the by, charged me with all manner of messages to you. I met her at the Irby's party a couple of nights ago. It is wonderful, Serena, how much she likes you when 100 miles or so separate you from her." She laughed. "Very true. My love to her, if you please, and tell her that I quite depend upon her letters for the latest on D's. Where are you putting up, Ivo? Do you make a long stay in Bath?" "At the York House. I return to town tomorrow." "How shabby. You will stay to dine with us at least. We keep unmodishly early hours here, I warn you." He hesitated. "I can hardly sit down to dinner with you in my riding dress, and I brought no other." "Ah, so you did mean to pick a quarrel with me," she rallied him. "Fanny will pardon your top boots, and I hope you don't mean to stand on ceremony with me." She turned her head as Fanny came into the room and said, "Here is Rotherham, so full of punctilio he will not dine with us in his riding dress. Persuade him, Fanny, while I make myself tidy." She returned presently to find them apparently in perfect charity with one another, Rotherham having been so obliging as to furnish Fanny with all the latest news of the royal marriage preparations. Since it was rarely that he'd been known to pander to such feminine curiosity, Serena could only suppose that he was determined on amiability. Nothing occurred during the evening to make her change her mind. He indulged Fanny's taste for gossip, without betraying too much contempt for it, and entertained Serena with a pungent description of what he described as the flutter in the wig dovecot. Both ladies were pleased, and if an elliptical reference which made Serena's eyes dance was incomprehensible to Fanny, or the conversation turned on Mr. Canning's journey home from Lisbon, she had her embroidery frame to occupy her, and was merely glad to see Serena in such spirits. Such phrases as, "Pretty well to be employing a frigate for one's pleasure," and "Never was there such a job," put her forcibly in mind of agonizing evenings at Milverley or in Grosvenor Square, when she had been obliged to strain every nerve in the effort to follow just such conversations. It was no longer her duty to do so, and she could only be thankful. Her wandering thoughts were reclaimed presently, for the talk seemed to have switched from the despotic behaviour of somebody called Ferdinand to a subject of more interest. Rotherham was asking Serena who was at present visiting Bath. "My dear Ivo, at the start of the London season, none but dowdies." Fanny protested that she was too severe, but Serena laughed and shook her head. "General Creek, Old Lady Skeene, Mrs. Piazzi, Madame Darblay and her set, Mrs. Holroyd, Mrs. Francis, Miss Bowdler, need I continue?" "You need not, indeed. I had hoped you might have found more enlivening company." "I have," Serena said. "I mistrust that smile," Rotherham said dryly. "Who is it?" "I'll tell you one day. At present my lips are sealed," she replied, with an air of mock solemnity. "That means, I imagine, that you know well I should disapprove." "I dare say you might, but very likely you would not, and in any event it doesn't concern you." She glanced mischievously at Fanny and added, "I find the acquaintance excessively enlivening." But Lady Spenborough does not. "Fanny has such grand notions. Besides, she is my mamma-in-law and feels it to be her duty to chaperone me very strictly." "Now, Serena!" "I don't envy her that task. I shan't gratify you by trying to discover the mystery, but I wish you will take care what you are about." "I will. It is not precisely a mystery, only Although I dare say I might safely tell you about it, I believe I ought not at this present. He looked frowningly at her, but said nothing. She began to talk of something else, and the subject was not again mentioned until Rotherham took his leave. Serena having run out of the room to fetch a letter which she desired him to frank, he said abruptly, "Don't let her run into some scrape. You could not prevent her, I suppose. I know that headstrong temper." "Indeed, you are mistaken," Fanny assured him. He looked sceptical, but was prevented from saying more by Serena's coming back into the room with her letter. "There it is," she said, laying it upon the writing-table and opening the lid of the standish. "Cousin Florence will be very much obliged to you for saving her at least 6pence. He took the pen she was holding out to him and dipped it in the ink. "Shall I carry it to London and post it there?" "If you please. I wish you might have stayed longer in Bath, though." "Why?" "To have made the acquaintance of the unknown," he said, scrawling his name across the corner of her letter. She laughed. "No, though I want very much to present you to the unknown. To ride with me, merely. You never think a fence too high for me, or beg me to have a care." "In the saddle, I think you very well able to take care of yourself." "This is praise indeed." He smiled. "I never denied your horsemanship, Serena. I wish it were possible for me to stay, but it is not. This cursed ball looms ahead of me." "What ball?" "Oh, did I not tell you? I am assured it is my duty to lend Rotherham House to Cordelia, so that she may launch Sarah, or Susan, or whatever the girl's name may be, upon the world with as much pomp as possible. I am unconvinced, but when it comes to Augusta adding her trenchant accents to Cordelia's plaintive ones, I am against the ropes, and would give a dozen balls only to silence the pair of them." "Good God! Upon my word, I think it is amazingly good-natured of you, Ivo," Serena said, quite astonished. "Yes, so do I," he replied. He departed, and the ladies were left to marvel over this new and unexpected turn, Fanny declaring that she would never have believed he could be brought to do so much for his unfortunate wards, and Serena saying, "I certainly never thought of his giving a ball for Susan, but I have sometimes suspected that he does a great deal more for them than he chooses to divulge." "I'm sure I never thought so. What put it into your head?" "Well, it crossed my mind when Mrs. Monksley was complaining of his having insisted on her sending the boys to Eton, because it was where their father was educated, that he could not have compelled her to do so, which she vows he did, unless it was he, and not she, who was to bear the cost of it. Only consider what that must be. 3 of them, Fanny, and Gerard now at Cambridge. I am persuaded Mrs. Monksley could not have contrived it, even had she had the least notion of management, which she has not." Fanny was much struck, and could only say, "Well." "It is not so wonderful," Serena said, amused, "nor need it make you feel, as I see it does, that you have grievously misjudged him. He is so rich that I dare say he would not notice it if you were paying the school fees of a dozen children. I shall feel I have misjudged him when I see him showing his wards a little kindness." "Well, if he's giving a grand ball for Susan, I call it a great deal of kindness," said Fanny with spirit. Except various formal notices in the London papers, they heard nothing more of the ball until the arrival of Lady Teresa's next letter to her niece. Lady Teresa had taken her 3rd daughter to the function, but it did not seem as though she had enjoyed it, in spite of the many compliments she had received on Clarissa's beauty and the gratifying circumstance of her never having lacked a partner. Any pleasure Lady Teresa might have derived from the ball had been destroyed by the sight of Cordelia Monksley in a hideous puce gown, standing at the head of the great stairway to receive the guests. She had been unable to banish the reflection that there, but for her own folly, might have stood Serena, though not, she trusted, in puce. Moreover, had Serena been the hostess, it was to be hoped that the company would have been more exclusive. What
could have induced Rotherham to have given Cordelia Monksley carte blanche, as there was no doubt he had done, was a matter passing Lady Teresa's comprehension. Had anyone told her that she would live to see that Laleham creature storming Rotherham House, heavily underscored, she would have laughed in his face. But so it had been, and if Serena had seen her positively flinging her chit of a daughter at all the eligible bachelors, besides forcing herself on the notice of every distinguished person present, she might at last have regretted her own folly, wilfulness, and improvidence. "Well, well, well," commented Serena, much appreciating this impassioned missive. "I wonder what Mrs. Flor will have to say about it. For my part, I can't but admire the Laleham woman's generalship. To have stormed the Rotherham stronghold is something indeed. How angry Lady Silchester must have been. I wish I'd been present." Mrs. Flor, encountered on the following morning in the pump-room, echoed these sentiments. "To think of my granddaughter at a party like that, for I've read all the notices, my dear, and there was never anything like it. Lord, Sukey will be as proud as an apothecary, and I'm sure I don't blame her. Say what you will, she gets what she's set her heart on, my Sukey, and Emma, being solicited to stand up with lords and honourables and I don't know what besides. Depend upon it, Sukey will have got a lord in her eye for Emma already. Well, and if he's a nice, handsome young fellow, I hope she may catch him." "I expect she will, ma'am," said Serena, laughing. "Yes, but I don't trust her," said Mrs. Flor. "She's a hard, ambitious woman, my dear. Mark my words, if a duke with one foot in the grave and cross eyes and no teeth was to offer for that child, Sukey would make her accept him." "Oh, no," protested Serena. "No," said Mrs. Flor, "she wouldn't, because I should have something to say to it." "Very rightly. But I don't think there is such a duke, ma'am." "It'll be as well for him if there isn't," said Mrs. Flor darkly. Serena left her brooding vengefully and went off to change a book at Duffield's library on Milsom Street. This accomplished, she left the library almost colliding on the doorstep with a tall man, who fell back instantly, saying, "I beg your pardon." Even as she looked quickly up at him, he caught his breath on a gasp. She stood gazing almost incredulously into a face she had thought forgotten. "Serena," he said, his voice shaking. "Serena." More than 6 years slid from her. She put out her hand, saying as unsteadily as he, "Oh, can it be possible? Hector." Chapter 8. They stood, hand-fasted, the gentleman very pale, the lady most delicately flushed, hazel eyes lifted wonderingly to steady blue ones, neither tongue able to utter a word, until a testy, "By your leave, sir, by your leave," recalled them to a sense of their surroundings, and made Major Kirkby drop the hand he was holding so tightly, and step aside, stammering a confused apology to the impatient citizen whose way he had been blocking. As though released from a spell, Serena said, "After all these years, you have not altered in the least. Yes, you have, though. Those tiny lines at the corners of your eyes were not there before, I think, and your cheeks were not so lean. But I swear you are as handsome as ever, my dear Hector." He smiled at the rallying note in her voice, but his own was perfectly serious as he answered in a low tone, "And you are more beautiful even than my memories of you. Serena, Serena. Oh, forgive me, I hardly know what I'm saying or where I am." She gave an uncertain little laugh, trying for a more commonplace note. "You are in Milsom Street, sir, wholly blocking the way into Duffield's excellent library.
and the spectacle of a gentleman of military aspect standing petrified with his hat in his hand is attracting a great deal of attention, let me tell you. Shall we remove from this too public locality?" He cast a startled glance about him, coloured up, laughed, and set his high-crowned beaver on his fair head again. "Oh, by God, yes. I'm so bemused. May I escort you? Your maid, footman?" "I am alone." "You may give me your arm, if you will be so good." "But were you not about to go into the library?" "No, yes. What can that signify?" "Alone? How comes this about? Surely—" "My dear Hector, my next birthday, which is not so far distant, will be my 26th, she said, placing her hand in his arm and drawing him gently away from the entrance to the library. "Did I never go out without a footman in attendance when you knew me before? Well, perhaps I did not, since I was in my Aunt Teresa's charge. She has the most antiquated notions. How long ago it seems. I was barely 19, and you were so proud of your first regimentals. To what exalted heights have you risen? Tell me how I should address you." His free hand came up to press her gloved fingers, lying so lightly in the crook of his left arm. "As you do. The sound of Hector on your lips is such music as I never hope to hear again. There were no exalted heights. I have no more imposing title than that of Major." "It sounds very well, I promise you. Are you on furlough? You do not wear regimentals." "I sold out at the end of last year. You might not be aware, my elder brother has been dead these 3 years. I succeeded to the property at the time of Bonaparte's escape from Elba, and but for that circumstance must have sold out 2 years ago." "I did not know. Pray forgive me." "How should you?" he said simply. "I never dreamed that I could hold a place in your memory." She was struck to the heart, realizing how small a place had been held by him, and said haltingly, "Or I, that you should recall so clearly, after so long." "You have never been absent from my thoughts. Your face, your smiling eyes have been with me through every campaign." "No, no, how can you be so romantical?" she exclaimed, at once startled and touched. "It is true. When I read of your engagement to Lord Rotherham, how can I describe to you what I suffered?" "You saw that notice?" "I saw it." He smiled ruefully. "I was used, whenever a London newspaper came in my way, to search the social columns for a sight of your name. Absurd of me, was it not? The Morning Post that included that announcement was sent to me by my sister. She knew I had been acquainted with you and thought I should be interested to learn of your engagement. She little guessed what passions were roused in me. I had prepared myself for your marriage to another. I could have borne it, I hope, with better command over my own sensations had it been any other than Rotherham." She looked up in surprise. "Did you dislike him so much? I had thought you scarcely knew him." "It was true, I met him perhaps 3 times only." He paused, and she saw his well-moulded lips tighten. After a moment he said, "I have always believed that it was he who separated us." She was startled. "Oh, no! Indeed, it wasn't so. But how could it have been possible?" "His influence over your father was brought to bear. I knew him for my enemy, Serena, from the outset." "No. Recollect how young you were. His manners are not conciliating, and that abrupt way he has, and the frowning look made you think he disliked you. My father would not countenance the match from worldly reasons. He thought us, besides, too young, and, oh, I suppose he had even then set his heart on my marrying Rotherham. Had he not allowed Rotherham to persuade him into the belief that we were not suited to one another, I cannot think he would have been so adamant. His affection for you was too great to admit of his sacrificing you to mere worldly ambition. Perhaps he did think that, but that Ivo put it into his head, I will not allow. Good God, Hector, why should he have done so? When I read the notice of your engagement, I knew the answer to that enigma. Nonsense! That came 3 years later. Ivo had no thought of marrying me then. She flushed and added, I jilted him, you know. I did know it. For you it must have been painful indeed. For me, a relief I cannot describe to you. I knew then that your heart had not been engaged, that the match was made by your father, de convenance. She was silent for a moment, but said presently, I hardly know how to answer you. Papa most earnestly desired it. He promoted it, but no more than that. There was no compulsion, no pressure exerted to make me. Hector, if it distresses you, I'm sorry for it, but I should be sorrier still to deceive you. I was very willing. I fancied myself in love with Ivo. There, it is out, and you know now that I was not as constant as you. He said in a moved tone, it is what I always loved in you. Your honesty, that fearless look in your eyes, a frankness so engaging. But you did not love Rotherham. No, a brief, bitterly fought campaign, that engagement of ours. I behaved shockingly, of course, but you may believe he was as well rid of me as I of him. Again he pressed her hand. I couldn't believe that. That you were well rid of him, yes. His temper so peremptory and overbearing. Oh, yes, but my own temper, you know, is very bad, she said ruefully. He smiled. It is like you to say so, but it is not true, Serena. I'm afraid you don't know me. Don't I? If ever it was bad, there must have been great provocation. I thought so, at all events, she said, a gleam of fun in her eyes. I always think so, whenever I lose it. That was one of the questions on which Rotherham and I could never agree. I cannot bear to think of you subjected even for so short a time to that imperious, tyrannical disposition. She could not help laughing. I wish he might be privileged to hear you. He would think it a gross injustice that you should have no pity for his sufferings. I can believe it. Do you ever meet him now? Frequently. There was no estrangement. We are very good friends, except when we are sworn foes. Indeed, he is my trustee. Your trustee? He said, looking as though he found the information shocking. I knew how much attached to him Lord Spenborough was, but that he should have placed you in a position of such embarrassment... Forgive me, I should not be speaking to you so. You mistake. I don't find it embarrassing. To be sure, I was in such a passion when I first discovered how it was to be, but there were circumstances enough to enrage me. Never mind that. As for meeting Ivo, in the old way, neither of us has been aware of any awkwardness. It is the popular notion that I should be cast into blushes in Ivo's presence, but either that's a great piece of nonsense, or I am a creature sadly lacking in sensibility. I can't be shy of a man I've known all my life. Since my father's death, too, he seems sometimes to me like a link with... She broke off. Oh, but come, we've talked enough of me. Tell me of yourself. I long to hear of all your doings in Spain. I don't think I could ever hear enough of you, he said seriously. Nothing of any consequence has befallen me, nothing until today. When I saw you, it was as though these 6 years and more had never been. Oh, hush! I, too, was conscious of just that feeling, but it is nonsensical. Much has happened to both of us. To you, I know well how great a tragedy your father's death must have been to you. To have written to you would have been presumption. I could only wish that I had the right to comfort you." As always, she was rendered uncomfortable by spoken sympathy. She said, "Thank you. The shock was severe, and the sense of loss must remain with me for long and long. But you must not think me borne down by it, or out of spirits. I go on very well. I know your indomitable courage." Her impulse was to check him. She subdued it, afraid of wounding him, and walked on beside him with downcast eyes while he continued talking of her father. That he truly understood the extent of her loss and most sincerely entered into her feelings she could not doubt. He spoke well and with great tenderness. She would rather he had been silent. He seemed to realize it, and broke off, saying, "It is painful for you to talk of it. I will say no more. What I feel, all that I cannot express, you must know." "Yes, you are very good, very kind. How glad I am I should have chosen to go to Duffield's this very morning. Do you make a long stay in Bath?" "I came to visit my mother and arrived only yesterday. There are no calls upon my time, and I had meant to remain with her for a few weeks. Since my father's death, she has resided here. The climate agrees with her constitution, and she derives benefit from the baths. She is a sad invalid and seldom goes out, But are you living here too, Serena?" "For a few months only, with my mother-in-law." "Ah, I knew that Lord Spenborough had married again, and feared that you must have been made unhappy." "No, indeed." "You live with Lady Spenborough? You like her?" "She is kind to you," he said anxiously. "Very." "I am very much relieved to hear you say so. I was afraid it might not be so. To have had a mamma thrust upon you at your age cannot have been agreeable. Too often one hears of mammas-in-law domineering over the children of a previous marriage. But if she is truly motherly to you, I can believe that you may be glad now that the marriage took place. Her protection must be a comfort to you." Her eyes began to dance, but she said demurely, "Very true. I look forward to presenting you to her. I hope you will not think her very formidable." "Will you let me call on you?" he said eagerly. "She will not object to it." "I am sure she will receive you most graciously." "There is something quelling in the very word," he said, smiling. "As for dowager, that conjures up such a picture that might terrify the boldest. If she should wear a turban, I shall shake in my shoes, for it will remind me of a great aunt of whom as a boy I lived in dread. When may I call on her? Where is your direction?" "In Laura Place." She looked round her suddenly and burst out laughing. "Good God! Do you know how far we have walked? Unless my eyes deceive me, we have reached nearly to the end of Great Pulteney Street. If I have at least led you in the right way, it must have been by instinct. I have no recollection even of crossing the bridge." "Nor I," he admitted, turning, and beginning to retrace his steps beside her. "I have been walking in a dream, I think. I could wish we were at the other end of the town, so that I need not part from you so soon. My fear is that when you leave me, I shall wake up." "Major Kirkby, I begin to think you are turned into an accomplished flirt." "I? Oh, you are quizzing me. I never flirted, I think, in my life." "Good gracious! Will you tell me there is not one beautiful Spaniard left mourning your departure?" He shook his head. "Not one, upon my honor. I had no notion life was so dull in Spain." "I never saw one whom I thought beautiful," he said simply. They walked on, and were soon in Laura Place again. He parted from her at her door, lingering with her hand in his to say, "Tell me when I may call on you." "When you wish," she replied, smiling at him. His clasp on her hand tightened. He bent to kiss it, and at last released it and went striding away, as though he dared not trust himself to look back.
A minute later, Fanny was greeting Serena with relief. "Oh, I'm so glad you're come in. I feared some accident had befallen, for you have been away this age and more. Good God, dearest, what has happened? You look as if a fortune had dropped on you from the sky." "Not a fortune," Serena said, her eyes very bright and sparkling, and a smile hovering about her mouth. "Better than that, and by far more unexpected. I have met an old acquaintance." "That would not make you look so." "Now be serious, love, I do beg of you." "Oh, I cannot be. You must hold me excused. Did you ever feel yourself a girl again in your first season? It is the most delightful thing imaginable. I have told him he may call on us. Pray be so obliging as to like him. It will be a study to see his face when I present him to you. He pictures you in a turban, Fanny." Fanny let her embroidery frame drop. "He?" Her face brightened suddenly. "Not... Oh, Serena, you don't mean you have met that young man again? The man you told me you had loved? The only man you had loved?" "Did I tell you so?" "Yes, it is he." "Oh, Serena," sighed Fanny ecstatically. "How very glad I am. It is exactly like a romance. At least, is he still single, dearest?" "Yes, of course he is. Well, that is to say, I never asked him. But there is no doubt. I wonder how soon he will think it proper to call on us. I fancy it will not be long." It was not long. Major Kirkby, in fact, paid his visit of ceremony upon the following day, arriving in Laura Place upon the heels of a heavy thunderstorm. Lipster, relieving him of his dripping cloak and hat, sent Fanny's page running to fetch a leather to rub over the Major's smart hessians, and permitted himself to scrutinize with unusual interest this visitor, who was not deterred by inclement weather from paying morning visits. He had been informed that her ladyship was expecting a Major Kirkby to call some time, but no suspicion had been aroused in his mind that the unknown Major might prove to be a visitor quite out of the common. If he had thought about the matter at all, the picture in his mind's eye would have been of some middle-aged Bath resident, and when he opened the door to a tall, handsome gentleman, nattily attired, and not a day above 30, if as old, he suffered a severe shock, and instantly drew his own perfectly correct conclusions. While the page wiped the mud from those well-cut boots, and the Major straightened his starched neckcloth, Lipster took a rapid and expert survey, contriving in a matter of seconds to ascertain that the long-tailed blue coat of superfine had come from the hands of one of the first tailors, that the Major had a nice taste in waistcoats, and knew how to arrange a neckcloth with modish precision. He had a fine pair of shoulders on him, and an excellent leg for a skin-tight pantaloon. His countenance, a relatively unimportant matter, came in for no more than a cursory glance, but the butler noted with approval that the features were regular, and the Major's air distinguished. He led the way upstairs to the drawing-room, the Major following him in happy ignorance of the ferment of conjecture his appearance had set up. The door was opened, his name announced, and he trod into an elegantly furnished apartment, whose sole occupant was a slender little lady, dressed all in black, and seated at the writing-table. Taken by surprise, Fanny looked up quickly, the pen still held between her fingers. The Major checked on the threshold, staring at her. He beheld a charming countenance, with very large, soft blue eyes, and a mouth trembling into a shy smile, golden ringlets peeping from under a lace cap, and a general air of youth and fragility. Wild thoughts of having entered the wrong house crossed his mind. Considerably disconcerted, he stammered, "Oh, I beg your pardon. I thought I must have mistaken the direction. But I asked your butler if Lady Spenborough, and he led me upstairs." Fanny laid the pen down and rose to her feet and came forward, blushing and laughing. "I am Lady Spenborough. How do you do?" He took her hand, but exclaimed involuntarily,
The Dowager, Lady Spenborough? But you cannot be—" He stopped in confusion, began to laugh also, and said, "Forgive me, I had pictured, well, a very different lady. In a turban. Serena told me so. It is very naughty of her to roast you, Major Kirkby. Do pray be seated. Serena will be down directly. She was caught in that dreadful storm and was obliged to change her dress, which was quite soaked." "Walking in this weather? I hope she may not have taken a chill. It was very imprudent." "Oh, no, she never does so," responded Fanny placidly. "She was used to ride with her papa in all weathers, you know. She is a famous horsewoman, quite intrepid." "Yes, so I believe. I never saw her in the saddle, however. Our former acquaintance was in London. You and she now reside here? Or, no, I think she told me you were here only for a visit." "Oh, yes. We have been living since Lord Spenborough's death in my dower house at Milverley." "Ah, then she has not been obliged quite to leave her home. I remember that she was much attached to it." He smiled warmly at her. "When I read of Lord Spenborough's death, I was afraid she might be obliged to live with with someone perhaps not agreeable to her. I am sure she must be happy with you, ma'am." "Oh, yes. Well, that is, I am very happy," said Fanny naively. "She's so kind to me. I don't know how I should go on without her." At that moment Serena came into the room, her copper ringlet still damp and curling wildly. As she closed the door, she said mischievously, "Now, what an infamous thing it is that you should have come when I wasn't here to present you to my mamma-in-law, sir. She has not terrified you, I trust." He had jumped up and strode to meet her, taking her hand and holding it for a minute. "What an infamous thing it was that you should have taken me in," he retorted, smiling down at her, with so glowing a look in his eyes that her own sank, and she felt her colour rising. It was irresistible. "Are you satisfied that she is truly motherly?" "Serena, you never said so," cried Fanny indignantly. "No, not I. It was Major Kirkby's hope." He drew her forward to a chair beside the small fire and placed a cushion behind her as she seated herself. She looked up to thank him, and he said, "Do you know that your hair is quite wet? It will soon dry beside this fire." "Are you always so reckless? I wish you would take care." She smiled. "Why? Do I seem to you invalidish? It's well you didn't see me when I came in, for I don't think there was a dry stitch on me." "Then perhaps it is as well. I should certainly have been anxious." "Fanny will tell you that I am never ill. Do you take cold every time you're caught in the rain?" "No, indeed, I should not long have survived in Portugal, but that is another matter. You are not a soldier." She saw that he would not readily be persuaded that her constitution was not delicate, and was a little amused. It was not unpleasant to find herself an object of solicitude, so she said no more, leading him instead to talk of his experiences in the peninsula. He stayed for half an hour, and then, very correctly, rose to take his leave. Fanny, as she shook hands with him, said in her pretty, soft voice, "You know, we cannot entertain in any formal style, Major Kirkby, but if you will not think it a bore to dine quietly with us one evening, we should be happy to welcome you." "A bore? I should like it of all things," he said. "May I indeed do that?" The engagement was made, and Fanny's hand kissed. "Thank you," the Major said with a twinkle. There was a good deal of meaning in his voice. Fanny gave a little choke of laughter and tried to look demure. He turned from her to Serena. "I think you are very fortunate in your mamma-in-law. Shall I see you perhaps in the pump-room tomorrow? Do you go there?" "Yes, frequently, to watch Fanny screwing up her face and most heroically drinking the water." "Ah, then I shall meet you there," he said, and pressed her hand, and went away. Serena glanced almost shyly at Fanny. "Well?" "Oh, Serena, how very charming he is! You did not tell me the half.
I think I never saw such kind eyes. He is so much in love with you, too. Oh, he does not know me. My dear. Serena shook her head. Do you think he does? I'm so much afraid. You see, he believes me to be, so many excellent things which I am not. He has no notion of my shocking temper, or my obstinacy, or... Serena, you goose, Fanny cried, embracing her. He loves you. Oh, and he will take such care of you, and value you as he should, and think nothing too good for you. He is the very man to make you happy. Fanny, Fanny, Serena protested. He has not offered for me yet. How absurd you are, when he can barely take his eyes off you. He will offer for you before the week is out. Chapter 9. Fanny was disappointed. It was 10 days later before the Major declared himself, and he did it then at her instigation. That he was head over ears in love, no one could doubt. He went about like a man dazzled by strong sunshine, so oblivious of his surroundings or any worldly care that his anxious mother was thrown into great disquiet, convinced at one moment that he no longer held her in affection, and at the next that his restlessness and absence of mind must have its root in some deep-seated disorder. Since the state of her health made her shrink from social intercourse, and her only expeditions from her Erie and Lansdowne Crescent down into the town were to the Abbey Baths, she remained in ignorance of the true state of affairs. Fashionable Bath could have enlightened her, for although the Major retained just enough sense not to haunt Laura Place, it seemed not to occur to him that the spectacle of a tall and handsome young man searching the pump-room every morning for the Lady Serena Carlo might possibly attract attention. The habitués of the pump-room derived considerable entertainment from it, one gentleman asserting that it was now his custom to set his watch by the Major's arrival, and old General Hendy, whose own practice was to steer a gouty and determined course to Fanny's side, saying indignantly that he never saw such a silly, moonstruck fellow, and had a good mind to tell him what a cake he was making of himself. Whenever the Major came bearing down upon Serena, he scowled at him awfully. But as the Major had no eyes for anyone but Serena, this strong hint from a senior officer went unnoticed. General Hendy was not the only person hostile to the courtship. High sticklers viewed it with disapproval, some maintaining that it was improper for the Lady Serena to be encouraging any gentleman to pay his addresses to her while she was in mourning for her father, others considering that such a match would be scandalously unequal. Had the Major been less besotted, he must have perceived the glances, curious, amused, or condemnatory, and have realized that his goddess had become the most talked-of woman in Bath. He would have been aghast. Serena realized it and laughed. Fanny did not realize it until Mrs. Flor shocked her by saying, "A very pretty beau your daughter-in-law's got for herself, my lady, I do declare. Lord, it's as good as a play to watch him. Morning after morning in he comes, and if Lady Serena's here, he goes plunging across the room to her, never noticing another soul, and if she ain't, he goes off like a dog that's lost its tail." Dismayed, Fanny exclaimed, "Oh, how could I be so thoughtless? I never dreamed that people would notice a talk about Lady Serena." "Lord, ma'am, who cares for a bit of gossip?" said Mrs. Flor comfortably. "There's no harm that ever I heard of in a beautiful girl being courted, and if people choose to talk, let 'em." Serena said the same. "My dear Fanny, don't tease yourself. The world began to talk about me when I drove a high-perch phaeton in Hyde Park. I was 18 then, and much papa cared for the exclamations of the censorious. Now, when I declared I would no longer be burdened with a duenna, hands were upflung in horror. When I jilted Rotherham, I was known to be past reclaim. Add to these all my other iniquities, and you must perceive that I've given people so much to talk about that had I cared for their whisperings, I must have retired to a nunnery. What's more, didn't my aunt warn you that I am an acknowledged flirt? Serena, do not say so. Well, it's quite true, you know, said Serena candidly. How often have you accused me of trifling with some ridiculous creature's sensibilities? Oh, no, I never said that. Only that you have so much liveliness, dearest, and so much beauty that gentlemen can't help but fall in love with you, and you are so heedless of your beauty that you don't quite realize it. Fanny, you're a goose, Serena told her severely. Of course I do. If a personable man does me the honour to think me beautiful, alas, that there should not be more of them, but my red hair, you know, is a sad blemish. Well, if he does admire me, what should I do but reward him with a little elegant dalliance? How can you talk so? If I believed you to be flirting with Major Kirkby... Oh, no, Serena, you could not. You are very right. It would be a feat beyond my power. He would be incapable of it. I wish you will be serious, Fanny said despairingly. I can't be. No. Don't pester me with questions or lecture me on the proprieties, Fanny. Very likely I have taken leave of my senses. Indeed, I sometimes fear I have. But either I shall come about, or I shall not. And as for the rest of the world, it may go to the devil. Fanny could only conclude that she was as much in love as the Major, and wished that he would come to the point. Why he did not do so she was at a loss to understand, and was beginning to wonder if some impediment perhaps existed, when, to her surprise, he was ushered into the drawing-room in Laura Place one afternoon, and said, as he grasped her hand, "I hoped I might find you at home. Serena is out, I know. It is you I particularly wish to see. You are her guardian, the properest person to be consulted. You know her. I believe you must be aware of the nature of the feelings which I... Lady Spenborough, in the joy of seeing her again, hearing her voice, touching her hand, all other considerations were forgotten. I allowed myself..." He broke off, trying to collect himself, and took a few hasty steps about the room. Filled with trepidation, she said after a moment, "You allowed yourself, Major Kirkby, to be happy in a dream of years, which seemed suddenly to have turned to reality." "A dream? I beg your pardon, but why do you call it so?" she asked anxiously. He turned and came back to the fireside. "Should I not? Lady Spenborough, I ask myself that question again and again. I tell myself it could be reality, but I cannot silence the doubt, the scruple, that warns me it should not." His agitation, the strong emotion under which he was evidently labouring, the oppressed look upon his brow, all awoke her ready compassion. Her disposition was timid. She was always very shy with anyone whom she did not know well, but she felt no shyness upon this occasion. She said with her pretty smile, "Will you not be seated and tell me what it is that is troubling you? You know I am very stupid, and I don't at all understand what you mean." He threw her a grateful look, saying, "You are so very kind. I'm talking like a fool, I suppose. I came to ask you, Lady Spenborough, should I be the most presumptuous dog alive to beg Serena to marry me?" Astonishment widened her eyes. "Presumptuous? But why?" "You don't think so? But have you considered? You know, I fancy that the feelings I entertain are not of recent birth. It is nearly 7 years since I first saw her, and from that day those feelings have remained unchanged. She appeared to me then like some heavenly creature descended to earth to make every other woman seem commonplace. Her beauty, her grace, the very music of her voice I could never forget. They have remained with me, haunted all my dreams." He stopped, reddening, and tried to laugh. I am talking like a fool again. No, no, she breathed. Pray do not think so. Go on, if you please. He stared down at his hands, lying clasped between his knees. Well, you are aware, I dare say, that I had the temerity to raise my eyes too high. You should not say so, she interpolated gently. It was true. Then I thought otherwise. I was very young. Rank and fortune seemed to me to be of no account when set in the scales against such an attachment as I believed ours to be. I think I never forgave those that parted us until now, when the treasure I had believed unattainable seems to be within my reach, and I see, as any man of honour must, all the force of the arguments which were advanced against me 7 years ago. Again she interrupted him. Forgive me, but 7 years ago she was just come out, and you were a younger son with no prospects. She is her own mistress now, and you are not a boy just joined and proud, as Serena once told me of your first regimentals. Then, had she been permitted to marry you, she must have followed the drum. Today, it is otherwise, is it not? He looked up, fixing his eyes upon her intently. I have come into the property which I never thought to inherit, but it is not large. Indeed, in her eyes the estate must seem a small one, and brings me what I should rather call an easy competence than a handsome fortune. The elegancies of life I can command, but not its luxuries. The house to which I should take her, though I have been used to hear it spoken of as commodious, cannot compare with Milverley. I was never at Milverley, but I have visited such places. I have even stayed in 1 or 2, and I know that beside the size and style of such an establishment, my poor little manor must be dwarfed indeed. I could afford, I think, to hire a house in town for the season, but it could not be a mansion like Spenborough House. Oh, she cried involuntarily, can you imagine that such considerations as that would weigh with Serena? No, her mind is too lofty, her disposition too generous. If she gave her heart, she would, I think, be ready to live in a cottage. It is with me that those considerations weigh. They must do so, and the more heavily because she would laugh them aside. I don't know what any woman could want more than what you can offer her, Fanny said wistfully. Lady Spenborough, are you sincere? You don't think it would be wrong in me to ask her to be my wife? No, indeed. To be sure, I cannot feel a cottage would do for Serena, said Fanny, quite unable to picture Serena in such a setting, because she doesn't like to feel herself cooped up. Besides, you could scarcely keep servants in a cottage, and with all the will in the world, Major Kirkby, she could never manage without. He could not help laughing. I should think not, indeed. You see, Fanny explained, she has always had so many servants to wait upon her that she has never been obliged to attend very much to domestic matters. But I dare say you have a good housekeeper. Of course, I didn't mean she would have to sweep floors or cook the dinner or even tell the maids what they must do. My mother was used to direct the servants, but since she has lived in Bath, Mrs. Harbury has attended to all such matters and could very well continue to do so if Serena wished it. I expect she would wish it, said Fanny, with lively memories of Serena's unconcern with the domestic arrangements at the Dower House. She added reflectively, it is the oddest thing. I am sure Serena never groomed a horse in her life or swept out a stall, but she would manage a stable far more easily than a house. These words brought another scruple to his mind. He said, her hunting. Could she bear to give that up? Even if I could endure to let her risk her neck, my home is in Kent, and that is poor hunting country, humbug country, I expect she would call it. There are several packs, but I have never been much addicted to the sport. I could become a subscriber, but I doubt... She told me once that she thought nothing equal to the Cottesmore country. Yes, said Fanny. She and her papa were used to visit Lord Lonsdale every year at Lowther Hall. But for the most part, of course, they hunted with the Duke of Beaufort's pack. I believe, but I have never hunted myself, that is very good country too. She smiled at him as something very like a groan burst from him. Major Kirkby, you are too despondent. It would be a very poor creature who would set such considerations as that in the balance. I know she would not, but I should wish her to have everything she desired. Well, if she desired it so very much, perhaps it could be contrived. You might purchase a lodge in the Shires, or... That I might do. But maintain a dozen or so first-rate hunters I could not. But Serena has a very large fortune of her own, said Fanny. He sprang up and began to walk about the room again. Yes, I have no knowledge, but it was bound to be so. I wish to God it were not. You will understand me, Lady Spenborough, when I say that I had rather by far she were penniless than that there should be so great a disparity, as I fear there must be, between our fortunes. I do understand you, she replied warmly. Such a sentiment cannot but do you honour, but believe me, it would be most wrong, most foolish, to let such a scruple stand in the way of, perhaps, the happiness of you both. He came striding back to her and caught her hand to his lips. I have no words with which to thank you. If I have your consent, I care for no other. You know Serena. You love her. And you tell me to go forward. Oh, yes, but I am not her guardian, you know. She is quite her own mistress. At least... She paused, suddenly struck by an unwelcome thought. I had forgot. Oh, dear. She has a guardian. Someone to whom I should apply before approaching her. No, only her fortune is strangely tied up, and perhaps... but I should not be talking of her affairs. He pressed her hand slightly. Do not. I hope it may be so securely tied up that I could not touch it if I would. I must go. If I could express to you my gratitude for your kindness, your understanding. He smiled down at her with a good deal of archness. The word dowager will never again have the power to terrify me. She laughed and blushed. He again kissed her hand and turned to go away, just as the door opened and Serena in her walking dress came into the room. I thought I recognized the modish hat reposing on the table in the hall, she remarked, drawing off her gloves and tossing them aside. How do you do, Hector? Her eyes went from him to Fanny, and the smile in them deepened. Now, what conspiracy have you been hatching to make you both look so guilty? No conspiracy, the Major said, going to her and helping her to take off her pelisse. Did you find your very odd acquaintance, Mrs. Flor, is it not, at home? I should think she was very much obliged to you for your visit. I believe you are quite as high in the instep as Fanny, and disapprove of Mrs. Flor as heartily, Serena exclaimed. I own I cannot think her a proper friend for you, he admitted. Stuff! I found her at home, and I was very much obliged to her for the welcome she was kind enough to give me. I must say, Fanny, I wish we were in London, just that we might see with our own eyes the Laylam woman's triumph. You don't mean to say that she has made up a brilliant match for poor little Emily already, cried Fanny. No, she hasn't done that, but if she's to be believed, she might have her pick of a dozen eligible parties tomorrow if she chose. Flying at higher game, I conclude. So does Mrs. Flor. She still holds by her cross-eyed duke. I am very sceptical about him, but there seems to be no doubt that the Rotherham ball has worked like a charm. I dare say it might help to open some doors, but what tactics the Leyland woman employed to force open some others, and which of the patronesses she out-generalled into surrendering vouchers for Almack's, I would give a fortune to know. One can't but admire her. Odious woman, Fanny said. I'm sorry for Emily. Nonsense. She will be in high feather, enjoying a truly magnificent season. But who is this lady? Asked the Major. She is Mrs. Floor's daughter, not as engaging as her mamma, but quite as redoubtable. She is a hateful, scheming creature, said Fanny with unusual asperity. Excuse me, I must speak to Lipster. Something I forgot to tell him he must do. No, pray don't pull the bell, my dearest. Good gracious, Fanny, what in the world— Serena stopped, for the door had closed softly behind Fanny. Serena. She turned her head, struck by the urgent note in the Major's voice. One look at his face was enough to explain Fanny's surprising behaviour. She felt suddenly breathless and absurdly shy. He came towards her and took her hands. It was not conspiracy. I came to ask her, as one who is in some sort your guardian, if I might ask you to marry me. Oh, Hector, how could you be so foolish, she said, her voice catching on something between a laugh and a sob. What has poor Fanny to say to anything? Did she tell you that you might? Must I ask her what I should reply? Not that. But I am aware now, as I never was 7 years ago, of the gulf that lies between us. She pulled one of her hands away and pressed her fingers against his mouth. Don't say such things. I forbid you. Don't think yourself unworthy of me. If you only knew— But you don't, my poor Hector. You don't. It's I who am unworthy. You've no notion how detestable I can be, how headstrong, how obstinate, how shrewish. He caught her into his arms, saying thickly, Do not you say such things, my goddess, my queen. Oh, no, no, no. He raised his head, smiling a little crookedly down at her. Do you dislike to hear yourself called so? There is nothing I would not do to please you, but you cannot help but be my goddess. You have been so these 7 years. Only a goddess could dislike it. You see by that how wretchedly short of the mark I fall. I have a little honesty, enough to tell you now that you must not worship me. He only laughed and kissed her again. She protested no more. Too much a woman not to be deeply moved by such idolatry, and awed by the constancy which, though it might have been to a false image, could not be doubted. It was not long before he was saying to her much of what he had previously said to Fanny, anxiously laying his circumstances before her, and dwelling so particularly on the disparity between them of rank and fortune, that she interrupted presently to say with mingled amusement and impatience, My dearest Hector, I wish you will not talk such nonsense. Why do you set so much store by rank? You are a gentleman, and I hope I am a gentlewoman. And as for fortune, we shall do very well. His expression changed. He said, I wish to God you had no fortune. It was not to be expected that she should understand such a point of view, nor did she. In her world, a poorly dowered girl was an object for compassion. Even a love match must depend upon the marriage settlements, and wealthy and besotted indeed must be the suitor who allied himself to a portionless damsel. She looked her astonishment and repeated in a blank voice, Wish I had no fortune? Yes, I had rather by far you were penniless than, I dare say, so rich that my own fortune must seem the veriest pittance beside yours." Laughter sprang to her eyes. "Oh, you goose! Do you fear to be taken for a fortune hunter? Of all the crack-brained ideas to take into your head, no, indeed, Hector, this is being foolish beyond permission." "I don't know that I care so much for that, though it is what people will say. But I must support my wife, not live upon her fortune. Serena, surely you must understand this." It seemed to her absurdly romantic, but she only said quizzingly, "Was this thought in your head 7 years ago?" "7 years ago," he replied gravely. "Your father was alive, and you were not sole mistress of your fortune. If I thought about the matter at all, but you must remember that I was then no more than a green boy, I imagine I must have supposed that Lord Spenborough, if he countenanced the match, would settle on you a sum comparable to my own means." "Or have cut me off without a penny?" she inquired, amused. "Or have done that," he agreed, perfectly seriously. She perceived that he was in earnest, but she could not help saying with a gurgle of laughter, "It is too bad that you cannot enact the role of Cophetua. I must always possess an independence which cannot be wrested from me. But take heart, it is by no means certain that I shall ever have more than that. Are you prepared to take me with my wretched £700 a year, my ridiculous fortune hunter? I warn you, it may well be no more." "Are you in earnest?" he asked, his brow lightening. "Lady Spenborough said something about your fortunes being oddly tied up, but no more than that. Tell me." "I will. But if you mean to take it as a piece of excellent good news, we are likely to fall out," she warned him. "Nothing was ever more infamous. My dear but misguided papa left my fortune, all but what I have from my mother, to Rotherham in trust for me, with the proviso that he was to allow me no more than the pin money I had always been given, until I was married, with, mark you, his lordship's consent and approval. In the event of my marrying without that august approval, I may, I suppose, kiss my fingers to my inheritance." He was staggered, and his first thoughts agreed exactly with her own. "What? You must win Rotherham's consent? Good God! I never in my life heard of anything so iniquitous." "Just so," said Serena with immense cordiality. "I hope you will perceive that I was not to be blamed for flying into the worst passion of my career when that clause was read to me." "I do not wonder at it. Rotherham, of all men alive! Pardon me, but the indelicacy of such a provision, But I must be silent on that head." "Abominable, wasn't it? I am heartily of your opinion." He sat for a moment or two with his lips tightly compressed. But as other thoughts came into his mind, his face relaxed, and he presently exclaimed, "Then if he should refuse his consent, you will have no more than will serve for your gowns and such fripperies." "Very true. But you need not say it as though you were glad of it." "I am glad of it." "Well, so am not I," retorted Serena tartly. "Serena, all I have is yours to do with as you please," he said imploringly. She was touched, but a strong vein of common sense made her say, "I am very much obliged to you. But what if I should please to spend all you have upon my gowns and such fripperies? My dear, that is very fine talking, but it won't do. Besides, the very thought of Ivo's holding my purse strings to the day of his death, or mine, is enough to send me into strong convulsions. He shall not do it. And now I come to think of it, I believe he will not be able to. He told me himself that if he withheld his consent unreasonably, I might be able to break the trust. Hector, If you do not instantly wipe from your face that disappointed look, you will have a taste of my temper, and so I warn you." He smiled, but said with quiet confidence, "Rotherham will never give his consent to your marrying me." "We shall see." "And nothing would prevail upon me to seek it," said the Major with suppressed violence. "Oh, you need not. That, at least, was not stipulated in Papa's will. I shall inform him myself of my betrothal, but that will not be until I am out of mourning in the autumn." The autumn? He sounded dismayed, but recollected himself immediately and said, "You are very right. My own feelings, but it would be quite improper for such an announcement to be made until you are out of black gloves." She stretched out her hand to lay it upon one of his. "Well, I think it would, Hector. In general, I set little store by the proprieties. But in such a case as this, every feeling would be offended. In private, we are engaged. But the world shall not know it until October." He lifted the hand to his lips. "You are the only judge. I shall be ruled entirely by your wishes, my queen." Chapter 10. The engaged couple, neither of whom wasted a moment's thought on what must be the inevitable conclusions arrived at by the interested, admitted only 2 persons into the secret. One was Fanny, and the other Mrs. Kirkby. The Major could not be happy until he had made Serena known to his mother, and since she was reluctant to appear in any way neglectful, it was not long before she was climbing the hill to Lansdowne Crescent, escorted by her handsome cavalier. Had the expedition been left to the Major's management, Serena would have been carried in a sedan chair, his rooted conviction that no female was capable of exertion making it quite shocking to him to think of her undertaking so strenuous a walk. But Serena had other ideas. "What? Stuff myself into a chair in such bright May weather? Not for the world," she declared. "Your carriage, then. My mother goes out so seldom that she has not thought it worth while to keep hers in Bath, or I would—" "My dear Hector," she interrupted him, "you cannot, in all seriousness, suppose that I would have my own or your mother's horses put to merely to struggle up that steep hill? No, which is why I suggested you should hire a chair. I am afraid you will be tired." "On the contrary, I shall enjoy the walk. I feel in Bath as though I were hobbled. Only tell me the exact direction of Mrs. Kirkby's house, and I will engage to present myself punctually and in no need of hartshorn to revive me." He smiled, but said, "I shall fetch you, of course." "Well, that will be very agreeable, but I beg you won't put yourself to the trouble, if your reason is that you fear for my safety in this excessively respectable town." "Not your safety, precisely, but I know that you won't take your maid, and I own I cannot like you to go out alone." "You would be surprised if you guessed how very well able I am to take care of myself. I was done with young ladyhood some years ago. What is more, my dear, times have changed a trifle since you lived in England before. In London I might gratify you by taking my maid with me, though it is much more likely that I should prefer to go in my carriage and alone. But in Bath it is quite unnecessary. Nevertheless, I hope you will allow me to be your escort." "Indeed, I shall be glad of your company," she responded, not choosing to argue the point further, and trusting that time would dull the edge of a solicitude she found a little oppressive. Certainly, the pace she set when they walked up to Lansdowne Crescent did not encourage him to suppose that she was less healthy than she looked. She had never lost the rather mannish stride she had acquired in youth, when, to the disapproval of most of her relations, she had been reared more as a boy than as a girl, and she could never shorten it to suit Fanny's demure steps. A walk with Fanny was to Serena a form of dawdling which she detested. It was a real pleasure to her to be pacing along beside a man again. She would not take the Major's arm, but went up the hill at a swinging rate, and exclaimed, when she was obliged to hold her hat on against the wind, "Ah, this is famous! One can breathe up here. I wished we might have found a house in Camden Place or the Royal Crescent, but there were none to be hired that Libster thought eligible." "I myself prefer the Heights," he admitted, "but there's no doubt Laura Place is a more convenient situation." "Oh, yes, and Fanny would not have liked the hill," she agreed cheerfully. A few minutes later, she was making the acquaintance of her future mother-in-law. Mrs. Kirkby, a valetudinarian of retiring habits and a timid disposition, was quite overpowered by her visitor. She had been flustered at the outset by the intelligence that her only remaining son was betrothed to a lady of title whose various exploits were known even to her. An inveterate reader of the social columns in the journals, she could have told the Major how many parties the Lady Serena had graced with her presence, what was the colour of her dashing phaeton, how many times she'd been seen in Hyde Park mounted on her long-tailed grey, what she had worn at various drawing-rooms, in whose company she had visited the paddock at Doncaster, and a great many other items of similar interest. Nor was she ignorant of the Lady Serena's predilection for waltzing and quadrilles, while, as for the Lady Serena's previous engagement, so scandalously terminated within so short a distance from the wedding day, she had marvelled at it, and shaken her head at it, and moralized over it to all her acquaintance. It had therefore come as a severe shock to her to learn that her son was proposing to ally himself to a lady demonstrably unsuited to a quiet Kentish manner, and she had not been able to forbear asking him in a quavering voice, "Oh, Hector, but is she not very fast?" "She is an angel," he had replied radiantly. Mrs. Kirkby did not think that Serena looked like an angel. Angels, in her view, were ethereal creatures, and there was nothing at all ethereal about Serena. She was a tall and beautiful young woman of fashion, the picture of vigorous health, and so full of vitality that half an hour in her company left the invalid a prey to headaches, palpitations, and nervous spasms. It was not, as Mrs. Kirkby faintly assured her elderly companion, that she was loud-voiced, for her voice was particularly musical. It was not that she was talkative or assertive or fidgety, for she was none of these things. In fact, Mrs. Kirkby had been unable to detect faults. What had prostrated her were the Lady Serena's virtues. "Anyone can see," she said between sniffs at her vinaigrette, "that she has never moved in any but the first circles. Her manners have that well-bred ease that shows that she has been used to act as hostess to every sort of person, from royalty, I dare say, to commoners. Nothing could have been more perfect than her bearing towards me. And what I have ever done to deserve to have such a daughter-in-law thrust upon me, I'm sure I don't know." Happily, the Major was far too dazzled by his goddess's brilliant good looks to notice any lack of enthusiasm in his mother's demeanour. It seemed to him that Serena brought light into a sunless room, and it never occurred to him that anyone could find it too strong. So great was his certainty that no one could set eyes on Serena without being captivated, and so complete was his absorption that he accepted at face value all his mother's acquiescent answers to the eager questions he later put to her. Had she ever seen such striking beauty? No, indeed, she had not. So much countenance, such a complexion. Yes, indeed. Those eyes, too. He had known she could not choose but to be fascinated by them, so changeable and expressive, and the curve of the lids above them giving them that smiling look. Very true. Most remarkable. She must have been pleased, he dared swear, with the perfection of her manners, so easy, so polished, and yet so unaffected.
Exactly so. And the grace of her every movement. Oh, yes, most graceful. He did not know how it was, for she never tried to dominate her company, but when she came into a room, her personality seemed to fill it. Had his mother been conscious of it? Most conscious of it. Would she think him fanciful if he told her that it seemed to him as though those glorious eyes had some power of witchcraft? He thought they cast a spell over anyone on whom they rested. Oh, yes, indeed, Mrs. Kirkby, in a failing voice, thought so too. So the Major was able to tell Serena in all good faith that his mother was in transports over her, and such was his infatuation that he would have found nothing to cavil at in Mrs. Kirkby's subsequent assertion to the sympathetic Miss Mirthley that the Lady Serena had bewitched her son. In his saner moments, slight doubts of his mother's approval of all Serena's actions did cross the Major's mind, and without being precisely aware of it, he was glad that the seclusion in which she lived made it unlikely that certain freaks would come to her ears. Although herself of respectable lineage, she had never moved in the highest circle of society, and possibly might not appreciate that the code of conduct obtaining there was less strict than any to which she had been accustomed. Great ladies permitted themselves more license than was the rule among the lesser gentry. Their manners were more free. They expressed themselves in language shocking to the old-fashioned. Secure in birth and rank, they cared little for appearances, and were far less concerned with the proprieties than were more obscure persons. When he had first encountered Serena, the Major had been struck by the marked difference which existed between her relations with the elders of her family and those that were the rule in his own family. That she should have lived on terms of unceremonious equality with an indulgent father was not perhaps surprising, but the extremely frank style of her conversations with her formidable aunt had never ceased to astonish him. There was no lack of ceremony about the Lady Teresa Eaglesham. But while, on the one hand, she had not hesitated to censure conduct which she considered unbecoming in her niece, on the other, she had not scrupled to gossip with her as with a contemporary. Young Hector Kirkby, 7 years earlier, had been quite unable to picture any of his aunts informing his sister that Lady M was big with child, and the wits laying bets on the probable paternity of the unborn infant. Major Hector Kirkby, no longer a green boy, devoutly trusted that Serena would never, in the future, regale these prim spinsters with extracts from Lady Teresa's singularly unrestricted letters. He even refrained from repeating to his mother a very good story Lady Teresa had sent her niece about the royal wedding. "Rumour has it," wrote Lady Teresa, "that the ceremony went off well, except for an entrave at the end, when the P. Charlotte was kept waiting for half an hour in the carriage while Leopold hunted high and low for his greatcoat, which no one could find. The P. Regent, très bénin until then, hearing the cause of the delay, burst out with, 'Damn his greatcoat!' It is now believed, by the by, that he is not dropsical." No. Decidedly, that was not a story for Mrs. Kirkby, quite as inveterate an admirer of royalty as Fanny. Nor did the Major inform his parent that her future daughter-in-law, riding out of Bath in his company before breakfast, dispensed with a chaperone on these expeditions. Mrs. Kirkby would have been profoundly shocked, and he was himself doubtful of the propriety of it. But Serena laughed at him, accusing him of being frightened of all the quizzy people in Bath, and he stifled his qualms. It was a delight to be alone with her, an agony to be powerless to check her intrepidity. She would brook no hand upon her bridle. He had learned that when, in actual fact, he had caught it above the bit instinctively when her mare had reared,
The white fury in her face had startled him. Her eyes were daggers, and the virago note sounded in her voice when she shot at him from between clenched teeth. "Take your hand from my rein!" The dangerous moment passed. His hand had dropped. She got the mare under control, and said quite gently, "You must never do so again, Hector. Yes, I understand, but when I cannot manage my horses, I will sell them and take to tatting instead." He thought her often reckless in the fences she would ride at. All she said when he expostulated was, "Don't be afraid. I never overface my horses. The last time I did so I was 12, and Papa laid his hunting crop across my shoulders. An effective cure." He said ruefully, "Can't you tell me some other way I might be able to check your mad career?" "Alas, none," she laughed. He had nightmarish visions of seeing her lying with a broken neck beside some rasper, and to make it worse, Fanny said to him with a trustful smile, "It is so comfortable to know you're with Serena when she rides out, Major Kirkby. I know she is a splendid horsewoman, but I can never be easy when she has only Fobbing with her, because she is what the hunting people call a bruising rider, and for all Fobbing has been her groom since she was a little girl, she never will mind him." "I wish to God I might induce her to mind me," he ejaculated. "That she will not, Lady Spenborough, and when I begged her to consider what must be my position if she should take a bad toss when in my care, she would do nothing but laugh and advise me to ride off the instant I saw her fall and swear I was never with her. Oh, dear," she sighed. She saw that he was really worried and added soothingly, "Never mind. I dare say we are both of us too anxious. Lord Spenborough, you know, was used to tell me there was no need for me to tease myself over her. He never did so. If he thought she had been reckless, he sometimes swore at her, but I don't think he was ever really alarmed." "That, ma'am, I could not do." "Oh, no, I know you never would, though I dare say she would not be in the least offended if you did," said Fanny reflectively. The bright May weather was making Serena increasingly impatient of the quiet life she was obliged to lead. At this time, in any other year, she would have been in the thick of the London season, cramming a dozen engagements into a single day. She did not wish herself in London, and would have recoiled from the thought of breakfasts and balls, but Bath provided no outlet for her overflowing energy. Fanny was content to visit the pump room each weekday and the Laura Chapel each Sunday, and found a stroll along the fashionable promenades exercise enough for her constitution. Serena could scarcely endure the unvarying pattern of her days, and felt herself caged in so small a town. She said that Bath was stifling in warm weather, sent to Milverley for her phaeton, and commanded the Major to escort her on a tour of the livery stables of Bath in search of a pair of job horses fit for her to drive. He was very willing, fully sympathizing with her desire to escape from the confinement of the town, and realizing that to be driven in a barouche by Fanny's staid coachman could only bore her. He thought that the phaeton would provide both ladies with an agreeable and unexceptionable amusement. That was before he saw it. But the vehicle which arrived in Bath was not the safe and comfortable phaeton he had expected to see. Serena had omitted to mention the fact that hers was a high-perch phaeton, and when he set his eyes on it, and saw the frail body hung directly over the front axle, its bottom fully 5 feet from the ground, he gave an exclamation of dismay. "Serena! You don't mean to drive yourself in that?" "Yes, most certainly I do. But oh, how much I wish I still had the pair I was used to drive. Match greys, Hector, and such beautiful steppers." "Serena, my dearest, I beg you won't. I know you are an excellent whip, but you could not have a more dangerous carriage." "No, if I were not an excellent whip. Even nonpareils have been known to overturn these high-perch phaetons. to be sure they have, she agreed with a mischievous smile. The difficulty of driving them is what lends the spice. Yes, but, my love, you are the only judge of what it is proper for you to do, but to be driving the most sporting of all carriages, dearest, do females commonly do so? By no means. Only very dashing females. No, don't joke me about it. Perhaps in Hyde Park, though I own I should have thought... But in Bath... You can't have considered. You would set the whole town talking. She looked at him with surprise. Should I? Well, yes, very likely. There is no knowing what people will talk of. But you can't, surely, you can't expect me to pay the least heed to what they may choose to say of me. He was silenced, startled to discover that he did expect this. After a moment she said coaxingly, "Will you go with me and see whether I am to be trusted not to overturn myself? I must try these job horses of mine. From what I can see of them, I fancy there can be no fear that they will have the smallest desire to bolt with me." "You will give Bath enough to stare at without that," he replied in a mortified tone, and left her. It was as well he did so, for quick anger flashed in her eyes, and he might otherwise have had another taste of her temper. His solicitude for her safety, though it might fret her independent spirit, she could understand, and make a push to bear with patience. Criticism of her conduct was an impertinence she would tolerate no better from him than from her cousin Hartley. She had almost uttered a blistering set-down when he turned on his heel, and was shocked to realize that she had been within an ace of telling him that whatever might be the creed governing the behaviour of the ladies of his set, she was Spenborough's daughter, and profoundly indifferent to the opinion such persons might hold of her. It was not to be expected that she would in this instance think herself at fault. An easy-going father, famed for his eccentricities, had sanctioned, even encouraged, her sporting proclivities. In much the same spirit as he had told her, facing her first jump, to throw her heart over, he had taught her to handle all the most mettlesome teams in his stables. This very high-perch phaeton had been built for her to his order. Disapproval of it was disapproval of him. "Whatever else you may do, my girl," had said the late Earl, "don't you be missish." The Major having removed himself, Serena's wrath was vented in some sort on Fanny. "Intolerable," she declared, striding up and down the drawing-room in her mannishly cut driving dress. "I, to pander to the prejudices of a parcel of Bath dowds and prudes. If that is what he thinks I must do when we are married, the sooner he learns that I shall not, the better it will be for him. Pretty well for Major Kirkby to tell a Carlo that her behaviour is unseemly." "Surely, dearest, he cannot have said that," expostulated Fanny mildly. "Implied it. What? Does he think my credit to stand upon so insecure a footing that to be seen driving a sporting carriage must demolish it?" "You know he does not. Don't be vexed with me, Serena. But it is not only a parcel of Bath dowds who think it is a fast thing for you to do," she added hastily as the blazing eyes turned towards her. Yes, it is all nonsense, of course. You need not care for it, but I am persuaded that no man could endure to have his wife thought fast. What Papa countenanced need not offend Hector." "I am sure it does not. Now, do, Serena, be calm. Did not what your papa countenanced very frequently offend his own sister?" She saw the irrepressible smile leap to those stormy eyes, the lips quiver ruefully, and was emboldened to continue. "What he permitted must have been right. Indeed, how could I feel otherwise? But, you know, he was not precisely the same as other people." "No, the eccentric Lord Spenborough, eh?" "Do you think that it vexed him to be called that?" asked Fanny, fearing that she had offended. "On the contrary, he liked it, as I do. Anyone who chooses to say that I am as eccentric as my father may do so with my goodwill. I don't seek the title any more than he did. It is what humdrum, insipid provincials say of anyone who does not heed all their tiresome shibboleths. I do what I do because it is what I wish to do, not, believe me, my dear Fanny, to court the notice of the world." "I know. Oh, I know." "You may, but it appears that Hector does not," Serena flashed. "His look, the tone in which he spoke, his final words to me, intolerable. Upon my word, I am singularly unfortunate in my prétendant. First Rotherham—" "Serena!" Fanny cried with a heightened colour. "How can you speak of Rotherham and Major Kirkby in the same breath?" "Well, at least Rotherham never lectured me on the proprieties," said Serena pettishly. "He doesn't give a button for appearances either." "It is not to his credit. I know you don't mean what you say when you put yourself into a passion, but to be comparing those two is outrageous, now, isn't it? The one so arrogant, his temper harsh, his disposition tyrannical, his manners abrupt to the point of incivility, and the other so kind, so solicitous for your comfort, loving you so deeply. Oh, Serena, I beg your pardon, but I am quite shocked that you could talk so." "So I apprehend. There is indeed no comparison between them. My opinion of Rotherham you know well, but I must be allowed to give the devil his due, if you please, and credit him with one virtue. I collect you don't count it a virtue. We won't argue on that head. My scandalous carriage awaits me, and if we are not to aborder one another, I'd best leave you, my dear." She went away, still simmering with vexation, a circumstance which caused her groom, a privileged person, to say that it was as well she was not driving her famous greys. "Fobbing, hold your tongue," she commanded angrily. He paid no more attention to this than he had paid to the furies of a 7-year-old termagant, but delivered himself of a grumbling monologue, animadverting severely on her headstrong ways and faults of temper, recalling a great many discreditable incidents, embellished with what he had said to his lordship and what his lordship had said to him, and drawing a picture of himself as an ill-used and browbeaten serf, which must have made her laugh had she been listening to a word he said. Her rages were never sullen, and by the time she had discovered the peculiarities of her hired horses, this one had quite vanished. Remorse swiftly took its place, and the truth of Fanny's words struck home to her. She saw again the Major's face, as much hurt as mortified, remembered his long devotion, and without knowing that she spoke aloud, exclaimed, "Oh, I am the greatest beast in nature." "Now, that, my lady," said her henchman, surprised and gratified, "I never said, nor wouldn't. What I do say, and mind, it's what his lordship has told you time and time again, is that to be handling a high-spirited pair when you're in one of your tantrums—" "Are you scolding still?" interrupted Serena. "Well, if these commoners are your notion of a high-spirited pair, they're not mine." "No, my lady, and it wouldn't make a bit of difference to you if they was primers on the fret," said Fobbing with asperity. "It would make a great deal of difference to me," she sighed. "I wonder who has my greys now." "Now, we don't want to have a fit of the Dismals," he said gruffly. "If you was driving a pair of stumblers, you'd still take the shine out of any other lady on the road, my lady, that I will say. It's time you was thinking of turning them if you don't want to be late back, them not being what you might call 60-mile-an-hour tits." "Yes, we must go back," she agreed. He relapsed into silence, and she was free to pursue her own uncomfortable reflections.
By the time they'd reached Laura Place again, she had beaten herself into a state of repentance which had to find instant expression. Without pausing to divest herself of her hat or her driving coat, she hurried into the parlour behind the dining-room, stripping off her gloves, and saying over her shoulder to the butler, "I shall be wanting Thomas almost immediately to deliver a letter for me in Lansdowne Crescent." She was affixing a wafer to an impetuous and wildly scrawled apology when she heard the knocker on the front door. A few moments later she heard the Major's voice saying, "You need not announce me," and sprang to her feet just as he came quickly into the room. He was looking pale and anxious. He shut the door with a backward thrust of his hand and spoke her name in a tense way that showed him to be labouring under strong emotion. "Oh, Hector, I've been writing to you," she cried. He seemed to grow paler. "Writing to me? Serena, I beg of you, only listen to me." She went towards him, saying penitently, "I was odious, a wretch. Oh, pray, forgive me." "Forgive you? I? Serena, my darling, I came to beg you to forgive me, that I should have presumed to criticize your actions, that I should... No, I used you monstrously. Do not you beg my pardon. If you wish me not to drive my phaeton in Bath, I won't. There. Am I forgiven?" But this, she found, would not do for him at all. His remorse for having presumed to remonstrate with his goddess would be soothed by nothing less than her promising to do exactly as she chose upon all occasions. An attempt to joke him out of his mood of exaggerated self-blame failed to draw a smile from him, and the quarrel ended with his passionately kissing Serena's hands and engaging himself to drive out with her in the phaeton on the very next day. Chapter 11. The Major, reconciled to his goddess, could not be satisfied with setting her back on the pedestal he'd built for her. The idealistic trend of his mind demanded that he should convince himself that she had never slipped from it. To have parted with a romantic vision he had himself created would have been so repugnant to him that the instant his vexation had abated, which it very swiftly did, he had set himself to prove to his own satisfaction that not her judgment, but his, had been faulty. It was impossible that the lady of his dreams could err. What had seemed to him intractability was constancy of purpose. Her flouting of convention sprang from loftiness of mind. The levity which had more than once shocked him was a social mask concealing more serious thoughts. Even her flashes of impatience and the dagger look he had twice seen in her eyes could be excused. Neither rose from any fault of temper. The one was merely the sign of nerves disordered by the shock of her father's death. The other had been provoked by his own unwarrantable interference. Not every difference that existed between imagination and reality could be explained away. The Major's character was responsible. He had been an excellent regimental officer, steady in command, always careful of the welfare of his men, and ready to help junior officers seeking his advice in any of the private difficulties besetting young gentlemen fresh from school. His instinct was to serve and to protect, and it could not be other than disconcerting to him to find that the one being above all others whom he wished to guide, comfort, serve, and protect showed as little disposition to lean on him as to confide her anxieties to him. So far from seeking guidance, she was much more prone to impose her will upon her entire entourage. She was as accustomed to command as he, and from having been motherless from an early age, she had acquired an unusual degree of independence. This, joined as it was to a deep-seated reserve, made the very thought of disclosing grief to another repellent to her. When she felt most, she was at her most flippant. Any attempt to lavish sympathy upon her made her stiffen and interpose the shield of her raillery. As for needing protection, it was her boast that she was very well able to take care of herself, and when it came to serving her, the chances were that she would say, gratefully but with decision, "Thank you. You're a great deal too good to me, but, you know, I always like to attend to such things myself." He had not known it. Fanny, understanding his perplexity, tried to explain Serena to him. "Serena has so much strength of mind, Major Kirkby," she said gently. "I think her mind is as strong as her body, and that is very strong indeed. It used to amaze me that I never saw her exhausted by all the things she would do, for it is quite otherwise with me. But nothing is too much for her. It was the same with Lord Spenborough. Not the hardest day's hunting ever made them anything but sleepy and excessively hungry. And in London I have often marvelled how they could contrive not to be in the least tired by all the parties and the noise and the expeditions." She smiled and said apologetically, "I don't know how it is, but if I'm obliged to give a breakfast, perhaps, and to attend a ball as well, there is nothing for it but for me to rest all the afternoon." He looked as if he did not wonder at it. "But not Serena?" he asked. "Oh, no, she never rests during the daytime. That is what makes it so particularly irksome to her to be leading this dawdling life. In London she would ride in the park before breakfast, and perhaps do some shopping as well. Then very often we might give a breakfast or attend one in the house of one of Lord Spenborough's numerous acquaintances. Then there would be visits to pay, and perhaps a race meeting, or a picnic, or some such thing. And in general a dinner party in the evening, or the theatre, and 3 or 4 balls or assemblies to go to afterwards." "Was this your life?" he asked, rather appalled. "Oh, no. I can't keep it up, you see. I did try very hard to grow accustomed to it, because it was my duty to go with Serena, you know. But when she saw how tired I was, and how often I had the headache, she declared she would not drag me out, or permit my lord to do so either. You can have no notion how kind she's been to me, Major Kirkby. My best, my dearest friend." Her eyes filled with tears. He slightly pressed her hand, saying in a moved tone, "That I could not doubt." "She has a heart of gold," she told him earnestly. "If you knew what care she takes of me, how patient she is with me, you would be astonished." "Indeed, I should not," he said, smiling. "I cannot conceive of anyone's being out of patience with you." "Oh, yes," she assured him. "Mamma and my sisters were often so, for I am quite the stupidest of my family, besides being shy of strange persons, and not liking excessively to go to parties, and a great many other nonsensical things. But Serena, who does everything so well, was never vexed with me. Major Kirkby, if it had not been for her, I don't know what I should have done." He could readily believe that to such a child as she must have been at the time of her marriage, life in the great Spenborough household must have been bewildering and alarming. He said sympathetically, "Was it very bad?" Her reply was involuntary. "Oh, if I had not had Serena, I could not have borne it." The colour rushed up into her face. She said quickly, I mean having to entertain so many people, talk to them, be the mistress of that huge house. The political parties, too, they were the worst, for I have not the least understanding of politics, and if Serena had not taken care to tell me what was likely to be talked about at dinner, I must have been all at sea. The dreadful way, too, the people of the highest ton have of being related to one another, so that one is forever getting into a scrape." He could not help laughing, but he said, "I know exactly what you mean. Yes, but you see, Serena used to explain everybody to me, so I was able to go on quite prosperously, and it was she who managed everything. She had always done so." She paused, and then said diffidently, When perhaps you might think her willful or overconfident,
You must remember that she has been the mistress of her papa's houses and his hostess, and that he relied on her to attend to all the things which, in general, an unmarried lady knows nothing about." "Yes," he said heavily. "He must have been a strange man." He caught himself up. "I beg pardon. I should not say that to you." "Well, I don't think he was just in the common way," she agreed. "He was very good-natured and easy-going, and so kind that it was no wonder everyone liked him. He was quite as kind to me as Serena, you know." "Oh, yes, I mean, I'm sure he must have been," he stammered, considerably taken aback. She went on with her stitchery, in sweet unconsciousness of having said anything to make her think her marriage deplorable. She would have been very much shocked could she have read his mind, quite horrified had she guessed the effect on him of what she had told him of Serena's life and character. Her words bore out too clearly much that he had begun to realize, and with increasing anxiety he wondered whether Serena could ever be content with the life he had to offer her. But when he spoke of this to her, she looked surprised and said, "Bored? Dear Hector, what absurdity is in your head now? Depend upon it, I shall find plenty to do in Kent." An item of news in the Courier made her ask him one day if he had ever had any thoughts of standing for election to Parliament. He assured her that he had not. But before he well knew where he was, she was discussing the matter, making plans, sketching a possible career, and reckoning up the various interests at her command. In laughing dismay, he interrupted her to say, "But I should dislike it of all things." He was relieved to find that she was not apparently disappointed, for he had had the sensation of being swept irresistibly down a path of her choosing. "Would you, really? Then, of course, you won't stand," she said cheerfully. When she talked of her life while he had been in the peninsula, he was often reminded of Fanny's words. Serena seemed to be related to so many people. "Some sort of a fifth cousin of mine," she would say, until it seemed to him that England must be littered with her cousins. He quizzed her about it once, and she replied perfectly seriously, "Yes, and what a dead bore it is. One has to remember to write on anniversaries and to ask them to dine, and some of them, I assure you, the most shocking figures. Only wait until I introduce you to my cousin Speen. Fanny will tell you she sat bouche béante the first time she ever saw him at one of our turtle dinners. He arrived drunk, which, however, he was aware of, and begged her to pardon, informing her as a great secret that he was a jerry sneak, which the world knows, and might never be decently bosky when my lady was at home, so that he had determined, while she was away, never to be less than well to live." "An odious little man," said Fanny with a shudder. "For shame, Serena, as though you had not better relations than Speen." "True. If Hector should not be cast into transports by Speen, I shall take him to stay at Osmondsthorpe," Serena said mischievously. "Have you a taste for the ceremonious, my love? There his lordship lives en prince, and since his disposition is morose, and his opinion of his own importance immense, the dinner-table is enlivened only by such conversations as he chooses to inaugurate. The groom of the chambers will warn you before you leave your room, however, what subject his lordship wishes to hear discussed." "Serena," expostulated Fanny, "don't heed her, Major Kirkby. It is very formal and dull at Osmondsthorpe, but not as bad as that." "If it is half as bad as that, I would infinitely prefer to make the acquaintance of Cousin Speen," he retorted. "Must we really set out on a series of visits to all your relations, Serena?" "By no means," she answered promptly. "Order me to set them all at a distance, and you will be astonished to see with what good grace I shall obey you. I should not care a button if I never saw most of them again." He laughed.
But at the back of his mind lurked the fear that these people, deplorable or dull, formed an integral part of the only life she understood, or perhaps could be happy in. When he called in Laura Place one day, expecting to find her fretting at the rain which had been falling steadily since dawn, and discovered her instead to be revelling in a scandalous novel, the conviction grew on him that the placid existence he had planned for them both would never satisfy her. She gave him her hand and one of her enchanting smiles, but said, "Don't expect to hear a word from my lips, love. I have here the most diverting book that ever was written. Have you seen it? The chief characters in it are for the most part easily recognizable, and it is no great task to guess at the identities of the rest. I have not laughed so much for weeks." He picked up one of the small gilt-edged volumes. "What is it?" "Glenarvan, and by an anonymous writer. Is it so excellent?" "Good God, no! It is the most absurd farrago of nonsense. But I prophesy it will run through a dozen editions, because none of us will be able to resist searching either for ourselves or our acquaintance in it. Could you have believed it? Lady Caroline Lamb is the author. The Lambs are all in it. And Lady Holland, very well hit off, I imagine, from all I've ever heard of her. But Papa disliked that set, so that I was never at Holland House. And Lady Oxford, and Lady Jersey, and poor Mr. Rogers, whom she calls a yellow hyena. I must say, I think it unjust, don't you? Glenarvan, of course, is Byron, and the whole thing is designed as a sort of vengeance on him for having cried off from his affair with her." "Good God!" he exclaimed. "She must be mad to have done such a thing." "I think she is, poor soul. Never more so than when she tumbled head over ears in love with Byron. For my part, I was so unfashionable as to take him in instant aversion. How she could have borne with his insufferable conceit and the airs he put on to be interesting, I know not. Though, I dare say, if one could bear that dreadful Lamb laugh, nothing would daunt one. Not but what I'm extremely sorry for William Lamb, laugh as he may. If it is true that he stands by her, I do most sincerely honour him. I fancy she meant to portray him in a kindly way, but some of the things she writes of him may well make him writhe. She is so very obliging as to favour the world with what one can only take to be a description of her own honeymoon, so warm as to make poor Fanny blush to the ears. It can't be pleasant for William Lamb, but it won't harm him, for she portrays herself in the character of Calantha as an innocent child, quite dazzled by the world, quite ignorant, wholly trusting in the virtue of every soul she met. Pretty well for a girl brought up in Devonshire House." "It sounds to be unedifying, to say the least of it," the Major said. "Do you like such stuff?" "It is the horridest book imaginable," Fanny broke in. "And although I never did more than exchange bows with Lord Byron, I am persuaded he never murdered a poor little baby in his life. As for Clara St. Everard, who followed Glenarvan about dressed as a page, if she is a real person too, and did anything so grossly improper, I think it a very good thing she rode over a cliff into the sea, though I am excessively sorry for the horse." "Observe," said Serena, much entertained, "it is the horridest book imaginable, but she has read all 3 volumes. Only because you would keep asking me if I did not think Lady Augusta must be meant for Lady Carr, and I'm sure I don't know, and laughing so much that I was bound to continue only to see what amused you so." The Major, who had been glancing through the volume he held, laid it down distastefully. "I think you have wasted your money, Serena." "Oh, I did not. Rotherham sent it to me in a parcel by the mail. I never thought to be so much obliged to him. He says nothing else is being talked of in town, which I can well believe." "Rotherham sent it to you," he ejaculated, as much astonished as displeased. "Yes,
Why not? Oh, are you vexed because he's written me a letter? Serena rallied him. You need not be. Not the most jealous lover, which I hope you are not, could take exception to this single sheet. He is the worst of letter writers, for this is all he can find to say to me. My dear Serena, in case it has not come in your way, I send you Lady C. Lamb's latest attempt to set society by the ears. She succeeds à merveille. Nothing else is talked of. The Lambs hope to be rid of her at last, but W. Lamb stands firm. By the by, if Glenarvan's final letter in this singular effusion is a copy of the original, you will agree I am eclipsed in incivility. I have some thoughts of visiting Clay Cross, and may possibly come to Bath next week. Yours, etc., Rotherham. You will agree that there is nothing to rouse your ire in that, Serena said, tossing the letter onto the table. Except, she added thoughtfully, that I had as lief he did not come to Bath. He would be bound to discover our secret, my love. And if he should be in one of his disagreeable fits, there's no saying how awkward he might not choose to make it for us. I'll fob him off. I could wish that you would not, he replied. For my part, I would choose to admit him into our confidence, if only that I might have the right to inform him that I am not very much obliged to him for sending you a novel which you describe as rather warm. Good God, if that is the humour you're in, I will most certainly fob him off, she cried. How can you be so absurd, Hector? Do you believe me to be an innocent Calantha? Rotherham knows better. What? He demanded sharply. No, pray, Fanny interposed in an imploring tone. Major Kirkby, you quite mistake. Serena, consider what you say, dearest. Indeed, your vivacity carries you too far. Very likely, but it will be well if Hector learns not to place the worst construction upon what I say, Serena retorted, her colour considerably heightened. He said quickly, I beg your pardon. I did not mean... Good God, how could I possibly... If you were not an innocent Calantha, as you put it... Now, don't eat me. I am persuaded you would feel as strongly as I do the impropriety of anyone sending you such a book to read. Throw it away and let us forget it. You cannot like to see your friends libelled, surely. Now, this goes beyond the bounds of what may be tolerated, declared Serena, between vexation and amusement. My friends? The Melbourne house set? Do you take me for a wig? Oh! I was never so insulted. I don't know what you deserve I should do to you. A playful rejoinder would have restored harmony, but the Major's strong sense of propriety had been too much offended for him to make it. He took her up in all seriousness, endeavouring to make her enter into his sentiments. She grew impatient, thinking him prudish, and only the entrance of Libster, bringing in the letters which had been fetched from the receiving office, averted a lively quarrel. Serena broke off short, saying coolly, Ah, now, if my aunt has written to me, Fanny, we may learn whether Lord Powlett marries Lady Smith-Burgess, or whether it was nothing but an on-dit. Good gracious, between us we have 7 letters, no less. She handed several of them to Fanny and glanced at the superscriptions on her own. A gleam of mischief shot into her eyes. She cast a provocative glance at the Major. I can guess the subject of most of my correspondence. It will be as well if I don't break the wafers until you are gone, I dare say. You will not object, however, to my seeing what my aunt has to say. A great deal, apparently. I'm glad she was able to get a frank, for I should have been ruined else. He made no reply, but walked away to the window, looking very much displeased. Suddenly, Serena uttered a little crow of laughter. Oh, Hector, you are utterly confounded. No, don't look so stiff. It is the funniest thing. My aunt writes to tell me that she is sending me Glenarvan. She says I shall be aux anges over it. It was too absurd. In spite of himself, he laughed. She stretched out her hand to him, smiling, and he kissed it, muttering, Forgive me. Her fingers pressed his. Oh, fudge! Such a foolish tracasserie as it was. Now, let us see what my aunt has to say to me. Lady Cooper, looking hagged and frightened. I don't wonder at it, and should shed no tears. I believe she has been Lady Caroline's enemy from the start, and think her a false, malicious woman behind those smiles and protestations of hers. Oh! She has been so obliging as to send me a key to the book. Fanny! She thinks Lady Morganette is not wholly a portrait of Lady Bessborough, but has a good deal of the Duchess of Devonshire mixed in it. Well, if one puts one's husband in a novel, I suppose it would be over-nice to exclude one's mamma and one's aunt, even if the aunt be dead and unable to protest. Her eye ran down the closely written sheets. She gave a gurgle, but folded the letter and laid it aside. The rest is mere town gossip and will keep. Hector, where is Stanton Drew? I am told I should not neglect to visit it. Druidical monuments or some such thing. If I engage to sit primly beside Fanny in the barouche, will you escort us? He agreed very readily, promised to discover the exact whereabouts of the place, and soon after took his leave. Serena said as soon as he had left the house, I would not read you the rest of my aunt's letter while Hector was with us, for he is unacquainted with the people she writes of, and I dare say it would have bored him excessively. My dear, where did he learn his antiquated notions? From his mother, I should judge, the very picture of provincial respectability. Poor woman, I pity her, but not more than she pities herself, I fancy. It must be a trial to have such a volage creature as I am foisted upon her. Fanny, her tender heart wrung by the difficulty she clearly perceived to lie in the Major's part, said, Indeed, Serena, you did not behave as you ought. I could not but think that his feelings upon this occasion did him honour. Could you not? Serena said, surprised. I thought they showed him to be imbued with some pretty Gothic notions, but never mind that. My aunt writes me an enchanting description of the Laleham woman's progress, or regress. I don't know which it may be, only listen. She picked up Lady Teresa's letter and read aloud. It is now impossible to avoid meeting that Laleham creature, who is everywhere to be seen. You would have been diverted to have been a spectator of the comedy enacted last week at Mrs. Edgerton's party. The creature was there with Miss Laleham, who, though well enough, is not, in my opinion, pretty au fait de beauté, and in high croak. The D of Devonshire coming in, she took care to place herself in his way, claiming to have made his acquaintance at the Samsbury's cotillion ball, and overwhelming him with simpering civilities. But he, not hearing a word, as you may suppose, favoured her with no more than a bow and some indifferent response, and passed on. She was obliged to fall back upon a mere Marquess, Rotherham, who was so complaisant as to remain by her for some 10 minutes, and to take notice of Miss Laleham. His attention then being claimed by Mrs. Martindale, the descent of the creature down the social ladder was rapid, not a single earl being present, and the only Viscount, Lord Castlereagh, whom she did not attempt, pour cause. A handful of paltry barons, all of them married, reduced her to the level of an esquire, after which she retired, I must suppose, disconsolate. Apropos, Cordelia Monksley is thrown into rage by the creature's having dropped her, she says, because her usefulness ended with her procuring for the creature the invitation card to the Rotherham ball. But I suspect the cause is farther to seek, Master Gerard having become vastly épris during the Easter vacation. Reason enough. That connection would by no means suit the creature's ambition, nor Cordelia's either, if she had but the wit to perceive it. Serena lowered the sheet. You will own that my aunt, whatever may be her faults, is the most entertaining correspondent, Fanny. What would I not have given to have been at that party? You know,
If the Laleham woman should have written to Mrs. Flor, boasting of her friendship with Devonshire, I doubt if I shall be able to convince the dear old lady that although his Grace may be as deaf as a post, he is neither cross-eyed nor an octogenarian. As for attempting to persuade her that the creature might as well lay siege to one of the royal dukes as to him or to Rotherham for that matter, I shall not do it. It would be too unkind. She believes there does not exist a man who would not fall instantly in love with Emily. Would you not have liked to have seen Rotherham caught in the toils? I think it no more than his just desert for having attended that Quenbury assembly. Fanny assented to it, but absently. Serena put up the letter, saying, I must think of some way of stopping Rotherham's projected visit to us. A pity. After the insipidities of Bath, his caustic tongue would come as a relief. However, in the mood Hector is in, it will not do. I shall be obliged to write an excuse so thin as to put him in a passion. She went away, not perceiving the expression of startled reproach in Fanny's face. What, in fact, she wrote to Rotherham she did not disclose, but a few days later she received a brief note from him, read it with raised brows, and said, Well, I have succeeded in my object. Rotherham does not come. Fanny could almost have believed her to be disappointed. The note was torn up, and Serena began to talk of something else. Fanny herself was profoundly relieved. If Rotherham should dislike the match, as she feared he would not scruple, she thought, to treat the Major with wounding contempt. Her imagination quailed at the scene. She felt that she could almost have interposed her own shrinking person between the Marquis and his prey, and was thankful that for the present, at any rate, this deed of heroism would not be necessary. She did not know that fate had another trial in store for her. Her father arrived in Bath without invitation or advertisement. He was ushered into the drawing-room in Laura Place, when, as ill luck would have it, Major Kirkby was with her. She was not precisely discomposed, but she was certainly startled, and jumped up with a cry of, "Papa!" He embraced her kindly enough, but his countenance was severe, and the glance he cast at the Major repulsive. "Papa! I had no notion I was to have this pleasure. Oh, is there something amiss at home, Mamma, my sisters?" "All perfectly stout," he replied. "I've been spending a few days with my friend Aberley at Cheltenham. While I was in the West, I thought I'd come and see how you go on." "How very much obliged to you I am. Very comfortably, I assure you. Oh, I must introduce Major Kirkby. My father, Sir William Claypole, Major." The Major bowed. Sir William nodded in no very encouraging style, saying briefly, "How do you do?" "The Major," said Fanny perseveringly, "has spent some years in the Peninsula, Papa. Only fancy, he thinks he once met my cousin Harry when they were both in Lisbon." "Aye, did you so? Very likely. Are you on furlough, sir?" "I've sold out, sir." This information appeared to displease Sir William. He said, "Huh," and turned to ask Fanny how she liked her situation in Laura Place. She was distressed by his evident dislike of her visitor, and could not forbear looking at the Major to see whether he was as much offended as she feared he must be. She encountered such a rueful smile, so much amused understanding in his eyes, that she was at once reassured and embarrassed. Within a few minutes he recollected an engagement, and took his leave, saying in an undervoice as she gave him her hand, "It will be better if I don't ride with Serena tomorrow." He went away, and she turned to face her father. He broke in immediately upon her inquiries after the other members of her family. "Fanny, how is this? I promise you, I thought the whole tale a Banbury story, but upon my soul, what do I find but that fellow closeted with you?" "The whole tale?" she repeated. "What tale, if you please?" "Why, that there is some half-pay officer dangling after you and making you the talk of the town." "It is untrue." Very well, very well. It appears he's sold out, but that's mere quibbling," he said testily. "He is
not dangling after me." The quiet dignity of her tone seemed to strike him. She had indeed never looked more the great lady. He said in a milder voice, "Well, I'm happy to receive your assurance on that head, my dear. But I did not expect to find you entertaining a young man tete-a-tete." "Papa, I think you must forget my condition. I am not a girl. If my widowhood—" "The fact is, my dear, your widowhood is no protection," he interrupted bluntly. "I don't say if you were older, but you're little more than a child, and a deal too pretty to rely upon that cap you wear to save you from having advances made to you. I knew how it would be the instant you informed us you were removing to Bath. Pray, Papa, will you tell me, if you please, who has had the monstrous impertinence to tell such stories about me?" "I had it from that old fool Dorrington. And you may suppose I did not inquire who might be his informant. I dare say he may have friends in Bath. I gave him a pretty sharp set-down, and let him see I did not relish his style of humour." "Oh, how right Serena is!" she cried, pressing her hands to her hot cheeks. "Of all the odious people in the world, there can be none so detestable as the Bath quizzes. I wonder you have not been told that General Hendy is dangling after me." "What? Is he staying here? Well, he always had an eye for a pretty female. But as for dangling after you, good God, Fanny, he must be 60 if he's a day. It's a different matter, my dear, when a young jackanapes like this Major Kirkby of yours throws out lures. Now, don't put yourself in a fuss. I dare say there's no harm done, but what may be put right very easily. I told Mamma that if you'd been indiscreet, it must have been all in innocence. The thing is, it won't do for you to be living here with no better chaperone than Lady Serena. We must decide what is best to be done." In the greatest dismay she stammered, "Papa, you are quite mistaken. Major Kirkby does not come here to see me." He gave a low whistle. "You don't mean to tell me Lady Serena is the object of his gallantry?" She nodded. "Well, so it was true. Neither your mamma nor I would credit it. I should have thought the young lady too high in the instep to have encouraged the attentions of a mere nobody. She must be the most outrageous flirt." "Oh, no, no," she uttered, almost extinguished. "Well, I won't argue with you, but I can tell you this, Fanny. If she should get into a scrape, you will be blamed for it." "Who told you this story?" she asked faintly. "Your Aunt Charlotte had it in a letter from Mrs. Holroyd and told your mamma. She said your Major was forever in Laura Place and careering all over the countryside with Lady Serena besides. I need not tell you that was coming a bit too strong for me, me dear. It made your mamma and me disbelieve the whole." Fanny sat limply down and covered her face with her hands. "Oh, how careless I have been! I should not have allowed... I should have gone with them." Sir William regarded her in the liveliest consternation. "You don't mean to tell me it's true? Upon my word, Fanny." "No, no, it is not what you think. Papa, you must not spread it about. Serena does not wish it to be known while she is in mourning. But they are engaged." "What?" he demanded. "Lady Serena engaged to a Major Kirkby?" "Yes," she said, and for no very apparent reason burst into tears. Chapter 12. Beyond saying, well, there is nothing for you to cry about, my dear," Sir William paid very little heed to Fanny's sudden spring of tears. Women, in his view, were always bursting into tears for no reason comprehensible to the sterner sex. He was very much taken aback by the news she had confided to him, and at first inclined to dislike it almost as much as he would have disliked the news of her own engagement. but Fanny, quickly wiping her eyes, soon contrived to talk him out of his disapproval. He was not very much impressed by the touching picture she painted of a 7-year attachment. "Very fine talking," he said. "It may be so with him, though I take leave to doubt it. He may think he never fancied another female, but all I can say, if he found no little lovebird to entertain him in 7 years, is that he must be a nincompoop. No, my dear, that's doing it too brown. As for Lady Serena, all this constancy didn't prevent her from becoming engaged to Rotherham. But what you tell me of his having come into property puts a different complexion on the matter. Not that I think the Carlows will take kindly to the match, but that's no concern of mine." Guiltily aware of having conveyed to him the impression that the Major's estate was extensive and his fortune handsome, Fanny devoutly trusted that he would not question her too closely on the subject. He did ask her in what part of the country the estate was situated, but the timely entrance of Lipster with wine and glasses on a large silver tray made it unnecessary for her to say more than, "In Kent, Papa." His attention was drawn off. He poured himself a glass of sherry, was agreeably surprised at its quality, and for some minutes was more interested to learn where it had been procured than in the size and whereabouts of the Major's property. By the time Lipster, after discussing with Sir William the respective merits of Bristol milk, Oloroso, and Manzanilla, had departed, Sir William had refilled his glass and was feeling in charity with the world. He told his daughter that she had a good butler, bored her very much by recalling how in his youth Mountain Malaga had been much drunk, what he had paid for a ton in the 80s, how one was rarely offered it in these degenerate days, and at last came back to the subject of Serena's engagement. The more he thought of it, the more he liked it. For if Serena were to be married before the end of the year, the way would be clear for Agnes to pay her sister a prolonged visit. That is to say, if she doesn't go off this season. And although your mamma is making every effort, I need not scruple to tell you, my dear, that I entertain very few hopes. She does not take. It's a pity you cannot give her a little of your beauty. Though, to my mind, handsome is as handsome does, and a spoonful of honey on her tongue would get her a more respectable husband sooner than a bushel of strawberries squashed on her face. Yes, mamma is determined to clear her complexion, and they say strawberries will do the trick. Well, I hope they may, but so far it seems to me a great waste of good fruit. Kitty, now, is another thing. You would be surprised at the improvement in her since you saw her last. She's not unlike what you were at her age, and should go off easily, mamma thinks. He continued in this strain for some minutes, so well pleased with his scheme for foisting an unmarriageable sister onto Fanny that her marked absence of enthusiasm quite escaped his notice. Over his third glass of sherry he once more returned to Serena's engagement, but this time it was to warn Fanny against allowing the Major to be too particular in his attentions. It won't do to set tongues wagging if the engagement is not to be announced until the autumn, he said. 10 to 1 it will come to the ears of her family that one man is dancing attendance on her. If I were you, Fanny, I would relax a trifle. Permit people to call, you know. It's more than 6 months now since Spenborough died, and although I would not wish you to be leaving off your mourning or going to public parties, I think there could be no impropriety in your entertaining, quite quietly, of course, select company in your own house. A card party, perhaps, or a dinner or two. No doubt there are plenty of other gentlemen in Bath who would be happy to be given the opportunity of dancing attendance on your daughter-in-law, for she's a fine-looking girl and an heiress besides. I suppose there's no fear of Rotherham's thrusting a spoke into the wheel? We do not know how he will like it, Papa, but he has no power to prevent it. No power? I should call the strings of the purse power enough. Oh, neither Serena nor Major Kirkby would do so, however. More fools they. But it's not my business after all. What I am concerned with is that there shan't be any more gossip about it, for that must draw you in, my dear.
A good thing if the young man were to remove from Bath. I suppose there's no chance of his doing that. The next best thing is to render him less conspicuous, and that you may achieve by allowing others to visit you. If you think it right, Papa, she said obediently, I own it would be agreeable if I might go out a little sometimes. And it was on that subject that I was talking to Major Kirkby when you arrived. You must know that the masters of ceremonies here have been most civil to us, and in particular have frequently been begging us to go to lectures or concerts. It so happens that there is to be a concert at the lower rooms, which I should very much like to hear. Mr. Gwinnett came to tell me of it yesterday, and to promise, if we would go, that we would have seats in a retired place. Do you think we might? Major Kirkby sees no harm in it, and if he does not, I feel there can be none. None at all, replied Sir William. A concert is not the same thing as a ball, you know. But if the Major means to escort you, take along some other gentleman as well. I dare say you are acquainted with some. Oh, yes, Fanny said rather doubtfully. You could invite old Hendy, said Sir William, laughing heartily. Yes, except that I don't think he likes the Major very much, said Fanny. Jealous of him, no doubt. Thinks he'll be cut out by a fine, upstanding young man, said Sir William, still much amused, and apparently forgetting his earlier and less flattering description of the Major. If Fanny felt that her father's scheme was not very likely to achieve his object, she did not say so. She was more concerned to know how Serena would receive the news that her secret had been betrayed. But Serena, when she came in, pleasantly refreshed by a 7-mile walk with a similarly energetic acquaintance, took it in very good part, merely begging Fanny to adjure Sir William not to mention her engagement to anyone but his wife. She came down to dinner looking so handsome in dove grey with black ribbons that Sir William was quite captivated. Knowing that it would please Fanny, she laid herself out to amuse him, and succeeded so well that when he took up his candle to go to bed, he declared he had seldom enjoyed an evening more. In his own home, no one regaled him with lively conversation, or encouraged him to recount anecdotes of his youth. He would not, in fact, have approved of it, had any of his daughters talked in the Lady Serena's racy fashion, and he would certainly not have played piquet with them for penny points, for that, win or lose, could have done him no good at all. So well pleased with his entertainment was he that he decided to remain in Bath for another night. He told Fanny that it would do no harm for the Major to be seen in his company, and said that he would go with both ladies to the pump-room and promenade with them there. It did not seem to Fanny that the sight of her father lending his countenance to the Major would be very likely to allay the suspicions of the pump-room gossips, but having a strong disposition to think anyone's judgment more to be trusted than her own, and being besides still a great deal in awe of him, she made no demur. It was by no means certain that the Major would visit the pump-room, for ever since the daily rides with Serena had become the rule, he had taken care not to go there too often. But the Major, wishing to discover from Fanny the probable length of Sir William's stay, did visit it, and was considerably taken aback to find himself being shaken warmly by the hand, and greeted in much the same way as he could fancy Sir William greeting a favourite nephew. And, after all, Fanny perceived, Sir William did not manage so badly. He discovered several acquaintances in the room, and to each one he contrived to convey the impression that Major Kirkby, an old and valued friend, had been devoting himself to Lady Spenborough and her daughter-in-law at his express entreaty. The Major's quickness in following this lead pleased him, so much that he began to think him a very good sort of man, and invited him to dine in Laura Place that evening, and to play a rubber or two of whist afterwards. Fanny, an indifferent card-player, was too thankful to have prevailed upon Serena not to introduce her father to Mrs. Flor, to protest. At
dinner, Sir William continued to be pleased both with the Major and with Fanny's cook, some Spanish fritters earning his special commendation. The port was very tolerable too, and he sat down presently to the card-table in a mood of great good humour. This, however, did not long endure, for he cut his daughter for partner, and if he was the most skilled of the 4 players, she was by far the least. The first rubber reduced Fanny almost to tears, so acid and incessant were the criticisms made by her parent of her mistakes. By good fortune, she cut next with the Major, and he smiled at her so reassuringly when she said with a nervous little laugh that he was to be pitied, that she quite plucked up courage, and in consequence played very much better. Sir William continued to point out her errors to her, but since these were now to his advantage, he did so in a tolerant spirit which did not much discompose her. The Major encouraged her with as much praise as he could without absurdity bestow, found ingenious excuses for her blunders, and when the rubber ended in their defeat, said, "Lady Spenborough, shall we challenge these expert gamesters to a return? Do let us have our revenge on them." She was very willing, and as Serena was a skilled player, Sir William raised no objection. Serena was so grateful to the Major for shielding Fanny from assault that she gave him both her hands and her lips at parting, a thing she was not very prone to do, and said warmly, "You are quite the kindest man alive, Hector. Thank you." Sir William went back to London next day, and his daughter did her best to carry out his instructions to her. Rather to her surprise, Serena approved of them. So a very respectable and correspondingly dull gentleman of their acquaintance was invited to accompany them to the concert, and Fanny wrote careful notes to a number of persons, bidding them to a small evening reception. Life settled down into a slightly more variegated pattern, enlivened by morning visitors and an occasional party. Several expeditions were made to places of historic interest in the vicinity of Bath, and if the Major rode behind the barouche, so too did some other gentleman. There was no difficulty in finding a suitable fourth to these parties. The only difficulty lay in deciding whose turn it was to be honoured with an invitation. Every unattached gentleman who had cudgelled his brains for weeks to hit upon a way of becoming acquainted with the most beautiful woman in Bath no sooner heard that the bereaved ladies were now receiving visitors than he scoured the town for some common acquaintance who could be persuaded to perform the coveted introduction. One or two lost their hearts to Fanny, but these were in the minority, Serena's admirers far outnumbering them, and behaving with an ardency and a devotion which made Fanny fear that the Major might be hurt. He seemed, however, to be rather amused, and whenever one of her flirts contrived to draw Serena away from her mamma-in-law, to show her a very fine view, or to conduct her to the top of a ruined keep, he made no attempt to go after the truants, but walked with Fanny instead, concealing whatever chagrin he might have felt. Fanny, incapable herself of conducting the sort of light flirtation of which Serena was an accomplished exponent, was distressed and ventured to remonstrate, but Serena only laughed and said that she was following out the spirit of Sir William's advice. The Bath quizzes will now say of me that so far from being violently attached to one man, I am shockingly volage. Fanny could only hope that the Major would not share this opinion. She told him once, when she saw Serena positively encouraging the gallantry of young Mr. Nantwich, that Serena had a great deal of vivacity. "In her set, you know," she said, trying for an airy note, "that sort of liveliness is quite the thing. It doesn't denote the least want of delicacy or unsteadiness." He glanced down into her perturbed countenance, smiling a little. "I am not jealous, I promise you," he said. "Oh, no, I am persuaded you could not be." His eyes followed Serena and her admirer. "If all these moonstruck swains flatter themselves that she has any other intention than to enjoy a little sport, they must be a set of ninny-hammers," he remarked.
I own it is not a sport I like, but there is no particular harm in it when the lady is as skilled in it as I perceive Serena to be." She thought that she could detect a note of reserve in his voice, and said something about funning humours and openness of temper. He agreed to this, and she had the happy thought of adding that by dispensing her favours amongst several, Serena was throwing sand in the eyes of those who suspected her of a single attachment. That made him laugh. He said, "Lady Spenborough, are you trying to bamboozle me, or has Serena been bamboozling you? She is enjoying herself hugely. Don't look so anxious. Do you care to stroll in the wood? May I give you my arm?" Her conscience told her that it was her duty to follow Serena, but since to do that would entail bringing the Major once more within sight and hearing of what could not, for all his brave words, but give him pain, she yielded to inclination. Nothing was more comfortable than a walk with Major Kirkby. He moderated his pace to hers, handed her carefully over the smallest obstacles, warned her of damp patches, and always chose a smooth path for her to tread. They were on the cosiest of terms, Fanny having very soon lost her shyness, and the Major discovering in her so sympathetic a listener that before long he had put her in possession of nearly every detail of his career. In return, she told him all about her home and her family, and how much she dreaded having her sister Agnes sent to live with her. He entered fully into her sentiments upon this, and although she never spoke of Mamma except with respect, or mentioned her marriage, it did not take him long to arrive at a pretty fair understanding of why she had accepted the hand of a man old enough to have been her father. His reflections upon this subject he kept to himself. Nothing occurred to disturb the harmony of these summer days, until one morning in June, the Morning Post, when opened at the only page that interested Fanny, was found to contain a bombshell. She had just read aloud to Serena the news of the Princess Charlotte's indisposition, and was about to speculate on the probable nature of the malady, when her eyes alighted on another item of social intelligence. A sharp gasp broke from her, and she cried out impulsively, "Good God! Oh, no! Impossible!" "Well, what now?" inquired Serena, engaged in arranging roses in a bowl. "Rotherham," uttered Fanny in a strangled voice. Serena turned quickly to look at her. "Rotherham? What has happened to him?" she said sharply. "Is he ill too? Fanny, he's not dead." "Oh, no, no," Fanny said. "Betrothed." "Betrothed?" "Yes, the most shocking thing. To Emily Laleham." "It's not true." "It must be, Serena, for here it is, published. I don't wonder at your amazement. That poor child! Oh, what a wicked, abominable woman Lady Laleham is. A marriage has been arranged, yes, and well do I know who arranged it, between Ivo Spencer Beresford, Marquess of Rotherham, and Emily Mary, eldest daughter of Sir William Laleham, Bart. You see, there can be no mistake. Oh, I don't know when I have been more distressed." She looked up from the paper to Serena, standing like a stone in the middle of the room, 2 roses held in her hand, her cheeks perfectly white, and in her eyes an expression of blank horror. "What have I done?" Serena said in a queer, hoarse voice. "Oh, God, what have I done?" "Dearest, you are not to blame," Fanny cried. "He met her in my house, not in yours. Not that I feel I am to blame either, for heaven knows I never invited Lady Laleham to visit me on that fatal day. And from all we hear of the horrid, encroaching way she's been thrusting herself into the highest circles, he must have met her somewhere, even if not in my house. Though, to be sure, it would not have been in that style, just seated round the table as we were, conversing without the least formality. Oh! If I had known what would become of it, I would have been uncivil to Lady Laleham rather than have admitted her into the breakfast parlour. She saw that Serena was staring at her in a fixed, blank way, and then that a trickle of blood was running down one of her fingers. "Oh, you scratched your hand with those thorns. Oh, take care you don't smear your gown, dearest." Her words seemed to recall Serena to herself. She gave a slight start and glanced down at her hand. Her fingers unclenched themselves from about the rose stems. She laid the flowers down, saying quietly, "So I have. How stupid. Pray, Fanny, attend to these. I must go and wash my hands." She went quickly from the room and was gone for some time. When she returned, it was with some tale of having been obliged to mend the torn gathers of one of the flounces round the hem of her gown. Fanny, who knew that she never set a stitch, might, had her mind not been taken up with the news of Rotherham's engagement, have felt considerable surprise at this unprecedented happening. As it was, she merely said absently, "Oh, how vexing. Have you sent your woman out? You know, Serena, the more I think of it, the more I am convinced Lady Laleham had this in mind when she forced herself upon us that day." "Very likely. I put nothing beyond her," Serena said lightly. "I should never have thought Emily the kind of girl to take his fancy." "There's no telling what a man will fancy." "No, very true. But she is quite as silly as I am, and I thought he held silly females in the greatest contempt. Only think of that impatient, sarcastic way he speaks when one has said something he thinks stupid. He did seem to be amused by the droll things she said, not in the least meaning to be droll, but I thought he was quizzing her, and not very kindly." "So did I. But it appears that we were mistaken." "Yes, indeed. The Quenbury Assembly, too. That was why he chose to take his wards to it. But the way he spoke of Emily that very night when you quarrelled with him about his having stood up only with her, how could he have done so if he had felt the smallest tendre for her? Do you remember his telling us how he could get nothing out of her but yes and no, and so had drawn no more coverts, but had come to take his leave of us instead?" "Very clearly. Also my own words on that occasion. I imagine her behaviour must have piqued him, and what began as an idle amusement became a serious pursuit. I dare say he could never before have tossed his handkerchief and not seen it picked up. I admire Emily very much. I did not think she had it in her to bring the odious Marquis so tamely to heel." "Oh, Serena, I am sure such a thought was never in her head. She did not like him. Indeed, I believe she was afraid of him. That is what makes this news so particularly dreadful." "If he loves her, she will have nothing to fear," Serena said, a slight constriction in her throat. "If he... Oh, I cannot credit it." "Whatever else you cannot credit, that at least is sure," Serena said. "No other reason can possibly exist for his having asked her to marry him. She has nothing to recommend her, neither birth nor fortune, but a pretty face and the artlessness of a kitten." "Then he is infatuated, which is worse than all, for you may depend upon it he will soon recover from that and grow bored with her and make her miserable." "Oh, you take a gloomy view of her prospects." "Yes, for I know what a harsh temper he has, and how unfeeling he is, besides being proud and overbearing, and I know she has been forced into this by her hateful mother."
Serena shrugged her shoulders. "Why put yourself in this passion, my dear? It is no concern of yours, after all." "Oh, no. But if you knew what it means to a girl to be forced into marriage with a man more than twice her age, you would not—" She stopped, aghast at her own words. The colour flooded her cheeks. She looked stricken and blurted out, "I beg your pardon. I didn't mean... I would not for the world... I don't know how I came to say such a thing." "There is no need to beg my pardon. I always thought it atrocious, and sincerely pitied you." "No, no, don't say so. Your papa, no one, could have been kinder, more considerate. You mustn't think that I meant to compare him for one moment with Rotherham." "Oh, I don't." "There, Fanny, don't cry. It's all very sad, but there's no use in becoming agitated over it. We have nothing to do with Emily's troubles." Fanny dried her tears, but said, "I didn't think you could be so unfeeling. It ought to be stopped." "Stopped? No, that it cannot be," Serena said. "Put that out of your head, Fanny. It has been announced, and must go forward." She spoke so sternly that Fanny was quite startled. "But, Serena, you did not think so," she could not help saying. "No, I did not. And so the more reason this engagement should not be broken. It will not be. We may trust the Leyland woman for that." She paused and then said, "Well, I must not delay to send him my felicitations. It had better be done immediately, in fact. Serena, if I ought to do the same, I'm sorry, but nothing would prevail upon me to felicitate either of them on an event of which I most deeply disapprove," Fanny said with unwonted vehemence. Serena had already seated herself at the writing-table and spoke without turning her head. "Unnecessary. I will say on your behalf everything that is proper to the occasion." "I wish very much that you would not," Fanny said. No answer was vouchsafed to this decidedly pettish remark, but after a moment Serena said, "After all, it turns out very well for me. No moment than this could be better for the announcement I have to make. He will be much too absorbed in his own affair to cavil at my engagement." "Yes, indeed," Fanny said, brightening a little. Silence fell, broken only by the scratch of Serena's quill. Fanny, seated in the window and leaning her chin in her hand, remained lost in melancholy thought until her attention was attracted by the sight of an old-fashioned launderette drawing up immediately beneath the window. The next instant she uttered a sharp exclamation. "Serena! Mrs. Flor! She must be coming to tell you the news. Good gracious, what a figure she is in that hat! My love, some gentleman is handing her out, and I vow and declare to you the carriage is within an ace of tipping over under her weight. Quick, shall I tell Lipster to say we are gone out?" "Certainly not. Why should you?" replied Serena, shaking the sand from her letter and pulling open the little drawer in which Fanny kept her wafers. "Oh, I don't know, but I wish she had not come here. I shall not know what to say to her." "Nonsense. You will say all that is proper." "Perhaps she would not be able to mount the stairs," said Fanny with a nervous giggle. But although the performance of this feat took time, it proved not to be beyond Mrs. Flor's powers. With the aid of the baluster rail and Mr. Goring's stalwart arm, she arrived, panting but triumphant, on the first floor, and paused to take breath. Observing that Lipster was about to throw open the door into the drawing-room, she stopped him by the simple expedient of grasping his sleeve. Affronted, he gazed at her with much hauteur, and said in freezing accents, "Madam—" "Luby," enunciated Mrs. Flor between gasps. "You wait. Trying to push me in like a landed salmon." "One moment, if you please," said Mr. Goring, quite unperturbed either by his old friend's unconventional behaviour or by the butler's evident disgust. He removed the fan from Mrs. Floor's clutch and opened it and began to ply it briskly. "Oh, thank you, Ned," she said presently. "Lord, how the heat does draw one out." Concluding that she now felt ready to meet her hostess, Lipster opened the door and announced in the voice of one refraining from comment, "Mrs. Floor, Mr. Goring, milady." Fanny came forward with her hand out. "How do you do? I'm so glad that you've come to visit us, ma'am. Pray, will you not be seated? Lipster, some wine, if you please." He bowed and withdrew. But as his gait was stately, he was not gone from the room in time to escape hearing Mrs. Floor say gratefully, "Bless your sweet face, your butler was all for having me believe he didn't know but what you'd stepped out, for which I'm sure I don't blame him, but, Lord, I said, you've no need to be scared. Her ladyship will see me fast enough, take my word for it," which he did. So here I am. And I brought Mr. Goring along with me, just in case I should be overcome by the heat, which is a thing that happened to me once right in the middle of the South Parade and caused as much excitement as if a circus had come to town. Ned, make your bow to Lady Spenborough." Mr. Goring, who had been shaking hands with Serena, showed no signs of resenting this peremptory command, but turned to greet his hostess. She made him politely welcome, but had scarcely time to offer him her hand before Mrs. Floor was again claiming her attention. "If you've seen the newspapers this morning, milady, you won't wonder what brings me here." "No, indeed. Most interesting news, ma'am. You must be excessively pleased, I'm sure." "Well," said Mrs. Floor, "I don't deny it's a fine thing to be marrying a marquis, for I dare say they don't grow on every tree, and a very odd sort of woman I'd be if I didn't feel puffed up enough at this moment to burst my staylaces. If Emma likes him, I'm very glad he is a marquis, but if she don't, he might be 50 marquises, and still I'd say she'd be better off with a plain man she could like." "We must suppose that she does like him, ma'am," Serena said, smiling. "Begging your pardon, me dear, we don't have to suppose anything of the kind," said Mrs. Floor bluntly. "You know that daughter of mine, and so I'll be bound as her ladyship. What poor little Emma might like is the last thing in the world she'd trouble her head about, and that's the truth. Small pleasure though it is to me to say such a thing of my own flesh and blood." Fortunately, since Fanny knew not what to reply to this forthright speech, Lipster came back into the room at that moment, so that she was able to create a diversion by supplying her guests with refreshment. Serena said, "No doubt you've had letters from them, ma'am." "I had one from Suki, my dear, but Emma's not one for writing letters. And if she had written to me, I wouldn't know any more than I do now, because it's my belief that Prawl made her learn off by heart a set of letters out of the Complete Letter Writer, and told her never to use any other ones. As for Suki, naturally she's in high delight. In fact, anyone would think she was in love with this precious Marquis herself, for she gives him such a character that if I credited the half of what she writes, I should very likely think he was an archangel. So, since Ned, who happened to be with me when Roger came in with a newspaper and the letters couldn't tell me any more about him than that he was a famous sportsman, I made up my mind I'd come straight round to see you, Lady Serena, for mark my words, I said to Ned, her ladyship will know all about him, and you needn't mind speaking out in front of him, my dear, any more than if he was my son, which I'm sorry to say he isn't. What's more, he's pretty well acquainted with Emma, for he saw a great deal of her when she was staying with me, and went with us to assemblies and the theatre and such like." Serena glanced at Mr. Goring, but his countenance gave nothing away. "Yes, Lord Rotherham is very well known in the world of sport, I believe," Fanny said in a colourless voice. Mr. Goring raised his eyes from the contemplation of the wine in his glass and directed a level look at her. "Well, I don't know that I like the sound of that to start with," said Mrs. Floor dubiously. "If he's a racing man, that means betting, and I've got one gamester on my hands already, and I don't want another." Fanny was too overcome by the thought of Rotherham's being on Mrs. Floor's hands to venture on a response. Serena laughed out and said, Don't be alarmed, ma'am. Rotherham's fortune is extremely large, and he is a great deal more addicted to boxing and shooting and hunting than to gaming.
Well, I'm glad to hear you say so, my dear. Not that I hold with boxing, because it's low, and not the sort of thing I should expect a marquis to be fond of. However, Ned tells me it's quite the established mode among the smart beaux, and at all events he won't go dragging Emma into boxing saloons. But if he thinks to make her go out shooting and hunting with him, he won't do at all. Why, she'd be frightened to death.
I expect, ma'am, that he must be aware that she doesn't share his tastes in that direction.
If he don't know it now, he will be the first time he sees her crying her eyes out because the cat's got hold of a mouse, said Mrs. Flor.
She looked piercingly at Serena.
Tell me this, my dear. How old is he?
He is 38, replied Serena calmly.
38? Lord, that's more than 20 years older than she is, cried Mrs. Flor, aghast.
True. He is not cross-eyed, however, Serena said with a faint smile.
Well, if he isn't, I should like to know how it comes about he wasn't snapped up years ago, said Mrs. Flor tartly. He isn't queer in his attic, is he?
Far from it. His understanding is excellent, and he does not suffer from any infirmity whatsoever.
Come, that's better, said Mrs. Flor, relieved. Is he handsome?
No, I should rather call him striking, ma'am. Certainly not handsome.
Do you know him well, my dear?
Fanny cast an anxious glance at Serena. After a moment's hesitation, Serena replied, Very well. I've known him all my life.
There! What did I tell you? Mrs. Flor demanded of her escort. I knew which shop to come to. So now you answer me this, my lady, if you'll be so good, and that I know you are. Is he the sort of man that'll make my Emma a good husband?
Indeed, I hope so, ma'am. He can give her a great position, wealth, consequence.
I know that, interrupted Mrs. Flor grimly, and it ain't what I asked you, my dear.
Aware that not only Mrs. Flor's gaze was fixed upon her, but Mr. Goring's also, Serena said, Dear ma'am, you must not question me so closely, if you please. I think you cannot be aware that I was once engaged to Lord Rotherham myself. Mr. Goring's gaze now became intent. Mrs. Flor was so much surprised that she nearly dropped her wine-glass.
You? She gasped. Lord bless my soul. Goodness gracious. Well, I declare. That's one thing Suki didn't see fit to tell me, if she knows it.
The engagement and its termination were in all the newspapers, ma'am, Serena replied, her colour heightened.
Aye, they would be, nodded Mrs. Flor. It's a lesson to me to read the court page, which I don't mind telling you I'm not in the habit of doing. Well, I'm sure I beg your pardon, my dear, not but what if I had known of it, I'd still have asked you for your opinion of the gentleman, though I wouldn't have done so but in private, certainly not with Ned Goring sitting in the room, as I hope you'll believe.
I don't see that my being in the room makes any difference at all, said Mr. Goring unexpectedly. I'll go away if you like, but whether I go or whether I stay, don't ask her ladyship any more questions, ma'am. Thank you, Serena said, smiling at him. But it is very natural that Mrs. Flor should wish to know why I cried off from the engagement. It was for no reason, ma'am, that precludes him from making some other female a perfectly respectable husband. The truth is that we found we did not suit. Our dispositions were too much alike. Each of us, in fact, is autocratic, and neither of us has the sweetest of tempers. But a gentler woman than I am would not provoke Rotherham as I did, and might, I dare say, be very content to be his wife.
Yes, and I dare say this carpet is content to be trodden on, retorted Mrs. Flor. A man should be master in his own house. I've got nothing to say against that, as long as you don't interfere in what's no business of his. But if I find this Marquis don't know the difference between master and tyrant, not 1 penny will I settle on Emma, and we'll see what he and Sukey have to say to that. I'm afraid, ma'am, that Emily's fortune is a matter of indifference to him. Oh, it is it? Well, if Emily's been pushed into this against her will, I'll go up to London and tell his lordship who I am and what I mean to do, which is to hire a house in the best part of town and set up as his grandma, and we'll see if that's a matter of indifference to him, declared the old lady triumphantly. Chapter 13. A letter from Lady Teresa followed hard upon the announcement in the Gazette. It was unfranked, so that Serena was obliged to pay for the privilege of reading 2 crossed pages of lament and recrimination. Not even his sister could have felt Rotherham's engagement more keenly. Lady Teresa took it as a personal insult, and laid the blame at her niece's door. As for Lady Laleham, no words could describe the shameless vulgarity of her conduct. From the moment of her having brought her chit of a daughter to town, she had lost no opportunity to throw her in Rotherham's way. But who would have supposed that a man of his age would succumb to mere prettiness and an ingenuous tongue? Lady Teresa prophesied disaster for all concerned, and hoped that when Serena was dying an old maid she would remember these words and be sorry. Meanwhile she remained her affectionate aunt. 2 days later Mrs. Flor was the recipient of a letter from London. She met Serena in the pump-room, her face wreathed in smiles, and pressed upon her a letter from Emily, begging her to read it. "Bless her heart, I've never had such a letter from her before. Never," she declared. "So excited as she is, why, she's in downright transports. But you'll see for yourself." Serena took the letter with some reluctance, but the old lady was obviously so anxious that she should read it that she made no demur. It was neither well written nor well expressed, but it owed nothing to any manual. The voice of Emily spoke in every incoherent but ecstatic sentence. Serena thought it the effusion of a child, but could almost have supposed that she was reading a description of a promised treat rather than a girl's account of her betrothal. Although Rotherham's name occurred over and over again, it was always in connection with his rank, his riches, the fine houses he owned, the splendid horses he drove, and the envy the conquest of him had aroused in other ladies' breasts. He had driven with her in the park in his curricle, which had made everyone stare, because he was said never to drive females. When he took them to the opera, it was like going out with a prince, because he had his own box in the best place imaginable, and everyone knew him, and there was never any delay in getting into his carriage, because as soon as the lackeys saw him coming, they ran out to call to the coachman, and so they had not to wait in the vestibule, or to say who they were. Rotherham House, too! When Grandma saw it, she would be astonished, and wonder to think of her little Emily, the mistress of such an establishment, giving parties in it, and standing at the head of the staircase with a tiara on her head. There were hundreds of servants, some of them so genteel you would take them for visitors, and all the footmen in black satin knee breeches. Then there was Delford Park, which she had not yet seen, but she believed it to be grander even than Milverley, and how she would go on in such a place she couldn't think. So it went on, conveying to Serena the picture of an unsophisticated child, dazzled by riches, breathless at finding herself suddenly the heroine of a fantastic dream, intoxicated by her own staggering success. There was not a word to indicate that she had formed an attachment. She was concerned not with Ivo Beresford, but with the Marquess of Rotherham. Serena hardly dared look up from these pages, so clearly did they convey to her the knowledge that affection had played no part, in one side at least, of this contract. It seemed impossible that Mrs. Flor could detect anything in the letter
but the excitement of a flattered child. It was a hard case to know what to say of so disquieting a communication.
"Well," Mrs. Flor said, "what do you think of that, me dear?"
Serena gave her back the folded sheets. "She is a little carried away, ma'am, which is not to be marvelled at. Perhaps—"
"Aye, that she is," chuckled Mrs. Flor. "So excited and happy as she is. Lord, he's regularly swept her off her feet, hasn't he? Lord Rotherham this and Lord Rotherham that, till you'd think there wasn't another soul in London, which you can see there isn't, not in her eyes. Well, I don't know when I've been in higher croak myself, and the relief it is to me, me dear, you wouldn't credit."
She dived into her reticule for her handkerchief and unashamedly wiped her eyes.
"You see what she writes, my lady, about me visiting her in her grand house. Bless her sweet heart. I shan't do it, but only to know that she wants me to makes up for everything."
Serena said all that was suitable, and left the old lady in a blissful dream of vicarious grandeur. She did not mention the letter to Fanny, and tried to put it out of her own mind. It recurred too often for her comfort. Again and again she found herself dwelling upon all its implications, foreseeing nothing but disillusionment in store for such an ill-assorted couple, and wondering in astonished disgust how Rotherham could have been fool enough not to have perceived the feather-brain behind a charming face. It was a week before she received an answer to her letter to him. The London mail reached Bath every morning between the hours of 10 and 12, and the letter was brought up from the receiving office half an hour after she had set forth on a picnic expedition under the nominal chaperonage of a young matron of her acquaintance. Fanny could not think it proper to make one of a party of merrymakers. She would not go herself, and tried timidly to dissuade Serena. But Serena seemed to be fast recovering the tone of her mind, and was bent on amusement. She might almost have been said to have been in outrageous spirits, gay to dissipation. Fanny lived in dread of her suddenly deciding to go to balls again, and impressed upon Major Kirkby the necessity of his preventing so imprudent a start. He made a hopeless gesture. "What can I do?"
"She must mind what you say."
He shook his head. "Oh, yes, yes," Fanny cried. "If you were to forbid her—"
"Forbid her?"
"Aye," he exclaimed. "She would most hotly resent it. Indeed, Lady Spenborough, I dare not."
"She could not resent it from you?"
He flushed and stammered. "I have no right. When we are married, not that I could ever seek to interfere with her pleasure. And surely," he added in an imploring tone, "it cannot be wrong if she does it." She saw that he shrank from arousing Serena's temper, and was too deeply sympathetic to press him further. She could only pray that Serena would stop short of public balls, and beg her to behave with discretion while under Mrs. Osborne's casual chaperonage. Serena, setting upon her copper curls the most fetching of flat-crowned villager hats, of white satin straw with a cluster of white roses, cast her a wicked look out of the corners of her eyes and said meekly, "Yes, mamma." So Serena, squired by her major, sallied forth on a picnic expedition. And Fanny, presently glancing through the day's mail and seeing one letter with Rotherham's name on the cover, was obliged to contain her soul in patience until such time as Serena should return to Laura Place. This was not until dinner-time, and then, instead of immediately reading the letter, she put it aside, saying, "Fanny, have I kept you waiting? I do beg your pardon. Order them to serve dinner immediately. I'll be with you in 5 minutes. Oh, no! Do read your letters first. I could not but notice that one has Rotherham's frank upon the cover, and you must be anxious to know how he receives the news of your engagement." "I am more anxious that you should not be kept waiting another moment for your dinner. I don't think it's of the least consequence whether Rotherham likes it or not," He cannot reasonably refuse his consent to it. I'll read what he has to say after we've dined." Fanny could almost have boxed her ears. But when Serena at last broke the wafer and spread open the single sheet, the Marquis's message proved to be a disappointment. Fanny watched Serena read it, herself quite breathless with anxiety, and could not forbear saying eagerly, "Well, what does he say? He does not forbid it." "My dear, how should he? He makes no comment upon it, merely that he will be at Clay Cross next week and will visit Bath on Thursday for one night to discuss with me the winding up of the trust. We will invite him to dine here, and Hector too." "But is that all he has to say?" demanded Fanny incredulously. "You don't know his style of letter-writing. This is a typical example of it. Oh, he thanks me for my felicitations, of course, and says that it will be proper for him to make the acquaintance of Major Kirkby before giving his formal consent to my marriage." "Then, at least, he doesn't mean to be disagreeable about it," said Fanny, considerably relieved. But when, on the following Thursday, Rotherham was ushered into the drawing-room, this comfortable conviction